Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere presented by NGE here at their studios in Burbank, California. I'm your host, Caleb Simmons, and joining me on this desk is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino, and we are excited for what we have to present to you today. We've had some exciting days of the group stage so far, and we're getting pretty close to finishing up the first stage. There are two stages to this group stage. Stage. David, tell us all about it. How does it work?
All right, so we already went through the qualifiers where we found 8 teams. Now, after that, we're going through the round of 8 or group play phase 1, got it right this time, where all those 8 teams face off in a round-robin format. 6 teams advance from that, moving into group play phase 2, otherwise known as the round of 6, where we do it all one more time. 4 teams advance from there into the live finals, our final stage, to play for $100,000.
Yeah, we've had some good days of group stage thus far, some group play, a lot of exciting matches, and it's left us with these standings right here through 4 days of play in our round of 8.
We have Immortals sitting up there at the top, yet to be defeated. We'll get to see if that will happen with them today. Still have some big matches coming up, but Renegades was upset yesterday by Immortals. A bit of a distinction starting to pop up here with the standings. We've got these two teams who have isolated themselves pretty handily, and then a whole bunch of everybody else just trying to get into the top 6.
Yeah, it was a good match to see who was going to come out on top, stay undefeated here throughout our group play. It was Immortals that ended up taking the match against Renegades. It was a good one. Renegades up to that point had just been kind of steamrolling through everybody, and Immortals now are the team to beat. Still, those two at the top are definitely the teams to beat here, but things are very close within the middle of that pack. So within these next couple of days, it's going to be very important for these teams to pull out wins, especially teams like Complexity, to make sure that they cement themselves into the top 6 and that they can, move on to our next group phase.
Yeah, we're doing some analysis on the brackets or the remaining matches and exactly how some of that might play out. It's pretty complicated for some teams when you get into upset situations, but we'll delve into that a little bit more as we get into specific games. It's obviously a very, very, very big day for Complexity. They have 2 matches, one against Luminosity, one against Immortals, and they drastically need those points to get into the round of 6 or really secure the round of 6. So that's going to be the story of the day for me.
Now, when you only play 7 games over the course of 2 weeks, it can feel like, oh, we're almost through this second week, we're coming towards the end, but some of these teams still have basically half their matches to play. They've played 4 and have 3 yet to go. Immortals and Complexity being the 2 today who will be doing their doubleheader, where they'll be playing 2 matches back-to-back. And Immortals, this is a big one for them. Actually, no, they're the ones in first. I meant to talk about Team Liquid. They will be our first match up against Renegades, and if they were to beat Renegades here, they'd be able to take second place.
Yeah, Liquid had a big day yesterday, able to pull out some good wins, and now they are kind of sitting in that 3rd spot, but going up against Renegades should be a fun match to watch. The first map will be Kings Row, so Renegades trying to bump up their score, their place in the standings, just as an insurance policy even more, and Liquid looking to make sure they solidify themselves into the top end of the standings as well. But some good matches, some very important matches today for everybody, really. So a lot on the line for these guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, with so much time left to go. Sorry. No, they're going to talk about Renegades because I'm so excited about this roster. They did suffer their first defeat yesterday. What do they need to do to bounce back here? What is Renegades? Take me through their mindset.
Well, Renegades, they had a tough, of course, they made a switch from the original roster that they had, swapping out Kib for Man of Snow. Now, I think that kind of messed with some of the balance of roles that people were playing previously, and I think if they can utilize Mangachu in some of the ways that they had been when they were on their crazy streak there, Renegades, I think they'll be in a much better position, because Mangachu previously was doing a lot of DPS, and he wasn't as much yesterday, whereas Kib was taking over a lot of those roles. So I think if they can get Mangachu back to where he was playing and kind of some of the roles that he was playing previously, they could have a better chance with that. But still, playing well overall, these guys. And of course, you can see Kib can play Zarya roles and give Mangachu a chance over on the DPS. So I think if they can make Mangachu effective, that will be a big step forward for Renegades.
Yeah, we were speculating yesterday perhaps why they might have subbed out Man of Snow for Kib over yesterday. I wouldn't necessarily say that there was a solid result one way or the other. They certainly didn't look like in the same form that they were playing previously to that. At the same time, they were playing against Immortals, and Immortals is a great team. So there's a lot of little dynamics there, a lot of variables to really assess whether that's the specific thing. But I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Man of Snow playing for the rest of the round of 8. It was working for them going forward, and unless there's some sort of personal issue or some sort of drastic need that they see on perhaps the next patch, just stick with what's working.
So on the other side of the battlefield is Team Liquid, who with a win here would tie Renegades' record and would have the tiebreaker with the head-to-head. So this could be a big deal for them if they could hand their second loss to Renegades. How are you feeling about Liquid right now?
Well, Liquid, we saw yesterday they were playing quite well. Dahang and Mezer and Rafa were just, I mean, lights out for them, as well as AZK. His play on Tracer was so big for Liquid throughout the entirety of the day. They were really firing on all cylinders. We'll see if they can keep that going into today's matches. But between Mezer, AZK, and Rafa, and I mean even Dahang as well, these guys were really playing at a top form from what we're used to seeing them play. So hopefully, for their sake at least, and their fans, they can keep that level up today in their matches.
Yeah, I think the big thing there was what you touched on, getting AZK back into some comfortable, flexible hit scan roles, Tracer and Soldier 76. That really, really worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, he was, specifically on Tracer, he was just, I mean, crushing on pretty much every map. And Mezer, you know, we've said it many a times, he really is one of the biggest backbones of this team on Reinhardt, and I mean, his Earth Shatters are just so on point. It seems like the guy never misses an Earth Shatter, very rarely will do that. And, I mean, he's always getting 3-4 people in these Earth Shatters. He waits for the right opportunity to do so, doesn't force it, and it allows Liquid to really make some big plays. He has the support there to follow up on these Earth Shatters, and one of the biggest impact players for Liquid.
So as we move on to map number 1, which will be King's Row, as you said, it's interesting to note, if I'm reading my notes correctly, Liquid's first victory on King's Row actually was yesterday against Citizen 7. Otherwise, they have not been able to find wins on this map. So with, you know, that sort of thought process, and with knowing how strong Renegades is, who is the favorite coming into King's Row?
I think coming into King's Row, just by how Liquid was playing yesterday, I think if they can continue that, I think they can take Renegades here, though. Renegades, they've had some success on this map. So I feel good about Liquid just based off of how they were playing yesterday, to be honest. If they can continue that, I think they will have a good shot against Renegades, and it depends what Renegades is bringing. If they're still rocking with Kib, that's a different story, but if they bring Man of Snow back in, and that's another different story. So there's a couple variables at play here, depending on what lineups are and how Liquid comes playing into today.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just make a few predictions right now. We can get into the analysis. I think you covered most of the stuff of the what-ifs. I'm going to say Renegades is going to put Man of Snow back in today, and it's going to be a 2-0. I think Liquid certainly was playing up yesterday with Rafa and AZK. We already touched on that. But were they playing up to a level that could face off against the Renegades we've seen up until this point? I don't think so. I think it's a great game. I don't think it's that great. And like you said, King's Row, that's a map that's been heavily in Renegade's favor for most of the matches so far.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I think since the very first day when Renegades faced off with FaZe in our very first match, I think other than that, we've both all predicted Renegades every single map, every single match, and this is the first time we've not picked Renegades since then. So is this a change? Did you not like what you saw yesterday from Renegades?
Well, I think if Man of Snow is back in, I will take Renegades, because that is where they were just, I mean, that's where they were looking amazing. Not that they weren't with Kib, but I mean, when you have Man of Snow in, that Renegades roster, those guys were just about untouchable a lot of the time. They were playing very, very well. And I think if Man of Snow is back in, then it's gonna be Renegades taking it. Certainly.
One of the things that was really interesting about Renegades while they were playing with Man of Snow, and again, that could be the effect of subbing just a regular, not necessarily so much characteristics about Kib, but just the fact that you're taking somebody you're comfortable with out. Up until that point, not only were they great when things were going according to plan, but they would really rally around situations that it didn't seem like they should win, and they'd pull it out or get enough people on to hold and get a reset, and then from there, they'd be hard to touch again. If they bring him back, I mean, that just brings so many different weapons to the arsenal that we've seen them flex in the past. I don't think it's going to be an easy game for Liquid whatsoever.
No, we are just waiting on some players to get into the lobby. And I asked production. Apparently, Man of Snow is going to be starting for Renegades today. And it just brings up kind of an interesting mentality that, like, you had this, like, undefeated streak, right, with Renegades. And then they're like, while we're on this undefeated streak, let's change up the roster and change up our style. And now we're going to say, oh, wait, no, we didn't want to do that. Let's move back.
Against Immortals,
yeah.
no less.
Yeah,
Yes,
really.
essentially your biggest enemy. I don't know, maybe it's five-dimensional chess, right? They're just like, well, we won't give them a whole lot of experience on our more regular lineup. We'll just throw in a little curveball. Maybe they'll
You
take
think they're playing
it,
the long
but
con, huh?
We'll sandbag them a little bit. No, I don't think that's actually going on. It'd be interesting, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was something beneath the surface that we don't quite see as to why they made some of those swaps. Maybe something going into the next patch. I mean, who knows? There's a lot of variables there. But with Man of Snow back into the lineup for Renegades, I think they're going to be able to get Mangachu back on roles where he was much more effective than he was when they were playing with Kib in the lineup. Because, I mean, we saw during the first week of this group stage, you had Mangachu, who was playing things like Pharah, who was just about untouchable. I mean, he was just crushing people on that, and just there was various roles that he was much more effective in that I think with Man of Snow back in the lineup he will be able to do today, and I think that's really a big key for Renegades is making Mangachu effective again, getting him in roles where he can really make these sorts of plays you see here.
Some other stuff about this match in particular is that Renegades, they can lose this, and they're still virtually guaranteed to make it, if not guaranteed to make it into the round of 6. However, Liquid is looking a lot more comfortable than they were. After yesterday's results, winning 2 was huge for them. But at the same time, the 2 people who are left for them to play in their schedule is Luminosity and Renegades, and those are 2 very tough battles for them to get through. So taking off one of those, especially Renegades, who's beaten so many other people, will help them advance throughout the rankings, because there's so much dynamics between who beat who in a round robin. It's not purely exactly how many matches you've won and lost, but who you won and lost them to. That's kind of a complicated thing to get into, but we'll see some of that shake out as we move forward, in particular with Citizen 7, but I'll talk about that when we get to those games.
Sure, and we did talk about, Mangachu playing Pharah. Yesterday was the first time we'd seen anybody really have a response to that, as Immortals was able to beat them 2-0, which was quite the surprising victory coming out from Immortals, though obviously still undefeated, number 2, now number 1 team, and it makes some sense that they were going to be the team that could do it to Renegades. So do you think that maybe that match exposed any sort of flaws here for Renegades that maybe a team like Liquid could play into today?
I think they certainly did their homework, Immortals, yesterday, going into it and prepared for a bunch of different scenarios that they had seen Renegades pull out, or a bunch of different strategies that Renegades had pulled out during the group stages. So, I think it may have exposed some things a bit. It gives potential counters to some of the lineups that Renegades likes to run, and I think teams already knew that going in, that they like to run Mangachu on Pharah, so you have to have something, especially if you're on defense, ready to counter that, because if you don't, Mangachu is just going to walk all over you.
So AZK's power is still having issues, and that was how he is not in the match. So Enigma is going to be subbed in here for Liquid. So coming with a last-minute change, are you feeling like you want to change your prediction here?
Enigma, huh?
Enigma. Oh, I mean, Enigma plays a pretty similar role to what AZK does, or he can, I should say. And I saw there was some possible shakeups, with the NRG roster potentially. So maybe this is why Enigma has an opportunity to come sub in here. I don't know the full story with the NRG thing, so I don't want to go too far into that. But
apparently AZK is back.
No
Enigma today. We're going to keep things all the same.
Too.
It's a roller.
Like AZK,
we haven't even gotten the first game going, and we're already just on this roller coaster of emotions right now.
Players
just all over the place.
They're trolling us with their hero selections all the way down to the wire. Now you're trolling us whether you're who you're going to put on your starting roster. Got us some slack, man.
Come on. That's all right. They're probably better off with AZK. They're comfortable with him, so it's a good thing for Liquid that they can get him into the lineup. But of course, Enigma not too shabby himself. He can play a pretty darn good tracer. That man, I'd say one of the more underrated players. So, but either way, it's AZK in the lineup, so we don't have to worry about that.
Don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Hopefully the power stays.
Hopefully
stays. I know we've it's been a thing a couple of times.
Let's
So
send someone out there with a generator just as backup,
yeah,
just
I know.
in case.
I'm probably wanting for him just to make sure. But
Want to see him
Solar
play.
panels,
He's a
battery
beast.
backups,
yeah, something. But all right, well, here we go. Kings Row it is for our first match of the day. Renegades and Liquid featuring AZK, not Enigma. And it will be Liquid on the offensive side first. Renegades will be your starting defensive side. Renegades on their defense yesterday had tried running Mangachu on the defense initially to start off, and then there was a very, very quick swap that came out from Renegades. Mangachu going back to Roadhog for the first point. But the thing, in case you are just joining us, to note about what Renegades has in terms of roster, Man of Snow is back today. Kib played for them yesterday. Kib, formerly a player for Reunited. Man of Snow is back in for Renegades today. It's kind of a bit more comfortable for them, I would suspect, and probably going to be a bit better off. They can go back to the game they were playing.
Looks like Jesus getting himself in the right frame of mind for this match.
It's just
Oh, rude.
just chilling out.
What are teammates for?
Messing
Not
up
to
your
ruin
sprays.
your dreams.
Yep, that's right. Thanks, teammate. Well, here we go. It is Liquid out on the offensive side first. A quad tank for them. ID on the Zarya. Rafa on his beloved diva, Mezer, as you would suspect, on the Reinhardt, and he's a darn good one at that. AZK will be on the Roadhog. It will be a triple tank for Renegades. Mangachu on that Pharah, which we know he can be so deadly with, and he's already getting lots of good spam out there. Mezer's going to start initiating here, get some swings in on the Juvenile shield. He goes for the charge, is going to find nothing with that, and he is quite hurt at the moment. There's an opportunity for Renegades to try and finish off that kill, and there it is. Finally, Juvenile is going to clean up on Mezer, and Rafa is quite close to going down here as well, as Renegades are starting to find the kills. Mangachu taken out by Dehang, but at this point, Liquid are better off if they can possibly back up, though. ID is going in with that nano boost. You have Man of Snow with it as well, so both nano boosts are going to be used, and there is a Graviton on the side of Renegades, as there's a lot of Liquid players caught up in it, but there was no follow-up as the self-destruct goes forward. That won't find anything, just zoning the Renegades players throughout the point, though. It is already one tick down for Liquid. Mangachu and Jesus able to get a couple here, but Liquid responding with some kills of their own. Mangachu using that rocket barrage does pick up one, and he gets a lot of damage right on top of that, so it seems as though Renegades, at least for the time being, will be able to hold on to this, especially if he can pick up Dehang. Not going to quite be able to, but Liquid is going to get one tick on the point.
Renegades in that last fight recovering from a 1-2 exchange where Liquid had favor over them for quite a while. The only real problem, Rafa getting kicked out of his mech. It's the only kind of equalizer there, but Liquid not able to pour it on and find the rest of the kills that they were looking for. And Renegades, as soon as those two got back, wiped Liquid, sent them back, and that's 2 minutes off the clock for Liquid's offense so far.
And that is 2 more kills for Renegades. Dehang and AZK both going down. AZK made the switch over to 76 now to deal with that Mangachu Pharah, but he is going to have to make something happen, because Mangachu has been pretty impactful for Renegades thus far, but a lot of ultimates now are coming up online. Liquid with 5 of them in total. They definitely have an advantage, and there will be a Graviton used by ID. There is a self-destruct in the back that may find a couple. There it is. Rafa taking down Sherlocky and Jur, both of the supports down for Renegades, and that is a good opportunity for Liquid to get themselves in here, especially with Juvenile charging all the way back towards the Liquid spawn. He's not up in the fight. He's got to make himself get up there. AZK is actually able to take care of him, so it's all Liquid all over this point. They've gotten themselves 3 kills and some, and that should definitely secure that first point for Liquid, making it happen with the ultimates.
Liquid burning 4 ultimates to take it, but when you're looking at the first point, taking it is the biggest concern you have. Renegades now holding on to 4 of their own. You got a Barrage and a Graviton combo, Whole Hog, an Earth Shatter. I mean, all these things can be paired together, spread apart. All of them are effective in their own ways. Really, Barrage is the only one that's not on the level of power as, well, Barrage and Whole Hog really aren't quite on the same level as the strength of a Graviton and an Earth Shatter. But here we go into the street space. Team Liquid rolling in with 2 ultimates on their side. Renegades, they're going to have to get aggressive.
And there will be that Graviton used into the Rocket Barrage. Mangachu with 3, Juvenile with a couple for himself. Minstrel is the last one standing from Liquid, but he is finished off by Jesus. So the team wipe comes out from Renegades. A good combination of their ultimates there between the Graviton and the Rocket Barrage. And that will be a reset coming through from Liquid. AZK did use Tac Visor in the middle of that, but obviously could not get too much done. Mangachu is actually just completely rinsed right there by AZK and company. Earthshatter is going to come out from Juvenile as he takes down Dahang. Sherlocky with 1 and Jesus as well. So Renegades are finding the kills. At the moment, Liquid again is going to have to go for a reset, as they are now starting to bring some up online themselves, some ultimates.
Nice play there by Renegades, recognizing that Mangachu's going down, making a play forward to play towards Team Liquid supports to get him out of that situation. Renegades backing very far off, probably giving a little bit of time for Mangachu to resettle with the rest of the team, but they are still holding on to a nano boost on their side. Which isn't a whole lot to work with on its own, especially when Liquid has an Earthshatter and a nano boost on their side. And there comes that Earthshatter out of Mezzer.
Big Earthshatter from Mezzer, charging Juvenile into the wall, able to secure that kill. Mangachu, it does trade out as he gets AZK. Mangachu has that nano boost as he sends forward, but Rappa gets a couple for himself right there. So Liquid are still in steady control right here, pressing in, and you already have Mezzer going in for that charge, just keeping the pressure up on the side of Liquid, and they are moving at the moment. They will get that second checkpoint, just under 3 minutes to move it on into last.
Liquid nearing and going to be looking for a bomb combo through ID and Roth on this next one. If Renegades isn't careful, that could land right in the middle of him. If Fan of Snow is able to get him from the side, they're going to have to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on that bomb combo coming up.
Sorry, ID.
Graviton is coming out. There is the self-destruct. That shield is pretty low, but he was able to keep it up long enough, and now Jesus is the first one to get a kill here as he takes down Mezzer. There's a Tac Visor from AZK, which isn't really finding a whole lot of anything, but Liquid now are losing bounties. Rafa getting ejected out of his suit, and he's just going to go ahead and reset to meet up with his team. And they still have about 2 minutes to work with here, Liquid, as AZK makes a switch to Reaper.
That's a good recovery from Renegades. They were down on ultimates. They were able to bleed them out of Liquid while still holding the point. The cart got a little bit of distance, but it's an acceptable amount for Renegades. So really starting to turn the tables back here. Man of Snow is going to be looking for a Graviton to pair with really just probably mostly Graviton and getting it done through pure DPS. Liquid starting to take it back into Renegades. Renegades, there it comes.
Yeah, will be used. Mezzer is caught up in it. He's got his shield up, so not a whole lot of follow-up out there from Renegades. There's a couple of Gravitons Man of Snow is using this game where he hasn't really found too much. Mezzer whiffing on that Earthshatter as that shield was still up, and they're battling it out on the card. A 1-for-1 trade to get us started as AZK and Sherlocky fall. Jur finishes off Mezzer after loads of damage was dealt by the rest of the team. And now the Earthshatter from Juvenile is going to get a lot of bodies down, but there was a Graviton that got landed right on top of them. Renegades now are finding the kills, though. Dahang and ID are falling. Liquid, it's time to go for the reset as Man of Snow pushing pretty far forward, but and now it is just down to 55 seconds for Liquid. They've only got a couple more good shots at this one.
Look at this. Man of Snow is almost already back to another Graviton. Sherlocky working on a nano boost. Mangachu still holding on to that self-destruct. They can pair the bomb combo together in particular to buy a ton of time. 42 seconds left on the clock. All they need to do is bleed out 10 to 20, and a full wipe will end this game for Renegades.
We'll see. Liquid looking to move quickly if they can. They don't have a whole lot of time. It pretty much will come down to one fight. Good charge from Mezzer, taking Juvenile into the wall. AZK ended up falling, though, so it will be a couple trades going back and forth. There's the Graviton into the bomb combo here. Mangachu gets a couple as he has made his switch over to D.Va, and he's holding on for Renegades. Rafa going for a reset. I don't know if Liquid's going to be able to get back to this cart in time. They have 8 seconds. Someone is going to have to get on it. AZK is in the area. He's on Reaper. He's probably just going to have to race for him into the cart. That's what he's going for. He gets there in just the nick of time. He gets the nano boost from Dahang as well. Can he really convert with it, though? That's the thing. He goes in with the Death Blossom, but finds absolutely nothing. So many of the players on the side of Liquid are hurt, and they're not going to be able to do anything. 3 of them have fallen. They only have 3 guys up on the card. They just need to try and stall, but really need to get some kills, or Renegades is just going to plow through them, and that's exactly what happens. Renegades holding on, not allowing them to push on to the last point. and it will be just 2 for Liquid on their offense.
Well, nice by Liquid to even be able to touch the cart. They did expend quite a lot to get back there. And then the constant problem for them in that final push is just Man of Snow. High power on Microwave, burning everybody to a very low HP before they even get in a situation to support the people on the cart. You can see some of the early work done by Mangachu and Juvenile to pick up that kill. Pretty decent hold from Renegades. All they have to do is not even cap it all the way, but make the final turn. Holding Liquid to 2 points. I would call that a reasonable defense. It's not. It's obviously not stellar, but 2 is better than 3.
Yeah, exactly. Renegades were a team that were well known for their defense throughout the early stages of the group stage here. I mean, during last week, and they were just incredible with their defense, really. So, starting to have a little reminiscent of last week on defense for them. They're able to stop Liquid before they got to the final checkpoint. So it will now be a change in sides as Renegades are going to try their hand at the offense, and Liquid will be now on the defensive side. And it looks as though Liquid so far is going to be running the quad tank. Nothing to counter Mangachu if they decide to run that on the offensive side.
Both teams on that last half struggled a little bit with the ultimate efficiency. Sometimes it was perfect, especially on Renegade's side, and Liquid doing a good job wasting some of Renegade's ultimates as they moved out throughout the rest of the map there. But both teams occasionally kind of throwing themselves off, not getting as much of return out of the ultimates that they're spending as you probably want in that situation. I'm interested to see if that continues or if one side or the other really cleans up on that, because whoever does it is certainly going to take King's Row.
Well, let's see what Renegades can do. If they can beat the offense that Liquid put out there, and just being able to we're getting close to the 3rd checkpoint, not quite able to secure it. So Renegades starting to work their way around this statue. Mangachu will be on the Hanzo, as we have seen it work quite successfully for a number of teams, Envious amongst them, and I believe Renegades themselves have tried this before and they've had some success. So we'll just be getting a lot, just trying to get that damage out there. And he is doing a pretty good job of doing so. Juvenile is the first to go down, though, for Renegades. Mangachu just repositioning himself up onto some high ground here. He's soon coming up on the Dragon Strike, and really, that's a good scatter arrow taking down the Hang. So really, Renegades just need to go for a reset. Get everybody back together, though. He is going to get pressured. You don't want to die this late if you are Mangachu, and he might just do that. He has good support coming in from the back, but in the end is finished off by Rafa. So it is Renegades losing players here. Might just have to go for the reset. But soon coming up on the Graviton and Dragon Strike combo, Renegades, which is really what you want for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They also have a nano boost that they're working on over here. That last fight, a bit of a squandered opportunity, not really timing everything correctly for Renegades. Had they done that, that would have been a guaranteed cap on the first point. But, AZK pulling in Mangachu, that's going to be big.
Oh, I thought he was going to be able to escape just for a second. There was the Graviton from ID able to rock the Renegades inside of that, and it will have to be yet again another reset. But now the Graviton and the Dragon Strike combo is up for Renegades, so that is definitely what they're going to be looking for, Renegades, going into this next fight.
Also, Liquid, they have an Earth Shatter and a Self-Destruct and a Sound Barrier. Sound Barrier might be enough with a properly placed Biotic Amped up to survive a Dragon Strike, unless it's maybe nano boosted. And there's a lot of different dynamics here, but really Mezzer is going to be the one to watch. He's going to need to step in and get a nice Earth Shatter to shut this down.
Oh, and he did get the Earth Shatter. Mangachu gets a nano boost while he's on the ground. There is a Self-Destruct in the back from Rafa. They will be using that Dragon Strike, but it didn't connect with the Graviton, so a bit of a botched push from Renegades. Juvenile was the first to fall, and I don't think Renegades are going to be able to do anything here as Sherlocky gets taken out by Mezzer, and they are looking to clean up Liquid on all these players. AZK getting the hook back in. It is Jur that was saved by the bubble, but now down to 1:30 Renegades. They're going to have to make something work here. Will Mangachu stay? No, he is going to switch over to Farah, so
that's not a good sign. Whiffing that Dragon is just going to be a catastrophe for Renegades, if not on time. It's certainly going to be a potential of not even capping all of this. Juvenile looking for an Earth Shatter, but he's going to miss it.
Oh man, Juvenile wrapping around. Well done by Mezzer to make sure he kept that shield up. That's what I'm trying to say, but now it is a couple of trades back and forth on both sides, 3 down apiece It'll be a 3v3 fight over towards this hotel side. Rafa is in the thick of things, able to help take down Sherlocky alongside ID. Renegades are really ailing now, but if they can regroup, it might be able to get one push in before all of the Liquid players get back as they start to re-engage right now. Juvenile is on the point. There is going to be another Graviton out here as they have a lot of bodies put up inside of it, but not a whole lot of follow-up coming through from Renegades. And here's AZK. Whole Hog is going to grab up 2 kills. Rafa takes down Jesus. Liquid still holding on strong right here. 20 seconds left for Renegades, or that's going to be said and done for this map if they don't cap.
Liquid in firm control here. Mezzer looking at another Earth Shatter moments away. Self-destruct, a nano boost, a sound barrier. They've got absolutely everything they need. Liquid should make this whole.
They are looking good for it, to say the least. Jur just about to come up on the sound barrier. Renegades are getting some ultimates up here shortly themselves. There's going to be an Earth Shatter. Mangachu using that Rocket Barrage, able to take down the Hang. Juvenile falls to ID, though. He was able to get the Earth Shatter off before that, but will they be able to clean up Renegades? That's the question. They've traded 1 for 1 as Jesus goes down right here. They really need to cap it right now, Renegades, or they will be done on this map. AZK is still in there, going out for another Whole Hog. 3 kills for AZK on this point. That might just seal the deal for them. 4 now for AZK as he takes down Jur. Liquid with the full hold on the first point, shutting down Renegades and taking map 1 here in this best of 3.
Boy, Liquid pulling a Renegades there.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing we've been seeing Renegades do on the first map very often, but here they don't even get the first point, and Liquid looking hot right now.
Yeah, that was a really solid defense all around. It was, though I will say, Renegades had a couple of good opportunities. I mean, they had the Dragon Strike Graviton combo, which got completely just botched at one point, and some good plays from Mezzer to get Earth Shatters to disrupt some of the pushes that Renegades were trying to bring to the point. But overall, a very strong defense out from Liquid.
I was saying at the beginning of the match, whichever team brought a lot more efficiency out of their ultimates and managed their economy better was going to take King's Row, and quite frankly, Liquid did that. And Renegades didn't. Renegades were whiffing a number of ones that should have been virtually guaranteed kills or at least high-impact plays. Graviton, Dragon, even if it doesn't kill everybody, it should put them relatively low and in one spot. And you get a lot of time to really maneuver into the situations to make that work. Mangachu's pick on Sherlocky or Ana in the back to open things up, not really being paid off. It was to Hang, sorry. Not really paying off. It's just kind of either at a bad time for the team or the team was being pressed by Liquid. Overall, both teams doing a pretty good job being aggressive at the right time when they were losing a player, which is a very big thing. You can't just necessarily fall back and have that waterfall cascade on you. But they would step forward and kind of even things out, get their own picks. But again, in the end, better ultimate management from Liquid on their defense, and they're going to take the first map. Renegades, I did not expect that to happen.
No, that was quite the impressive display from Liquid. We'll take another look at their defense here as they're able to completely shut out Renegades, getting a win on map number 1.
Yeah, Liquid did a really good job, as I was saying before, of disrupting some of the pushes that Renegades were bringing. And they had that good ultimate management, making sure it always seemed like Liquid had something for a fight that Renegades were about to bring to them. They had something to at least keep themselves relevant in the fight, some sort of an ultimate to help them out, and in the end, they were able to take it. Not what I was expecting for Renegades as they bring back Man of Snow into their roster, and I was expecting a little more out of them, though we will be moving on to a next map, so maybe Renegades will be feeling a bit better going there, but Liquid obviously playing just as good as they were yesterday, for sure.
Map number 2 will be Route 66. So, do you think that Liquid's putting it away right here, or is Renegades going to be able to bounce back? Send us to Game 3.
I mean, Renegades had a good showing on Route 66 one of the other days last week during the qualifiers. They had some pretty good showings on Route 66, so I think Renegades actually take this map, to be honest. But you have to keep in mind AZK. Potential for Tracer play here as well on Route 66. He has a lot of room, and he was very effective on that yesterday, and Soldier. So
yeah, it's worth noting that it is Renegade's pick, and they lost the first map, which we've discussed a few times, is randomly selected things that the teams are made aware of well in advance. And then they get to pick whoever loses the first map, picks the second map, whoever loses the second map, picks the third. So that's just a lot of explanation to get to the point that Renegades picked this map. If they stand a chance of winning against Team Liquid, which they obviously do, it should be the highest on a map that they pick. It's not necessarily the map that Renegades always goes to. They did try it against Immortals yesterday, and it didn't work out for them. Immortals taking it all the way on them on their offense. So lately, Renegades' defenses in particular are starting to show some cracks that might be teams planning and learning more about them now that there's more footage, seeing some tendencies. It could also be just a little bit of disorganization in comms. Yesterday's Renegades with Kib looks honestly very similar to today's Renegades with Man of Snow. I don't think the players there are really the biggest difference. It seems to be an overall team effort and just some of the organization they have. Meanwhile, for Liquid, they're really stepping it up. AZK is delivering back-to-back days. Rafa, he's just been all over everybody with D.Va. But we can't leave out Mezzer. He landed some critical Earth Shatters on the right people at the right times to make that defense work. Yeah,
Mezzer, again, being massively impactful for Liquid. I mean, one of the best Reinhardts in North America, for sure. He's a guy you look to lead and make the big plays on the side of Liquid. So it will be Liquid on the offensive side first. Renegades will be running Mangachu on the Mei, and Man of Snow will be playing D.Va rather than Zarya, which you often see him on, as Renegades are starting to engage Liquid a bit here, and this could be some dangerous territory. They got that pick on ID. ID ended up falling, so they wanted to get a bit aggressive. They backed themselves up nicely, and now Renegades will just be going back up to the high ground a bit and getting themselves set up for Liquid's repush.
Looks like part of Renegade's game plan going forward here for their defense is trying to isolate Mezzer using the Mei walls from Mangachu. Mezzer wasn't going to let that one happen, and yeah, you just pointed it out, AZK switching over to Tracer.
Yeah, Jesus goes down here, got caught pretty far forward. ID had a nice concussion to blast him off of the cliff, and this could be a good opening for Liquid to get themselves in right now. Juvenile finished off by ID as he was hanging on for dear life, and he's targeting in on Jur at the moment. ID is, Mezzer takes out Man of Snow, so one well-placed rockets from ID.
And an Earth Shatter, sorry, a Fire Strike.
Yeah,
from
Fire
Mezzer.
Strike from Mezzer, which was on point to finish, actually finish Jur off, but some good prediction coming out from the Liquid players. And they are looking good at the moment. This switch to Pharah and Tracer working beautifully for Liquid so far.
Yeah, and Renegades, they've got a nano boost to try and mount this second defense, but that's really it. Liquid with an Earth Shatter and a nano boost.
And now Mezzer getting that nano boost, trying to go straight into Juvenile, and there's really nothing that Juvenile can do about it. Now Mezzer's looking for a little bit more, using Earth Shatter. It's only going to grab Jesus, but that should be a pretty much secured kill. Maybe. He's getting supported pretty well. Actually, Mezzer ends up going down. Rafa and company are going to fall as well. 3 players out of it for Liquid. And Renegades, with the repush, are able to hold on, as they're now staggering a couple of deaths at the end. And that is going to be a good hold from Renegades to make sure that they're able to at least contest this first point.
That reversal on Mezzer, keeping him alive. Jur now has a sound barrier. He's been on point with those so far today, landing a lot of them perfectly at the right times. Mangachu has a Blizzard, which is certainly going to delay things quite a bit. Team Liquid with a Pulse Bomb, a Barrage on their side. They still need a Graviton to pair that with, but maybe not if they find the right target getting in behind a tank.
Juvenile using that. Oh, the Earth Shatter, but AZK was able to get the Pulse Bomb. Mangachu going in for the Blizzard right here. Mezzer's going to get caught in the middle of it. He's so hurt. Mangachu finally finishing him off. Jesus was able to snag up ID for a frag in the middle of that. Mangachu ended up falling, but still Renegades have that number advantage, and they should come out on top of this fight, barring that Jesus doesn't go down late, but he will be able to stay alive. So Mangachu actually making a switch over to McCree now as he comes back to the point to try and deal with that ID Pharah.
Maybe 2 fights left for Liquid. They'll certainly get a number of their ults in the first one, but if they can make it last long enough, they will have 5 online pushing into this, and that's going to be a tough battle for Renegades. However, they do have a self-destruct, a whole hog, and a nano boost. Not necessarily the best crowd control ultimates they want in this situation, but they can make them work.
Yeah, do have the Graviton Barrage combo on the side of Liquid, which now that Barrage is going to come out. Couldn't quite get the Earth Shatter Mezzer. That shield was still up, but Mangachu shut down ID, so there will be no Barrage out from Liquid, and Renegades are finding the kills here. 4 players down for Liquid. They're only going to have 18 seconds to come back, and Minstrel should be a very late stagger here. That is bad news bears for Liquid, as they need to get back to this point. They won't even have speed boost to get there, so I think they're going to be relying on AZK touching this cart potentially, but they got to move quick. 2 seconds left now, and Yeah, no one's going to be able to get there in time. ID taking down Jur, and that's the Renegades we're used to seeing right there. A full hold on the first point of Route 66. Very well done to get themselves back in this match.
Mangachu switching over away from May after he got that Blizzard out onto McCree to start dealing with ID and AZK's Pharah and Tracer respectively. Didn't see a whole lot of that making a solid connection, but either way, the mentality of it is correct. And honestly, it probably was just happening a little bit too late in the game for Mangachu to really pop off. But I'm sure he had an effect on some of those fights. Any sort of McCree play from somebody like Mangachu is definitely going to make aerial superiority a bit harder to achieve.
Absolutely.
Renegades putting together that defense we know so well from them here on Route 66. Team Liquid not taking the first point. So far right now, looks like it's going to be Renegades' chance to tie things up.
Absolutely. They have looked immaculate so far. And now Liquid will be moving to the offense to see, or the defense, excuse me, the defensive side. They were just on offense, silly. Liquid now on the defensive side. And they are so far showing the quad tank. So I think they are going to be sticking with that. And Renegades, I would not be surprised to see a Mangachu Pharah coming out on the offense to get even just the concussion to get everybody off that gas station off the start and being able to focus down some isolated players. It's something that they've tried numerous times on their offensive sides of Route 66, so definitely keep an eye out on that as they move forward. But
most importantly, bouncing off Mezzer. You can take the barrier out of the equation. The top of Big Earls changes quite a bit. All of those corners start working two ways instead of one.
Absolutely. It's always good getting people off the high ground, to say the least. Jesus is going to be playing the Reaper. And we've seen a lot of teams really like to run this Reaper on the first point of 66. And he will immediately be going in through the tunnel on the left-hand side. Mangachu is playing that far, and you have Sherlocky on the Zenyatta to get those Discord Orbs and the Harmony out there, keep it on to Mangachu. But here comes the engage on this fight. Juvenile goes down early for Renegades. They get a return frag onto AZK, though, as Jesus has pressed himself forward. Mangachu getting a lot of damage out there, is able to take down the Hang. Yeah, Mangachu, of course, actually traded with each other, and Jesus cleans up onto Minstrel. That is a big, crucial kill for Renegades, and things are really not looking the best for Liquid at the moment. They're just trying to back up, wait as long as they can for all their respawns to re-engage on a fight. As it is coming down to the dying seconds, they need to stop Renegades here. They're going to have to keep stopping them. They're so close. Somebody's got to go in and touch that payload. No one got on it for Liquid. I thought for sure somebody was going to go touch it, but oh man, that's a disaster for Liquid, not even contesting.
I don't know if they misread the time and distance on that. They were there.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could have put somebody on it.
Get the Lucio speed boost.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just like that, Renegades ties it up in about the fastest game of Overwatch I think we've had here in the group stage.
Yeah.
That was impressive. And, you know, we noticed this. I noticed this on the first map when on Kings Row they're around the bend on offense, and we see players going for a reset at like 10 seconds, and we're like, why are they going for the reset now? And the Reaper has to get back at just the last possible second, you know, and send it in overtime, and it didn't end up mattering for them there. And here again, we see maybe some clock management issues for Liquid kind of biting them there. In the first map, it didn't matter because they had the great hold on defense. But, like, still, you know, take me through this.
I mean, I don't really know what happened there at the end. There's almost no excuse for just messing up that battle, not even contesting the cart, like putting somebody on it. I mean, they should be aware of where that cart got stopped and how close the cart is moving to the checkpoint in this case. I mean, you need to be aware of that. That's just, you know, kind of a lapse and going AFK in the brain for a second there for Liquid.
I mean, I'm not gonna make too harsh rulings on exactly why they weren't able to get back to it. It could be a number of things. Really, as obvious as that issue is, you know, very close, not touching the cart. The biggest problem is why they had to get back to the cart to begin with, and that's really just getting systematically disassembled by Renegades. Mangachu finding a pick onto Ana in the back line, Lucio going down to Jesus' Reaper. It's just the way that Renegades is assaulting Big Earls makes a whole lot of sense. Reaper has the ability to shadow step into underneath of Big Earls, which allows him to, unless you can hear it, just come from very unexpected areas or get him closer to the fight. So when those tanks drop down, he's right there, right behind him. He can start lighting him up, or he can sneak around the back and start cleaning off the top. There's a number of different things he can do. So between the two of them, Mangachu and Renegades basically can divide up little areas and just get 1 or 2 kills, most importantly, one very specific kill for each of them, and it'll tear everything wide open, and it looks like they've really got that down to a formula.
And that was, their offense was a big part of it, but also Renegades set themselves up so much for success with their defensive hold, just completely stopping them here on the first checkpoint was very well done.
Yeah, Renegades, we first saw them do this when they really had their breakout against the FaZe on this map, getting a full hold against them last week, and it seems as though their defense is still just as strong. This is the Renegades we're used to seeing, or at least what we saw from them last week, and they really just took it to Liquid right here on this map. So we're all tied up at 1, going into a third and final map. Things are starting to get interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, we've had 2 back-to-back shutouts here, and we'll go on to Nepal to decide who is the winner here. Liquid, Renegades. You guys each, I feel like you picked Renegades, you picked Liquid, yes? I remember correctly?
I was
you
on
definitely
the fence,
picked Liquid.
I don't think
depending on
anyone.
lineups. Yeah, I was on the fence if Man of Snow is going to be it. Now
you're just trying to push him into that.
Well, we call you out here.
You said Renegades, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going Liquid on Nepal. Boom.
All right.
Money.
Alrighty,
Yep.
easy.
Liquid.
3 rounds, 5 rounds, 4 rounds.
I'd say Liquid take it 3-1.
3-1.
Liquid 3-1. Yep. You giving me the look?
I'm just going to go 3-1 Renegades.
All right.
3-1. All right.
Here
It
we go.
is. We will see.
Yeah, we will see. It's gonna be fun. I mean, Renegades, they have tools. I mean, they beat teams like FaZe on Nepal. So they've had some good wins on this map, though. Liquid, if they get AZK on that Tracer again, and he's going to town just doing his thing, or even the 76, depending on which stage, if they're on Sanctum, I mean, he can destroy FaZe on that map. If he's, on pretty much any other stage, he can play Tracer and just, run through some of these guys. So he's definitely going to be one of the big dogs to watch out for, I think.
Yeah,
Nepal.
absolutely. But on the other side of the table, Renegades also has Jesus, who really, really breaks out in the control point. That's never going to stop being amusing to me. Who really breaks out in the control point, plays a lot of Tracer, locking a Junkrat for now, just to lock something in, probably. But AZK, yeah, he's going to definitely be a big factor here. But I just think there's more weapons for a control point kind of map for Renegades. However, this is Liquid's choice. This is where they wanted to take it. So perhaps they're feeling comfortable, like they've got some sort of thing figured out for Renegades.
ID's singing us a song, and Mezer's just shoving him around inside of the ship off the start.
A moment now, sing me the song of your people.
Please, ID. Well, here we go. It's all tied up 1-1. Nepal to decide it between Renegades and Liquid, the second and third place teams currently in the standings. And both men, Reinhardt's going to charge each other off the bat. There's biotic grenades everywhere. There's heals and anti-heals scattered throughout this pillar side of the map. But Juvenile will be the first to fall here as AZK is able to take him down. So, Man of Snow goes and falls after that, and should certainly be a Liquid retake in the making right here, as they have that 2-player advantage. And now will be taking it pretty easily. Juvenile goes down again. Mezer having a rough start to this map here himself, but Liquid in total control. Mezer has already built quite a bit towards his Earthshatter.
Renegades perhaps playing that high ground shield war a little bit too aggressively. Liquid backing off, pulling them in, scattering so far. It looked like they kind of had their line broken, but instead they actually just invited Juvenile into their midst, picked him off, turned it back around, got real aggressive on Renegades, and that's going to be Liquid taking the first 25 points off that one exchange. Renegades now trying to take the high ground back away, pushing into Mezer.
Now Earthshatter out from Juvenile. We'll get a few bodies caught up in that. AZK and Mezer both going down, so Liquid definitely getting it taken to him right now by Renegades, as Minstrel is he's hanging on for dear life. Actually, is kept alive. Jesus gonna go hook back on the ID and take care of him, and Minstrel was delaying as long as he could. I think he knew Liquid was probably going to win the fight right there. Another nice hook from Jesus as they snag up Dehang with some good focus fire. So Renegades retaking the point as Liquid getting 48% to kick us off.
Now Liquid with an Earth Shatter, a Graviton, Attack Visor, a Sound Barrier moments away. That's a lot of stuff to take it back, especially if we can lead off with IED's Graviton in the right place in this scenario. Trying to pop off the Earth Shatter might be a little bit of a problem, but Mangachu's going to respond first.
Graviton's on both sides of the equation. AZK goes down, a hook in from Jesus is, well, that's going to help take down ID as he gets 2 kills for himself right there. So Renegades, nice, good aggressive defense coming out from them, holding up with these chokes, and ID had used his Graviton there, but
that's a problem for them. Mezzer still has his Earth Shatter. Rafa with a self-destruct. They can pair those together if they can get Juvenile's shield out of the way, but that's a tall order here on this part.
Ooh, Mezzer going down right out of the gate, and Renegades with this aggression. Liquid having a tough time dealing with it, certainly is. They need to get themselves back out. Mangachu at full charge too. That is scary. He will be able to just melt people trying to come through here. But
Renegade's doing a great job evacuating Jesus after he got caught all the way there in the back.
Mangachu with random spam just hit Minstrel somehow. That was beautiful. But here we go. Liquid finally have at least gained some ground to try and reinitiate here. AZK picks up Jesus, but Juvenile with 2 for himself, getting to hang in Mezzer.
That charge from Juvenile could have gone a very bad way if that had skipped off that post. Renegades taking it back to Liquid here in the front.
Liquid need to get something going right now as they started off the map great, and they've really just been unable to get themselves back in. Mangachu gets hooked. There's a Graviton that Mangachu will actually lay down onto them. The self-destruct gets to ID AZK. And that will be Renegades with a very strong response after losing the point first. Liquid just couldn't get through the choke.
That was a crafty little play by Liquid to start everything out, whether it was done intentionally or not. But after that, Renegades, they found their footing, they came back, they controlled the point. From that point forward, controlled the front entrance, which there was a lot of times there where it looked like Liquid would have had an opportunity, but a missed ultimate, and perhaps not managing the economy on that quite as well as they could have. And really, the biggest thing is Renegades just managing theirs well and consistently keeping Liquid out of the fight, which is a pretty easy thing to do in a choke point that strong, even though side paths have to go by the front door. So unless they do something absolutely insane and risky, which is just as bad as the center, it's still going to be playing into Renegade's hands, and Renegade's just not giving him an inch back in, but both teams starting out here on Village, neither one taking the high ground.
Yeah, they both started off just directly to the point. No Mei on either side, but you do have AZK on Tracer. That's something you want to keep an eye on in this round in particular. Rafa already getting demech'd, and he's going to just be focusing down Juvenile, who's taking a bit of damage, but just getting healed up nicely by Sherlocky. Right back into the mech, and AZK is the first to fall. This Man of Snow finds that kill. They trade out with Juvenile. That's a good kill to get Juvenile, as he was also coming close to his Earth Shatter, so they won't have it for this fight. But Mezzer immediately responded by Jesus, able to take out Mezzer from the fight. So the nano boost onto both Divas, Man of Snow and Rafa, and neither of them doing a whole lot, though. Rafa did take down Jesus, so it's just still a lot of trading back and forth on this point. And Man of Snow just flying around, trying to delay as long as he possibly can, but Liquid has commandeered the point, and they will grab it first here to kick us off on Village.
Starting off first again, they have 4, almost 5 ultimates on their side, rather 2 almost 5. Renegades with none yet, but 4 of their own not far away, both burning nano boosts on their Divas in that last fight. And here comes Renegades trying to take the point back, but Rafa's in behind them, and that's going to be a self-destruct landing on the point.
Rafa laying that self-destruct. Nice sleep to keep Rafa alive. He was almost dead meat. He got hooked, but kept alive by a beautiful sleep dart. There's 3 down from Renegades, 2 for Liquid, so they are still very much in this point, but Renegades did get the cap back here, so Mezzer coming through. He does have an Earth Shatter at the ready if he wants to use it. Him and Rafa are still on this point. There will be a self-destruct on the point. Mezzer easily able to shield that one off, so Renegades got the point for a little bit. Liquid quickly taking it back, though, as they're at 25% and counting.
And now after that exchange, Team Liquid definitely looking like they're on top of the ultimate economy. They will have 4 for this next fight, a Nano Boost, an Earth Shatter, a Graviton, 2 of those, Graviton and Earthshatter, immensely valuable for their crowd control and overall debilitating effects they can land on Renegades. Renegades with just a sound barrier to defend that and a whole hog coming out of Jesus.
Mezzer used that Earthshatter. I'm not sure exactly what all he got in it, but Rafa now is going to have the nano boost quickly taking care of Sherlock, and he's looking for a little bit more here as he goes into the back. Him and AZK focusing down Mangachu. Beautiful focus fire, and now he wants a piece of Jesus, and indeed he will find it as he finds that frag, and that is now 60% for Liquid. Looking pretty good at the moment. And AZK, he's got that pulse bomb, and no Graviton though is going to be up for Liquid to combo it with. But I mean, if he can land that one on one of the tanks for an early pick, that would be beautiful. Mangachu on Pharah.
A little bit of damage and a pulse bomb on Mezzer will take him out of the equation. Or sorry, pulse bomb on Juvenile will take him out of the equation. But AZK picking up 3.
Baby, AZK with 3, make that 4 for AZK, the pulse bomb. And then, just focus fire down to finish him off. 5 in total for AZK as he picks up Jesus at the end of the fight. That's exactly what you have to be looking out for if you're Renegades, because once AZK gets going on Tracer, he will just mow through you. And now it is 99% for Liquid. Quickly getting onto the point here is Man of Snow, able to stall it for a little bit. Gets D-Mech, now Juvenile has the nano boost. Mangachu on Pharah did take care of Dahang, so a 1-pick advantage, but now Mezzer using the Earthshatter as he goes forward. Didn't get a whole lot. Actually did. He got 2 kills for himself. What am I saying? 3 for Mezzer right here, but Mangachu is still alive and well. Quickly, though, just as I say that, being taken out by ID. Got a couple kills before he went down. Renegades just might be able to get this point back. And Jesus is on it at the moment, though. Mezzer is still hanging around inside of there. Sherlocky going in deep for the kill.
Special Forces Sherlocky taking out Mezzer to retake them, or secure the point.
Oh, they retake it. Liquid with 99% though, and no, Juvenile going very aggressive. Doesn't pay for it, but very well could have. They got the sleep onto Rafa there, but he'll just get back, meet up with the rest of the team. And Mangachu with a barrage at the ready.
Liquid 1 capture away from closing out Village and tying up the score here on Nepal. They do have 3 ultimates. One of them a bomb combo and another a nano. That's a whole lot to work on, to work with on Renegades. And there comes Mangachu launching a barrage, picking up Dahang.
Good job on Dahang to be able to sleep him so he couldn't do even more to him. There is going to be the Graviton used onto the Liquid players, and Mangachu is still having just free reign right here. 3 kills on the fight for him. And that is going to help Renegades hang on here. Liquid still with some time to regroup and come back to the point for sure, but it's getting down to the wire for them.
Liquid burning the Graviton, though, in an uncertain situation, letting Renegades back into control of this stage. They are going to have 4 ultimates on their side, but we're going to see how they're going to string them together. Liquid trying to attest to the high ground.
This Earthshatter is going to be huge for Mezzer. He needs to hit something off of this, and they're just about to have a sound barrier. AZK, or Jesus, excuse me, going in for the pulse bomb as he now works his way to the point, trying to focus down ID. Team Liquid with 2. Jur and Mangachu both go down, so definitely something for them to stand up and cheer about. Here comes the Earthshatter amongst many kills for Liquid, and they should be able to take this one back. It is just Man of Snow left on the point. He's taken care of, and Jesus is still zipping around, but AZK finishes him off. Mangachu just trying to stall if he can for one of the other Renegades players to come back onto the point, but I don't think there's going to be anybody home. Juvenile finished off by AZK, and that will be a good response from Liquid. They get themselves back in and tie up Nepal here at 1-1.
Certainly a lot closer of a fight on Village compared to what we saw in Sanctum. AZK, though, again, after yesterday, he certainly turned it on, started playing Tracer at a much different level we've seen, and just a huge impact here on Village in particular.
You gotta watch out for AZK, man. The guy is a monster on Tracer. Good hit, scan, aim, so.
Taking communion there at the end.
Well, it looks as though for now he'll be. Well, he wanted 76 for a second. He'll be back on the Tracer again. I mean, I'd rather see him on that, though. You have to keep in mind the Mangachu Pharah is going to be out there again, so how effective will he be is really the question.
A real hard thing to deal with on Tracer. Your rewinds are sometimes so obvious for Pharah, and you can rewind right into a rock in the face, and That's not why you rewind.
Yeah, not at all, but Mangachu already just focusing down Minstrel right out of the bat, taking it to both supports. He nearly, luckily had a defense matrix in his face, luckily for Liquid at least. Rafa was able to keep his support alive, but Renegades are still finding the kills here in Liquid and getting shut down right off the bat, so it's time to regroup for Liquid. I'm thinking this Mangachu Pharah might be a bit of a problem, and yes, there we go, AZK making the switch.
Yeah, you had to see that coming after that last result.
Yep.
Mangachu almost cleaning up 3-4 people on his own. Renegades now with a nano boost. Let's see what Mangachu's done with that in the past, blocked with a barrage or not.
Juvenile is going to get the nano boost as he charged forward. What will he get off of it? Mangachu finishes off Mezzer. And now the hook out from Jesus. Takes down AZK. And Renegades cementing themselves on the point quite nicely. It's time to go back, take that high ground, and they wait for Mangachu to come back in. Liquid, they're still rocking AZK on that 76. They really need to make sure they're shutting down Mangachu, though, because you can't let that guy do whatever he wants. For sure, charging in his Mezzer, looking for a pin, didn't quite find it, and there will be the nano boost used onto Rafa, but so far he's there we go, as he takes down Sherlock. Sherlock was waiting for something. Liquid with 3 kills for themselves. AZK is the only one to fall on the side of Liquid, and they certainly have the numbers advantage to take this fight right here. Self-destruct down on the point. Rafa will get ejected from his suit because of it, but Man of Snow is still in for Renegades, just stalling out as long as he can, really, and just waiting for those respawns. ID uses the Graviton, though, onto all the Renegades players. Jura was taken down, and Juvenile, hanging on by the skin of his teeth, finished off by ID. So it is still a stall fest going on, though, from Renegades. Mangachu's in on the point, finally finished off by AZK, but Renegades really doing a good job of stalling that one out, and they put 91% on the board.
With how well they're stalling, they almost don't even need to fight. Just let it ride all the way up, and that's what they did. Liquid just now starting to get their points on the board. A surprising result from a fight that started out with a whiffed Earth Shatter by Mezzer, getting it blocked right at the last second there by Juvenile. Going to put Renegades in position to basically match point. They've got 3, almost 4 ultimates on their side, but here comes a self-destruct out of Rafa. Will it find anybody? No, it's not going to connect.
They use a sound barrier. Liquid, Minstrel using it preemptively. AZK getting the nano visor. Oh, Dahang getting hooked in by Jesus, though. That was a crucial pick. It doesn't matter, though, as Liquid are finding all the kills right here. Nearly a team wipe. Sherlock was able to make it out, at least for the time being, but Liquid holds on to the point. They need to be just about perfect, really, if they want to take this stage of Nepal.
Yeah, Renegades, they've got enough time for 2 fights. They're 20% from Juvenile. If they wait to build that up to start things out, or really just find the right angle for him to get a solid fire strike, Renegades is going to have everything under the sun to work with. A barrage, a whole hog, a nano boost already coming out.
Here we go, Jesus with the whole hog and the nano boost getting put to sleep, though, by Dahang. It's a 1-for-1 trade to kick us off in this fight. Sherlock gets ID as well, so this is now a 2-for-2 trade, and they're still duking it out on this point. It's a few down on each side, but it seems as though Liquid may be able to, well, just as I say that, they get another kill onto Rafa. It'll be down to the wire on this one. Pretty much one of the deciding fights. In the end, Renegades are starting to get the time down. Jesus getting another hook, but now he's isolated and finished off. Liquid coming back with a vengeance as Mezzer finds 2 for himself. AZK using that tack visor, gets a couple on his own. The nano visor. Now it's going to be Sherlock, one of the few left of Renegades. He runs onto the point, but gets annihilated as he flies in there. Now Man of Snow is really going to have to delay, but they do a good job of keeping him back. And that is Liquid now taking a 2-to-1 lead. They have match point.
Liquid turning around, delaying on their own long enough without even dying, some of them, to bring their entire team back to bear on that. Renegades not getting a lot out of a whole lot of ultimates. A number of those basically could have been used as solo ults, and it would have came out with probably a better result. In some situations, you can dump all of those, and it can be messy, but you're still going to find your way out of it. But in that one, it was messy, and they weren't finding the kills they needed to expand on.
Liquid had some trouble initially there. Mangachu playing the Pharah, but he got back into form quickly once AZK made some switches and They got the rest of the Liquid boys into it. Now Mangachu is going to be back on the Zarya for Sanctum. And it is triple tank for Liquid, quad tank for Renegades as they start to posture over on this pillar's side. Right away, Mezer got hooked in. Now he has a biotic on himself. He's trying to keep himself alive, but ID and Mezer have both fallen. Liquid respond with one as they take down Juvenile, but Renegades getting a early numbers advantage here, and they will push Liquid all the way back. This is the stage where Renegades pretty much dominated last time.
Very, very different first fight, but now back to a familiar position for Renegades holding the choke. However, they don't have that complete stack of ultimates they had last time to really budget this. So Liquid does have a few chances to get their way back into it. Renegades actually backing off to not, so they don't, because they don't have those ultimates to abuse. Liquid perhaps finding a little bit of movement here. Juvenile going down.
That's a very good first pick for Liquid and an opportunity for them to get in. No shield. Man of Snow is out of his mech, so that is 2 for them. Jesus gets hooked in, and now a really good opportunity for Liquid to quickly retake this point. They've gotten all sorts of kills. Jur going down right at the end for Renegades, so a quick response from Liquid there off of the dry push, and now they will have an opportunity to hold on to this. They're so far not playing as aggressive as Renegades did up into the choke. They're just playing over on this pillar side.
No, all they have is a self-destruct and a nano. Really, we're looking for a graviton and an earth shatter to really control that point as best as possible. Both of those can still work quite a bit, but looks like Liquid's going to back off and let some of that regenerate. Renegade's just not on the same page on that last defense.
And Juvenile with an Earth Shatter here. That could change the tide of this upcoming fight. He will use it, get some bodies on the ground from Liquid, and the Earth Shatter pays dividends for Renegades as Mezer, AZK, and Dahang all go down, and Rafa will even get ejected from his mech. And that is looking like all Renegades to retake this point. Rafa's one of the few remaining boys left on it, as well as ID, and they are both quickly dispatched of. And now Renegades with a whole smorgasbord of ultimates at the ready.
A veritable cornucopia, you might say. Renegades, they do have the graviton they need to hold this choke quite well. Juvenile working on his Earth Shatter, but they still have a whole hog, a self-destruct. Now hold up, here comes Liquid pouring in. They're gonna get caught in the graviton.
They have a lot of stuff there. There will be a self-destruct on top of that. Man of Snow gets 2 with it, and Juvenile Jesus pick up on a couple others alongside of that. 3 ultimates were used by Renegades right there. 3 or 4, but actually it was 4 for Renegades, but they will have an Earth Shatter and a Nano Boost coming up. Renegades, and sometimes that can be enough to take fights, but Liquid's got all 6 online.
I was going to say that was equal enough for Liquid to complete that set and generate the rest of them. Now they've got 6. Looks like it's their turn to take back the point.
It was good that they didn't use too many or use any ults in the previous fight, and look at this. Now they can just waltz into the point, use a few ultimates. They've only used 3, and that's good because it's enough to most likely win this fight, as they've already gotten themselves 4 or 5 kills here, and it's going to be a quick response for them to take this point. Renegades did get themselves up to 92%, but good management from Liquid there. They will still have a Sound Barrier, Earth Shatter, and a Self-Destruct to work with going into the next fight. So they didn't invest too much trying to take that point, which is what you like to see.
Liquid has a lot of tools. They've got a Sound Barrier for the defensive side, or perhaps a strange offense in some situations. An Earth Shatter and a Self-Destruct. We've seen a number of teams pair those together several times. Renegades looking to get a leg back into this fight. They're 1 capture away.
Rafa sends his Self-Destruct into the back of the point. Juvenile getting the
Nano
Boost. That's a massive Earth Shatter out from Juvenile. What can he find on top of that, though? Dahang keeping the heals up well, but inevitably taken down by Juvenile. And they're still duking it out here in the corner. Renegades are finding the kills. Liquid really needs to hold on here, but they don't have the numbers to do so. Minstrel is one of the few players left in it from Liquid. Rafa finally going down, and Minstrel gets taken out by that Fire Strike of Juvenile. ID making a quick switch to Tracer. Needs to try and get back to that point. AZK has a whole hog, and ID will go ahead and get on the point. Dahang was taken down by Juvenile yet again, and this is bad news for Liquid. I think we are going to see this one tied up at 2-2 as the Sound Barrier comes out from Renegades, and they are able to hold on here, finding all sorts of kills. Juvenile was booped, but there's no one else around for Liquid. Try and hold on here. It's going to be 2-2. One last round, one last stage of Nepal to decide who takes this match.
Devastating Earth Shatter from
That was huge.
Jump from Renegades, bringing it back. Juvenile finding, looks like 4 or 5 in that.
Yeah, he had, free reign. That is just huge in terms of Earth Shatters. He can't really get much bigger than that. There wasn't a whole lot of direct follow-up after that, but I mean, Juvenile and Man of Snow really made things happen, and he builds another 50% right after that.
Nano boosted Rhine swinging a hammer around, and a bunch of people, whether they die or not, is going to get a second Earth Shatter back so fast. It was a nice play by Renegades to keep that advantage. Now it's all tied up, and we're heading back to this stage here. Team Liquid, that's going to be tricky.
I mean, they had success earlier. Let's see. It all comes down to this, folks, to decide who takes the match. Tied up at 1 in maps, tied up 2-2 on Nepal, as Jesus goes down to ID right off the start. Liquid with that 1-player advantage, they are looking to capitalize off of it. AZK is playing that 76 to Hang and Rafa, both falling though. Juvenile quickly responded on by Mezer as he gets taken down. So Liquid looking to re-engage onto the point here as Mangachu taken out by AZK. He's not playing the fair this time. AZK wrapping around to the backside of the point to find Man of Snow as well, who was outside of his mech. Jesus with the hook though. Finally putting AZK's reign of terror to an end, and Jesus with 3 for himself, just wreaking havoc on this point. Oh my goodness, it's the Jesus show right here, as no one has been able to actually cap this point off yet. Finally, I think we will be seeing, yes, Renegades are the first to strike here.
Renegades, they have a nano boost. They're working on a couple other ultimates that aren't quite there yet. They'll happen probably 1.5 fights from now. Liquid with just attack visor, but Mezer getting very close to an Earth Shatter. Those two should be enough for them to take it back. Either one used independently can get the return they want on this stage.
There will be a nano boost used for Renegades. It's given to Juvenile, and Mezer went down as the first pick in this fight. Liquid has lost 2, so I think that's going to call for a reset for them. The Renegades are able to hold steady here, 30% and counting. They really only had to use the nano boost on that fight, and it was enough for them to hold on. So both teams are going to have a lot of ultimates. This is going to be a chaotic fight coming up between both sides.
Yeah, with AZK perhaps engaging in a fight and trying to find an angle for AZK to come in with attack on the back line might have been their best play to push the economy back in their favor, but it's a dicey situation. Both teams holding on to quite a bit right now, and Renegades Juvenile getting very close to a Graviton coming out from both sides, sorry.
There is going to be a self-destruct in the back. ID goes down, AZK responds as he gets Man of Snow. Liquid with 2 here. Now Jesus using that whole hog, just trying to keep the Liquid players at bay, but all the kills are going in favor of Liquid at the moment, so I think they should be able to retake here quite easily. Mangachu is dispatched of easily on that point, but Man of Snow back in, just wants to try and stall a little bit more, get even more percentage for Renegades. Why not? Juvenile and Jur both taken care of, but Man of Snow is flying around this point, still has yet to be killed. Finally taken care of, but that allows Renegades to get up to 90%.
Yeah, they're 1 possession away, so Renegades should take this back. If they don't, it's going to be a huge success on Team Liquid's part. Both sides burning almost every ultimate they have, but Rafa's self-destruct versus Sherlocky's nano boost. That's honestly in the favor of Renegades, but in the dry scenarios where nobody's had a whole lot of economy so far on this stage, Team Liquid seems to continuously come out on top.
Here's a nano boost out from Renegades as they look to retake the point and grab the match for themselves. If they can win this fight, they'll be able to do so. It's all Liquid though at the moment, 3 kills in their favor, and there's really nothing Renegades can do at this point. It's only Man of Snow that can deal sufficient damage. AZK is going to use attack visor just for good measure as he takes down Jur, deals a whole lot of damage to Man of Snow, but forces Renegades to back up. Liquid holding on for the time being, but as we were saying, Renegades, 1 team fight is all they need.
Yeah, Renegades with an Earth Shatter. Juvenile, he made that 1 team fight matter last time. So Sherlocky probably should have held on to the nano boost in that situation. Liquid They've got an Earth Shatter of their own. Mezzer, you know he can find the right targets.
Ooh, Minstrel, he knew it was coming. Juvenile gets the Earth Shatter, takes down the supported charge all the way into the back to get AZK. That was just about maximum charge range. So unfortunate for AZK. I can feel the salt flowing. I know it would be for me, but that is going to be a few kills. It doesn't matter. Liquid holds on regardless, and they're at getting up to 75% now. It's pretty much going to come down to one fight to see who takes this one.
Unless Renegades can make a hero play like they did last time, Liquid's going to take this map. They're playing better in all of these situations with a whole lot of ultimates, but Mangachu now getting a Graviton at the perfect time. If ID can't respond with his own very quickly or Minstrel with a sound barrier, it's definitely going to go back in Renegade's favor.
Oh, there's a couple of key ultimates here right at the end. There will be a Graviton. Mangachu's Graviton gets eaten up, and that is crucial. You needed that Graviton right there. Juvenile goes down to Rafa to start things off. A one-player advantage for Liquid. Now ID using his Graviton. Rafa with 3, and this should be all Liquid on this point. Mezzer able to take out Jur, and there's no one from Renegade's home to defend the point. Liquid able to hold on. What a play for them to stay in it. Mangachu's Graviton getting eaten at a time they needed it most. Liquid able to take the series 2-1. Oh boy.
I have never been so happy to be wrong.
Liquid bouncing back here, and Renegades starting to have some issues, it seems like. It's taking them longer to get there. They're not getting the wins in the end, and they now have 2 losses.
I mean, they had a good game overall for the most part. There's still a couple things here and there. Honestly, at the end, though, they needed that Graviton. Like, that was, that was crucial for them, and Mangachu just throwing it right into Rafa's defense matrix, and then ID, boom, tossing his own Graviton out there. And then it was all Rafa from there, just picking up 3 or 4 in the middle of that fight. But, I mean, that's the thing. One ultimate like that, getting eaten, can totally change the tide of the fight.
Especially when it's as important as Graviton.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Rafa knew that that was as big of a deal as it was when it happened?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
As soon as that thing came out and he didn't see it there, he was like, oh, man, he just botched the push. Because, like, you just need the Graviton there. That was the key to them retaking the point, was being able to hit that Graviton and being able to get kills off of the back of it. And when you're not able to do it, and Liquid has all the tools themselves, they have Graviton, they have Sound Barrier just about to come up. That's huge. That is really huge. Mangachu even got the nano boost along with it, and then here you just see Rafa just going to town.
Any ultimate being eaten is rarely a small thing.
Yeah.
Let alone when it's Graviton, which is just such a powerful ultimate in this game. We talked a little bit. Earth Shatter and Graviton are so pivotal right now in the tank meta.
Yeah.
It felt like, just listening to you guys talk and watching the game, that this was kind of an AZK versus Mangachu match. These two players who make such big differences on their side. And yet we saw AZK pulse bombs, we saw Mangachu Graviton surges, and Pharah plays that are just wrecking teams. Was it as much about those two players, or was it really their teams backing them up?
As much as we've talked about that, Rafa's also the one who swallowed that last ultimate, which made all the difference. Reinhardt Juvenile landing an ultimate and Earth Shatter that even kept Renegades in the game. Everybody on those teams matters. I mean, there's some of the stages throughout this fight where I was noticing Lucio's hitting the right sound barrier at the right time because it was so perfectly timed. It actually stood out. Where sometimes it kind of pops off and you don't necessarily see what prompted it. But everybody matters on these teams. People who play Ana have such a huge effect. The right sleeps, the right biotics. But both teams playing quite well so far. Liquid continuing their streak of just playing out of control.
And Liquid, with that win, advances to spot number 2 over the top of Renegades. And I believe that standing can't change until, maybe it can change tomorrow, but it won't change at any point today. They will secure the number 1 or the number 2 spot for now.
Yeah, Renegades not having quite the week that they had last week. Still, I mean, they were so close with Liquid, honestly. Just, you get that Graviton out there, it could have been a completely different game. That's the thing. They were so neck and neck with them throughout the entire match. It was just one small thing in the end decided the match, right at the very, very end. So I could see Renegades getting themselves back up there with another match to go tomorrow that could change. So we'll have to see during those matches tomorrow. But regardless, an excellent game to start us off today in our group stage.
Sure was. So Liquid with the win there. Renegades needing to kind of figure things out. And you felt like they had Kib yesterday, and they lost. They bring Mana Snow back. Doesn't make a difference, though this was a significantly better result for them as they were able to take it to match 3, and it was close down to the wire, came down to an Eaton Graviton Surge. I wouldn't say that Renegades necessarily lost this as much as maybe Rafa just won them the game there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Despite them losing, Renegades still played a great match, and Liquid is playing hot right now. They seem to be coming together even more so. They're playing really well, and to be able to have that kind of result against them, I think, is great for Renegades. Obviously, we'd like to see them crushing just as much as they were last week, but regardless, they're doing pretty solid now. Especially with Man of Snow back in the lineup. They seem to feel just a little bit better because it's who they're used to playing with overall, and I think they have a little bit better synergy there.
On King's Row, I don't think the difference between Kib and Man of Snow really showed up, but as soon as they got onto Route 66, it seemed to click, and we saw most of what we saw out of Renegades in the past, although a little bit less efficiency on their ultimates than perhaps we've seen in past games, or perhaps Liquid just finding ways of getting them to forcing them to pop some of those in awkward situations and just having better returns on their own.
So, we've been talking about Renegades here, but Liquid is the team that won that match, and we've got Dehang on the line here. Dehang, man, you guys have looked so good in the last 2 days. You had maybe a bit of a rough start, but you've come up so much. You're in second place now. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great. We're treating every game like it's an absolute must-win, and we're putting in a lot of effort, a lot of practice time. We're stressing, in areas that we need to improve. We all have some individual weaknesses, and we're really coming together as a unit. So I'm really happy about the last few matches we've been playing.
That's fantastic. It's been great to watch you guys play. And what was the mentality maybe coming up against Renegades? Was the fact that they lost yesterday, did that play any bit into your mentality approaching this match?
No, not at all. Yesterday we had a very good day. We won both of our matches, so that put us in much better standing. But we said, going forward, we just want to try to keep winning every game like it's our last. I didn't even consider the fact that they lost yesterday at all. They're a hell of a team, so we're just trying our hardest. That's all there is to it.
Absolutely, it's been great to watch. Were there any keys to victory you noticed in this particular match against Renegades? Anything that was really a big deal that you guys were able to pull off that gave you the win?
We're just acting really well as a unit. For example, King's Row. First point defense, if we get a couple deaths on our side, we're just basically trying to play really objective oriented. Like if we need to give them a tick, that's fine. We're playing really defensive with those 4. If we had 6, now we only have 4. And we're just communicating, okay, wait, 3 more seconds, I'm almost there to heal you.
Right.
It's just constant communication, trying to keep each other's backs, and it's just starting to come together right now.
That's fantastic. It's been great to watch you guys. You got any shout-outs for fans, viewers, anyone you want to say? Anything you want to say?
No, shout out to all the Team Liquid fans. Thanks for the support. Thanks to our sponsors, and thanks to you guys for hosting a great tournament. Really appreciate, organizations supporting the scene. So it's exciting and it's fun.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the rest of the tournament, Dehang.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. That is Dehang, the support player there for Team Liquid, as they're able to take the win over Renegades. Thrilling first match we had here, and we've got 4 more to go. Oh, boy.
He's remarkably calm and well-spoken for somebody who's apparently in the middle of a violent earthquake.
He's keeping it together. It's good to hear the insight again from some of the guys. Yeah. It's especially a guy like Dehang. He's really we talk about it. Really, one of the backbones of this team. I mean, on playing that support role. Good to hear things about them backing off, the communication between them to back off if they're on defense at King's Row to just come back through the choke point, wait a minute, wait for some of these respawns to come back so they can re-engage. Those are really important things that you don't always see on the surface all the time, but are huge to their success throughout the day and being able to hold points. It's okay to give up a tick. It's great to hear that insight from a guy who's one of the backbones of the team.
You ever think he gets a really, really clutch nano boost and his teammates say Dehang, man? Did they ever say that?
Oh my God, please.
Let's look at standings. Let's look at standings. How about? I just had to get it out there. I was thinking it the whole interview. Didn't want to say it to him. But he's able to move up to second place here. Team Liquid with the win over Renegades. They have the tiebreaker of the head-to-head, so that puts them into the number 2 spot right now. And they're looking pretty solid.
He harped on it
You're
in the
gonna
middle,
have
or in that interview, and I think it was reflected by the games. They're just synergizing better. They're bringing that team to close to its full potential. I think there's still higher in that ceiling for them to take it. And so far it's showing, now taking second, and there is even more opportunity for them to move, actually.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends on Immortals. Immortals playing
Yes.
2 games today.
Yes, we'll see.
That's-
Immortals, absolutely. That's a very, very good point. This is the clutch day for Immortals as they will be playing their doubleheader. We'll take a look at the schedule and what we've got coming up for you guys. It is Immortals versus Congarna. Oh boy, that's going to be a close, fun match. That will be match number 2. And then Complexity Gaming is the other team that's got the doubleheader today.
Yeah, Immortals versus Congarna. That'll be a fun one as Immortals got that big win yesterday against Renegades. They're feeling good to go into this match against Congarna. So very excited to see that one. And, of course, Complexity. We were talking about it before. They have a doubleheader today, and this is a really big day for them because, you know, they need to pull out some wins to make sure that they can keep themselves into the top 6 of the teams here in the tournament.
Every game from now on is absolutely vital for Complexity to guarantee the round of 6 position.
So, moving on to Immortals versus Congarna, which is match number 2. Immortals, can they lose? They haven't done it yet. They've put up some good fights against some people, or some people have put up some good fights against them, rather, but they have yet to drop it here as they've been able to figure out a way to get it done yesterday with their biggest victory being over Renegades.
Immortals are playing really solid at the moment. That win against Renegades is a real confidence booster for them, too, I'm sure, taking down a team that was playing so hot up to that point. And, you know, when you have guys like Nami who are making big plays, he's doing well on Reinhardt as well as Grim Reality and Agilities. Specifically, those guys, the biggest impact players, they're having themselves a hell of a tournament here. And a lot of fun to watch, especially Agilities, man. That guy's a walking highlight reel. So it's a lot of fun to watch this team in general.
Yeah, absolutely. So starting talking about Immortals, pointed out Agilities. We like to talk about Grim Reality a lot, too. This guy seems to be a flex player who is able to fill in whatever role they need at the time.
Yeah, I like when they can get him on McCree at certain points. The guy is a beast at playing McCree and hit scan in general. So I think when they need to, they can put him on the McCree and really make big impact plays. And you can't talk about Immortals without mentioning Hype as well. His Diva is pretty darn good and is, I think, one of the biggest assets to their team in general.
I think there's a big chance that he's going to have to really put together a lot of oppression, basically, on Baby Bay today. If Baby Bay is playing Soldier 76 at kind of the level that he's played it in the past, putting a Diva in his face is certainly going to make that a big problem. And fortunately for Immortals, Hyped can definitely live up to that task.
Absolutely. I mean, he's fun to watch. He's similar to a Rafa, I think, in some ways. He makes some big plays on Diva, similar to how Rafa does. So I'm going to be looking to him a lot of this, as you were saying, too, to be able to shut down guys like Baby Bay when he's playing that 76 and just be a factor for Immortals throughout the entirety of the match.
Sure, and you guys started talking about Baby Bay. Let's talk about Congarna. Baby Bay is a big, big part of this roster and what they bring to the table. What else is built into this team around Baby Bay?
Oh, well.
Obviously, Michael. We've seen him play both Tracer and Diva to a very high level. Remix is playing Reinhardt fairly well. Blam, probably one of the better Anas in the business right now. And of course, saving Connor J for last. You can basically give Connor J no support, and he stands a good chance of going 1v4 in some situations. That's obviously a little bit of exaggeration, but with the rest of Congarna behind him, he's just an absolute force to be reckoned with. We just see him constantly having a huge effect in the battle.
Connor J on Roadhog is a sight to see, similar to a guy like Agilities playing the Roadhog. He can just be an absolute presence out there on the battlefield in these matches, just getting hook after hook, pick after pick. And again, that'll be one of the big guys that Congarna looks to in this match to be making plays for them. But you have a lot of talent here between, honestly, everybody on this roster. But specifically Connor J, Michael, and Baby Bay, they'll be making a lot of the bigger plays. You see some of the impact ones that will, you know, potentially put Congarna over Immortals here.
Congarna looking for wins, trying to be the first team to defeat Immortals. And Congarna, they really do need these victories at this point, as they're right there in the middle of the pack, wanting to kind of put themselves up and into that top 4 area, just to make their life easier as they move into the second round of the round robin. So, predictions, guys. Moving on to King's Row is map number 1. Who you got winning this one? How many maps is it going to take?
I think here, especially on King's Row to start, I'm going to take Immortals in the match, and I would expect Immortals to take King's Row. I would say probably 2-0 for Immortals in this match in general, because they are playing well, and King's Row is a map that they've had a lot of success with throughout previous matches, so I would take Immortals here 2-0.
I'm going to have to agree, Immortals 2-0. I think Congarna stands a chance of making it 2-1. Honestly, they stand a chance of winning 2-1 as well. I don't think there's necessarily a world where, or a likelihood of seeing Congarna 2-0 Immortals, but Immortals, in my opinion, is just a better team almost across the entire roster. A little bit of debatable situations back and forth there, but with Connor J on Immortals, it's going to be a brutal battle for Congarna.
Yeah, it's going to be it's hard to pick against Immortals when they have yet to lose at this point. So, you know, let's see if they can keep it that way.
Yeah, this'll.
Sorry, other way around.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I keep mixing people up, man.
I was gonna wait till we got in
for
here
agilities.
Yeah.
On Immortals, it's going to be a brutal match for Congarna. However, I'm starting to get ahead of myself. Is the problem? I was trying to start talking about how Connor J stands a chance of actually shutting down agilities, depending on if he can outhook him, and Congarna follows it up the way that they have in the past, especially what they did to Complexity with Harblue.
Yeah, and that's the thing is. I mean, both the guys can play a very good Roadhog, so they both can really shut each other down. But this is a map that Immortals, I mean, they beat Congarna on this map during qualifier number 4. They were able to beat LG on this map, Luminosity. They beat Fnatic here during qualifier number 4. So this is a pretty good map for Immortals in general. We'll have to take a look. They will be on the offense first. Verbo just scouting things out a bit on Widowmaker, but we'll be switching back over to Lucio in just a moment. And they have Grim Reality on the Sombra.
I'm going to have to amend it to a 2-1. I don't know why, but here now I'm feeling like Congarna is really going to have it together today.
All right. Well, we'll see if that holds true. Grim Reality goes in for the Sombra pick right away, but switching over to the Pharah. I like this. Definitely some mind games coming out. Now playing Pharah, and Congarna's got a quad tank. Nothing really to directly deal with this Pharah, but Remix going for the charge all the way back, and he does take out Nami off of that charge and manage to keep himself alive in the process. Congarna with 2 kills here, and that'll be a 3rd as they finish off agilities. Connor J with the hook. So already Congarna starting off with a good defense. Yeah, I mean, would you rather see Grim Reality stay on that Sombra right there, or, I mean, make a switch to a Pharah? I feel like a Sombra, if you already have him up, you build that ult so quick, you might as well just go for an EMP push.
Yeah, and that's kind of, yeah, I kind of agree with you there. It's also worked on Congarna in the past, and being a relatively new team, perhaps they haven't scrimmaged against as much, but there's a lot of logic going back and forth there.
Here comes a nano boost that Remix will receive. He's already down to half health though. Agilities gets the hook and does a lot of damage. Hyped is able to secure the kill, but Congarna got a couple in the process. Ethan among the players that went down for Immortals, but they did get that 1 pick, so if Immortals can all keep themselves alive, regroup quickly, they could take a fight without Remix there. A quick 1-player advantage, but Baby Bay's got the Graviton, and that is a big ultimate to have. He's
Remix with an Earth Shatter, Michael with a Self-Destruct. That's 2 huge CC ultimates that they can drop at the right time. Baby Bay finding it in the back line.
Oh, here we go. We've seen them set this play up so many times. Baby Bay coming out from the statue, Graviton, and most of that was cleaned up on by regular damage, but they did have that Self-Destruct fly into the back from Michael, and he was able to get 1 with it, and they are just going to stagger Hyped pretty badly here. So down to 1:50 for Immortals to make something happen. They do have ultimates coming online slowly but surely. Nano boost, and that Earth Shatter getting pretty close for Nami. Could get it in the middle of this fight, but Remix already has
Barrage
one
as well.
Oh, here's a bigger shatter from Remix, though, and that is going to be Kungarna with 3 kills for themselves. And Hyped had used his self-destruct all the way onto the point, but getting nothing out of it. Now Immortals, after using some of those ults, they're going to have to... they're really going to have to get it together here, but I think they have the utility, the ults, to do so.
Yeah, Immortals, they're going to have an Earth Shatter in this next fight. They have a Barrage that they can find at the right angle, a Nano Boost. They can dump everything and definitely take this point back, and I think they're going to do it.
Agility's with the whole hog. He's Nano Boosted, getting a lot of damage into Blam. Sound Barrier from Kungarna in just the nick of time to keep their Ana alive, and Agility's getting yet another hook, but they lost Grim Reality, and he hasn't really been able to do anything on fire. Nami's going to get separated. He had used his Earth Shatter and got nothing off it. This defense from Kungarna is doing quite well, and I think some sloppy play from Immortals. Grim Reality making a switch over now to Zarya, but it might be a little too late for them.
Very late with a bomb combo. The Wombo from Baby Bay and Michael is going to happen here in this next fight. And there comes the Graviton.
Yeah, this could be just about it. Look out, Loretta. There it is. Michael with 2. Remix taking out Verbo. Lots of kills for Kungarna. 2 players up for Immortals. That should just about seal the deal for them, as this... I mean, the switch from Grim Reality came pretty late. Wasn't able to do anything with fire. Agilities does make a switch to Tracer as he's trying to get back to the point. Baby Bay completely shutting that down. No one could make it there in time for Immortals. And man, Kungarna getting the full hold on the first point, looking very good out of the gate. I mean, it was Kungarna looking good, but at the same time, the Immortals offense was a bit to be desired there, I believe, as well. I mean, just time and time again, Remix and company able to shut them down with whether it be an Earth Shatter or a Graviton.
I think that's fair, and you can't give an inch to Connor J and the crew. They're really going to capitalize off all of it. Now they're going to have their own chance to assault the first point here on King's Row. I don't think a back-to-back full hold is likely. It looks to me like Kungarna's sitting pretty to take King's Row, but maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself. We don't even have lineups yet.
Well, we'll see. It's a change in sides. Man, Immortals, though, just getting handled on their offense. And they are undefeated right now. Keep in mind, Immortals completely undefeated throughout Overwatch Winter Premiere play, or at least in the group stage, they're undefeated.
If that's going to change, it's probably going to change today, though. 2 matches.
Yep. Saying they have 2 matches to go and play, obviously, this first one against Kungarna, and then later today, for the last match of the day, they'll be going up against Complexity. But they certainly have their work cut out for them, to say the least, on our first map here, as they have a tough task of getting pretty much full hold. And Verbo's just going to scout it out, having some friendly banter with the friends off the start. And now working his way back. So, as we take a look at what what Immortals has on the defense, it will just be a pretty standard quad tank. What else is new? And Kungarna, it looks like Michael's showing Tracer so far. And I kind of like this out of Kungarna because Michael has been very effective at times on Tracer.
He's worked it in the past. He always kind of goes along the back line, uses some of the elevation to try and find the right target, just causing a split decision problem for the defense. You always have to kind of keep an eye on where he's going, and that takes the focus away from the front of the fight. Immortals is going to want to get aggressive to counteract that.
Hook is down for Agilities. Maybe a small window for Michael to try and get in. He is dealing quite a bit of damage, though. Has to be careful. That hook should be back up just about now. Agilities did get the hook onto Remix, and he was taken down. So Agilities quite hurt, is going to get the pulse bomb. Didn't finish him off, though. Finally there. Michael just using the bullets to take care of him as Agilities is taken out. Nami got Michael, but Connor J responds and kills Hype. So Kungarna's looking good to come back in here. Immortals backing off just a bit, waiting for some of these respawns if they can. They just want to buy a little bit of time. And now the hook in onto Nami. He will get eaten alive by Remix and company, and now Baby Bay is taking it to Grim Reality on the backside here, and Connor J helping him out, and it is not looking good at the moment for Immortals. There's going to be a Graviton down from Baby Bay. All sorts of kills coming through from Kingarna. That is going to seal the deal on map number 1. Kingarna coming out very, very strong. Oh my.
I thought for sure that Graviton was going to get eaten.
So did I. I don't know how it didn't, to be honest, but he made it happen either way.
Right on the ground, and also Defense Matrix went down just at the right time, but I think he can get it down anyways. We've seen Baby Bay pop it out, even with Defense Matrix all over him in the past, just by how he positions himself straight down and all of that, making sure it comes out directly onto the ground with no chance.
We gave Renegades credit for the fastest match in the Overwatch Winter Premiere history just a second ago, and now I think Kingarna's beaten them at that. Just complete full hold, wipe them, get the point, done deal. Immortals has a loss. Now, this is the one thing I will point out. Immortals had dropped matches before, had dropped maps before, but had not dropped a match yet. So this is their third loss on a map. They still can reverse sweep Kingarna in this situation. But how do you guys feel about Kingarna here? Are they just on fire? Is Immortals just not putting it together? Like, how does the undefeated team get beat that handily?
I mean, I think the Immortals offense, like I was saying in the middle of the game, was a bit to be desired. The Grim Reality Pharaoh was really doing pretty much nothing for the most part, I think, for Immortals. It didn't seem to be that impactful. I would have liked to have seen him on Zarya from the start, to be honest. I just don't think they were really getting much out of Pharaoh. But Kingarna's playing well. I mean, they're managing ultimates well. It seems like they had a big impact ult for just about every fight on their defense. They either had Graviton or they had Earthshatter. They had something to respond to what Immortals were bringing to the table, and that's good ult management that helped them get that full hold on defense.
Something about Immortals' play just looks like a little bit restrained or distracted. It just doesn't seem quite right with them. Meanwhile, Kingarna looks like they're hungry, looks like they came ready to play today. If that continues, this is actually going to be a 2-0 for Kingarna.
That would be quite impressive if they're able to pull it off. We take another look at their offense here as they just blazing fast are able to take that first point. Well done by Kingarna.
Yeah, there wasn't too much contention for them here. They got a couple of picks, just eating Nami up right there after getting the hook in onto him. It was pretty easy from that point forward. And you see Immortals were just very scattered there. Like Grim Reality got isolated all the way over on the side, and then this Graviton came through, and it was just game over at that point. I mean, it was pretty much game over before that Graviton came through. They probably could have had the same effect without it. So,
yeah, talking about Gravitons, we saw on the defense at the very final hold, we saw Baby Bay sitting in the little health pack underneath the statue, turns to Graviton the same way he did the first time, but saw the defense matrix and is like, nope, turns around, goes and Gravitons the other way. Just like that sort of awareness was huge for them. I think it's a big part of what has Kingarna right here.
In that replay, I was shocked. I swear the Graviton was much less sketchy than that, even though it was still sketchy, and that was, wow.
Yeah, you had that look on your face.
I'm surprised he let that loose.
I mean, he as you were talking about, he made a good play, though, the one time when he's hiding under the statue. He does it pretty much every time. He just always sits in the same spot with his Graviton and waits for, whatever side of the statue they're going to come out on. And then that time he turns right. Here is, he sees that defense matrix, boom. And that's really good awareness, as you were saying, Caleb, pairing that with bomb combos or self-destructs of Michael. And they always love using Graviton right in that same spot pretty much every time. You can look back at any of their matches on Kings Row, and that's how they like to play the defense.
So map number 2. There's the Immortals going to Nepal is where they want to take this one and make their stand here.
I had a feeling.
So how do you think Immortals is going to be able to bounce back here, or is Kingarna going to be able to put it away?
I think Immortals can bounce back here. I think this is a good decision on their part. They can certainly break out Grim Reality's DPS capabilities a bit more on Nepal. And also, when Agilities is a little bit less predictable, when he can come from a number of angles in a general area instead of he's probably going to be on this corner, he becomes a completely different threat to the enemy team. And some of that does go back on, not some, a lot of it still goes back on the other hand as well with the Baby Bay and Connor J combo for Kingarna. But I feel like this is Immortals' map to take. They obviously have to, or they're going to lose the match. If they don't take this one, that gives me a little bit of concern for them going in for their second match. And Kingarna, they're looking hot right now, so I wouldn't count them out.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I think if any map, this is going to be Immortals for sure. This is another one that they've had good success on, so I suspect them to take this.
Alrighty, well, let's see how it pans out.
And Nepal it is, as Kingarna taking it to Immortals on map number 1, which was King's Row, which, of course, I said the same thing about King's Row being a good map for Immortals, and well, apparently that wasn't quite the case, at least today. But Nepal is another one where they've had pretty good success. This is another one that they beat Kingarna in during the qualifiers. Immortals beat them on this map in qualifier number 4. But can they do it again today is the question. As we have some nice troll picks on the side of Kingarna. And now we'll be getting into our normal setups. Connor J is going to be playing the Mei. Oftentimes does like to do that on this stage of Nepal. And Michael will be on the Tracer. Grim Reality rocking the Tracer for Immortals here. And Agility's playing the Zarya for that bomb combination potentially rather than the Roadhog, as they do not have a Mei on the field for themselves. But Mei can be very, very strong on this village stage. Already walling off that left-hand side, keeping the Immortals players out of it. Nami went down. He got walled off out of the gate, and that's an early pick for them. Hyped will get taken down as well, but not before he killed Ajax. So they do get one of the supports of Kingarna, but regardless, they have guys all over the point. Connor J, the right click, taking it to Grim Reality and walling off a lot of players here as Connor J and the rest of the Kingarna players will be able to go through and just clean up. Remix getting 3 for himself. He's already got an Earth Shatter in the bank.
I was calling for the Icicle headshots yesterday. Apparently Connor J decided he wanted to live up to that request, drilling Grim Reality right in the face. I've lived that life too many times to even think about. Immortals, I'm going to have to get their foot back into this fight. I just don't see... I don't see how they're going to get past Remix with this situation. Oh my god. I'm dying on the inside right now.
No, he's just going to he's going to go for the swings on 8th. And oh man. What a weird scenario here. You have the rest of Immortals coming in from the high ground. They're coming up top. Nami goes down before he can get the Earth Shatter off. Connor J using that Blizzard. It's going to get Furbo caught in it. Kingarna winning yet another team fight here. Grim Reality finished off by Michael. More headshots ringing in from Connor J. They used a nano boost on that fight as well. Immortals, Ethan had popped it off and getting no value out of that whatsoever. And that will be still a hold for Kingarna, 70% and counting. Immortals need to make something happen with the Graviton that they have coming up in that Earth Shatter, possibly that bomb combination. That's going to be huge for Immortals.
Agreed. And a similar outlook for Kingarna, and so far Kingarna's been the one setting the tempo. So if they do that again, they can stave off Immortals one more time at least.
You do have Baby Bay with his own Graviton. Michael doesn't yet have that Pulse Bomb. He's getting very, very close to it, but won't be able to pair it directly. Nami using Earth Shatter. Shield was still up from Remix. Now the counter Graviton out from Immortals. Here we go. This is something for them finally, as they have 3, 4, 5 kills actually. Make that a team wipe for Immortals as they come back in with a vengeance to retake the point. But the story here is Kingarna already getting 98%. So Immortals investing a lot into that fight. They get the point. They're going to have to be just about perfect through the rest of this.
Especially in this next fight, Kingarna could and should easily come back. Remix with an Earth Shatter. Ajax, a Sound Barrier, stringing those together. Only a Sound Barrier on Immortals to shut that down.
Oh, Agility set a good wall to get the supports away from the rest of Kingarna. They are starting to make their way back in, though. Sound Barrier out from Kingarna. Sound Barrier from Immortals as well. There will be a Blizzard on the point. Michael snags up 2 frags for himself. Kingarna are just blowing through Immortals at the moment on this point. It's only Ethan left. There's no one to even give that nano boost to. Kingarna gets it back, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to make it onto the point in time right here as Kingarna takes our stage 1 on the village. They'll be up 1-0 in our series.
Connor J playing Mei with devastating effect throughout that stage. Be pushing into the second one. Immortals just still looking a little bit disorganized, like there's just something wrong with their play environment or something going on.
Yeah, something seems just definitely a little off. Yeah, they're not quite the team we're used to seeing, though. At the same time, I have to say Kingarna is playing quite well themselves.
Absolutely.
I mean, Connor J right there was a monster on Mei. Michael was doing big stuff on Tracer, now making a switch over to Diva, as I suspected for the Sanctum phase of the map. And it will be Kungarna on the quad tank. Immortals will be running triple tank with Grim Reality on the Soldier 76, as they often do. So right away, Immortals getting slightly better positioning here, though. Nami charged immediately, and Connor J gets the final blow. The Remix was able to get a return frag on the enemy Reinhardt to take out Remix. So that will be Grim Reality with a couple for himself, though, making his presence known very early here. 3 kills on the point. Oh, no! Oh, Grim Reality, he really wanted that extra kill.
He's trying to get the ult charge.
Oh, that's actually that's not good.
I think that's one of only 2 times I've seen somebody jump off a cliff in the Winter Premiere accidentally.
Yeah, that's a good moment.
Both Soldier 76s are both on this map, if I remember correctly.
They're getting greedy. It's greedy as they just want their name all up in that kill feed. Oh, nice hook, but a better bubble on the side of Kungarna as Baby Bay is able to keep his Roadhog alive. Here comes the Graviton from Baby Bay, a good biotic that lands in the middle of them as well. Kungarna cleaning house. The Earthshatter came through from Nami, and I don't know if that was the time to use the Earthshatter because there was not much follow-up to be had right there. I think I would have been much better off just saving that Earthshatter for the next fight when you actually have the follow-up there. It's a missed opportunity for Immortals.
And Grim Reality with Attack Visor, Agilities with a whole hog as they press back to try and get control of the capture point once again. It's going to be tough to get through Kungarna, though. Kungarna with an Earth Shatter of their own. They can definitely control this gate as long as Baby Bay can work on another Graviton. They can hold again after that. Self-destruct coming out of Kungarna to buy some time at least. Michael's going to pick up Nami.
And that'll just delay this even more. Kungarna playing very aggressive. They lost Remix, though. Oh, good move from Michael. But still, you have Immortals players who've snuck themselves all the way onto the point. Hyped is there. He will be using self-destruct. It will actually pick up Baby Bay with it and allow Immortals to grab this point while Kungarna was busy pressing so far forward. The Immortals players just wrapped themselves onto the point and were able to cap it. And now they're just
misstep by Kungarna there. It certainly looked like they had control, and now Immortals back on point with 4 ultimates locked. Nano Visor looming here. A whole hog from Agilities can kind of do some buying of time, pressing people back with the pushback in particular. And Verbo with a sound barrier to buy even more time. Kungarna is now starting to press back into Immortals.
Remix is going to charge, finding Grim Reality and pinning him into the wall. 3 kills for Kungarna. And they're using the Nano Boost on the Connor J in the middle of that with the whole hog, but going to be Kungarna taking the point right back. 80% on the board for Immortals here, and they are pressing very aggressively yet again. Kungarna trying to clean up on some of these kills and buy themselves a bit more time, but Immortals now looking to push quickly. Nami has, or is just about to have an Earth Shatter. There is a Graviton for Kungarna, though, and they are going to get lots of kills. They're just about a team wipe, as Grim Reality and Hyped are the only ones to survive, so good aggressive play again from Kungarna. But now Nami has that Earth Shatter, which they're going to be looking to come back in. Kungarna's going to have that Earth Shatter of their own to try and stop them as they reinitiate.
And if they use Michael's self-destruct like they did last time, they should be able to hold this gate again and can hold back Immortals with just the CC presence and the time that takes on its own. Immortals perhaps fainting like they're going to come in through another gate, readjusting back to center, trying to get some motion out of Kungarna and look for an opening.
Now Immortals making their push back in. This is going to be one of the last fights. Grim Reality getting that Nano Visor. He's got a Diva up in his face, though, and Verbo got charged by Remix, and that is so much work done by Kungarna right there. Agilities gets Remix at the very end of it, but someone from Immortals needs to get on the point, but nobody is home. In the end, Kungarna taking a 2-0 lead right here, and I mean, Immortals looked pretty good off the earlier stages of Sanctum there, and then it was just a complete reversal. Kungarna playing super aggressively, and Immortals just didn't have a response to it a lot of the time.
Once Kungarna took it back, I believe for the second time, from that point forward, it really looked like Kungarna's had full control of it. There was one misstep where they gave it back to Immortals there, but as soon as Kungarna regained control, they just didn't look like they were going to budge off of it. So now we're pushing into the shrine portion of Nepal. It's going to be tough for Immortals here. They're down completely. This is match point for them in every sense of the word. Right now, Kungarna looking like they're one stage away from closing this out.
And this could be it for Immortals' undefeated record in matches throughout group stage of the Winter Premiere, as Kungarna's looking to finally bring that to an end. Yeah, they have good position to do so. It is currently 2-1 or 2-0 on Nepal. For them, they just need the Shrine phase, and they will take this match on home. So far, it's just a lot of poke back and forth. Both teams posturing. Grim Reality is going to be on Tracer this time, and it will be Kungarna still running the quad tank. And so far, we trade 1-for-1. Connor J and Nami are both down, and now Ajax is going to fall. Here we go, Immortals getting some kills. Agilities with 3 for himself as he gets the nano boost, just melting people all over the place. And Immortals off to a good start here.
And Immortals had full control of that fight from the beginning. It looked like to me they were certainly generating their ultimates faster, getting a number of kills in exchange basically for 1, and now Kungarna's going to have to attack into Immortals while Immortals defends with every tool they need to hold on to this point for at least 2 more pushes. They've got a bomb combo with the Graviton and the Pulse Bomb, also Nami with an Earth Shatter. You know he can find that right angle, and Hyped with a self-destruct. Oh, but the Graviton comes out.
Here comes, they have a lot of follow-up as well. Immortals, they are going to be all over them at the moment. Baby Bay throwing his, I think, in the middle of that, but didn't really get a whole lot of anything. At first, I was afraid that Graviton could have gotten eaten.
Yeah, from my angle,
it was a very long-range Graviton,
looked like it
too.
got eaten.
Yeah, it's risky to go for such a long, like, shooting it off from that far away with Diva on the field. I mean, it's got a decent potential to be eaten up, but it worked out for them in the end.
Nami's looking for a big Earth Shatter here. Once they can get Remix out of the way, he can get around if he's going to land that. But Remix isn't going to have it. It's going to push Nami back.
Just trying to play these games with the shield, the mind games on the Rhine shields. Nami goes down, though. He used an Earth Shatter in the middle of it. Here comes the sound barrier out from the side of Immortals. They are down 1 player at the moment. Remix got nano boosted as he is still looking for kills, able to finish off Hyped as he got ejected from his suit, and Kungarna is going to be able to retake here. It seems 3 players out of it for Immortals currently, and a lot more were in the middle of respawning. So, and Kungarna is able to retake, but Immortals get themselves up to 80%.
They're 1 possession away. They have Graviton for agilities in the next fight or so. With the economy the way it is, Kungarna looks like they can probably hold it for 2 fights here unless Immortals finds a big come up here in the next fight with agilities, Graviton. That's going to be probably one of the more pivotal things, but Kungarna looking to dictate the pace of this.
Oh, Remix getting charged all the way into the back, going for
see
a
you
charge
later.
of his own. Actually is able to make it out. I think Michael gets a couple kills for himself here as the fight continues on the point. Immortals have a lot of presence here, but Michael is going to have something to say about it. Connor J getting 2 frags, though. Nami and 1 more on top of that. Connor J is still doing work. 3 kills for him in the fight. Kungarna is going to be able to hang on. Immortals still with a percentage lead here, but Kungarna is very quickly closing that gap. And Immortals did not expel their Graviton there.
Immortals with an economic lead as well. I mean, they're going to be able to break out 5 ultimates. We could list them all, but it's basically everything that matters aside from a sound barrier on their side. And Kungarna, they have a nano boost and they do have an Earth Shatter and potentially a sound barrier, but if Immortals takes it to them first, they will undoubtedly take this back.
They have a lot of tools in the kit to make this one happen. Remix goes for an Earth Shatter, though, and is going to find a lot of kills off of that. 2 so far, and he'll not be able to get any more, but it's enough for Kungarna to hold on here. But again, that was good from Immortals. They didn't use anything off of that, and they had some time to buy, but now they're going to have to re-engage quickly. They need to take the fight to them with these ultimates because they are ahead big time in the economy.
Big time indeed, but they've got to get in there now. They have no time to waste. And then just let them all fly. Even if you're jumping them on 1 person only, you're trying to get solo kills, that'll all add up, and you're 1 possession away. Agilities with a nano boost on him.
He threw his Graviton in the back somewhere. I don't even know where it ended up landing. I don't think it got eaten. I think it just went over the hill, over the stairs, and got nothing out of it. This could be disastrous for Immortals right here. Each team has lost 1 player. Both of the Reinhardts are out of the mix for these guys, and this will be probably the final fight of the game. Immortals are finding some kills. Grim Reality takes down Blam, and he's looking for a little bit more to add to his collection here. Michael and Baby Bay are going down. Immortals should be able to retake this point here. Indeed, they will. Kungarna's going to have 1 last shot to get themselves back to this point. and try and take on Immortals to finish off the match.
That was a stressful engagement, even as just a spectator. Immortals has a sound barrier, and that's the only thing they have to defend right now. Well, getting pretty close to a Grim Reality's Pulse Bomb, and Agility's actually very close to a Graviton.
Yeah, they have the combination just about to come up. Potentially Michael with the self-destruct. That's 2 kills for Kingarna. That might spell the end for Immortals as the Earthshatter came out from Remix. Didn't get a whole lot of value off of it. Here's a Graviton in from Immortals. Agility's put that out there, but Kingarna is still finding all the kills here. This may just be the end for Immortals. Grim Reality is on the point, trying to stall as long as he possibly can. Verbo used that sound barrier, and he is hanging on the point, and here comes another Graviton from Baby Bay. Will snag up a couple kills inside of that one, and now a sound barrier for Kingarna. That should undoubtedly seal the deal for them unless a miracle comes out from Immortals. Pulse Bomb for... it's going to be Grim Reality throwing it out there. Still not a whole lot for him. Remix taken down by Hyped, and you still have players on the point from Immortals that are stalling it out, but I can't imagine they actually come out on top of the fight. It's all Kingarna in the kill feed. Verbo is just running around on top of the point. Somebody needs to take care of him on the side of Kingarna. There it is. They finish it off, and that will be them taking it 3-0 on Nepal, 2-0 in the match. Just a steamroll Kingarna.
Grim Reality's basically putting on a magic show on the corner to keep that alive for so long. And some of those kills he picked up were perfect, but oh man, Immortals just not playing the way that we've seen them play in the past, and Kingarna definitely playing up.
No, I think there was definitely something, like you guys said, there was like something a little bit off about Immortals. I don't know, because Kingarna, that was about as fast as you could possibly beat a team here. Take another look at this decisive win from Kingarna as they're able to clean it up here on Nepal. Holy cow.
Honestly, something was off with Immortals. I don't know fully exactly what that was, but I know there was a few times where, I mean, they were using ultimates. They came into this next fight with the one right after this replay here. They came into that next fight with huge lead in the ult economy, and they still struggled to retake the point a bit. I mean, it was some rushed ultimates from Agilities a couple times, just like throwing his Graviton out, very panicked, and just not setting up for a good opportunity for it. Granted, he was in a tough situation. He had the potential of dying. I get the mindset trying to get the Graviton out, but still, it's, I don't know, it made it tougher on themselves taking a point with 6 ultimates than it needed to be.
And to Kingarna's credit, they're doing a very good job of breaking up the game plan and setting the tempo, which is always so important. You don't necessarily, something we praise Complexity for in qualifiers, you don't necessarily want to sit back and just constantly wait for that obvious pick or opening to align itself. You need to find ways of making it happen, and those should be the things that they're practicing and scrimmaging and really spending time strategizing about more as kind of small-scale tactics about how to open up something in those situations to come back. And whatever they were able to do in the past, Immortals was very open to it today, and Kingarna hitting them at the right times in the right places and just disassembling what Immortals had going.
Yeah, and eventually on that second attempt when they came in with like all 6 ults, they were able to eventually cap the point. But I was so impressed by Kingarna's ability to say, no, we're going to take the fight to you. We're gonna isolate someone immediately and just kind of break up your game plan, really make it a different sort of situation here. And so Immortals came into the day undefeated, and now they have a loss in that loss column. You can see it right there at the top. They're still at the top. If they lose today to Complexity, though, we're going to have a 3-way tie up there. And the match rating.
That's the thing. There's, you know, they still have another match today, and with the way they're playing, it's very possible that Complexity could beat them. And to be honest, Complexity really needs these wins, so it's important for a lot of people in these matches today. So Immortals, nonetheless, still sitting at the top for the time being.
And if it gets into a 3-way tie, they will retain that as they've beaten the other teams that they'd be in a tie with. So either way, that's going to continue over in the round of 6, and you want to get an advantage as early as possible. And what DeHank said with Liquid is probably some of the wisest words to focus on in any competitive game, and in this situation in particular. Play every game like it's potentially your last, like it's the one you absolutely have to win.
It's a good mindset.
You never know when that one game you gave up is going to come back to bite you.
Absolutely. Immortals needing to get a win later over Complexity, who is the other team who is running the gauntlet today. They will have 2 matches, and one of those is coming up next. It will be Complexity versus Luminosity. When we come back from the break, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where we just saw Congarna upset the undefeated Immortals. It's been an exciting day so far, and it's only going to get better. We've got Complexity versus Luminosity on the line, and this, guys, is a big day for Complexity.
That's right. Complexity needs to pull out some wins. They have 2 matches coming up today, and this will be a big one to kick it off against Luminosity. Complexity struggling a little bit, but like I was saying, they really need 2 wins to cement themselves, get themselves guaranteed at least into that top 6.
Yeah, it's one of 2 doubleheader teams today. Complexity, the last 2 times they've played Luminosity, once was on day 1, which is a 2-0 in favor of Complexity. Second time was that amazing finals we saw in the qualifiers of day 3. That was 3-2 in favor of Complexity. But given what we've seen over the past weeks, I would expect Luminosity to be the ones to take this one, unless Complexity just figured something out since last night.
So, speaking of Complexity here, their roster. Let's talk about the players on this team. Winghaven, the new addition yesterday, playing for them well. How are you feeling he's fitting in right now?
Winghaven, at first yesterday, seemed to kind of struggle to fit into the lineup. Not necessarily his fault, but I think Complexity as a whole was trying to adjust to playing with a new Reinhardt. He seemed to die quite a bit towards the beginning stages of their match. Winghaven is a player that came from Reunited, which of course no longer is an organization. So he's got some experience behind himself. He was a great player with that team, a great Reinhardt player, and he has the potential to play up and play well with the rest of Complexity. I think they're still just trying to figure out how to fit him in into their mix and kind of play just as comfortably with him as they did with JKW.
Yeah, a number of the times that he was getting isolated and taken out yesterday, he still had his shield up. He had been with his team for the most part. And I don't think a Reinhardt gets focused that often with his shield up, not doing crazy charges or something like that, and it can be entirely his fault. I don't think that's possible. I think there's elements of the team or some dynamics of what's going on there that's either miscommunications or people not supporting him at different times, or perhaps just yesterday, just a better capacity from Liquid to disassemble all of that and find the right biotics at the right times. Because every time Winghaven died, he had a biotic on him. Yeah. And if it's the same Liquid that we've just seen, then perhaps it's not necessarily Complexity that was the issue so much as Liquid just playing up.
So, on the other side of the battlefield, Luminosity, coming off of their 2-1 win over FaZe yesterday, is looking to improve their record. Let's talk about Luminosity and what they're bringing to the table.
Luminosity, you have, of course, the change-up from them compared to what they'd played with in the qualifiers, and it's Ube playing in rather than Crew, and he's been doing quite well for Luminosity here. He's fit into the team, but you also have on this roster guys like Icefelt. Super Pluke had himself a great day yesterday with the team, so lots of different elements that make this roster very strong across the board for Luminosity, but you know, Ube, who can play a wide variety of DPS, you see whether it be Pharaoh or honestly he can play Genji, all sorts of things, and play it well for Luminosity.
And FaZe definitely gave them a test yesterday. I think some of that was Luminosity not playing up to the potential we've seen, but also FaZe did make a roster change, and whether that exactly was the reason why they seem to be performing better than in the previous game, or whether that's just sort of the natural ebb and flow of FaZe is a different thing. Too Easy is certainly a great player, but we'll talk about that when FaZe comes to the table. But right now, I think Luminosity stands a better chance of beating Complexity than they did in the past. I think that their team is really being reflected by, or their team cohesion is really reflected by the people that we've seen in it. Luminosity had a great interview yesterday with Mineral, and I think that just kind of emphasizes what their team dynamic is like and why they consistently improve.
Yeah, they have really come together quite a bit now, Luminosity, and they've been a lot of fun to watch. Especially yesterday, the match against FaZe was a brawl at points, and they seem to start to bring it together over time. So I think this will be a test for them against Complexity, and really a test for both teams, because this does mean so much for Complexity. They really need to pull out some wins.
Yeah, this certainly means more for Complexity than it does for Luminosity. Now, both teams need to keep maintaining their advantage and keep winning. Or, well, Luminosity needs to maintain their advantage in their position and keep progressing, especially with some of the mix-up that's happening there at the top. But Complexity Complexity is on the ropes right now. They're staring at a potential of not making the round of 6. They have just a few teams left to go through in order to get there. And right now, or for them, that's actually 3 teams. That's Luminosity, Immortals, and Citizen 7. They can probably rely on taking the game off of Citizen 7, but that puts them in a sketchy situation with a head-to-head that they lost with FaZe. And we could talk about that a little bit more. We do have some time. I won't go too far into it since FaZe isn't playing at the moment, but basically, if the scores are even, FaZe beat Complexity, and therefore FaZe will be the team that goes through. So if it's the 2 of them that are on the bubble, Complexity is going to need every match they can get, unless Citizen 7 throws an upset at somebody, which could absolutely cause chaos in the ranks. But assuming that both teams do beat Citizen 7, then Complexity desperately needs to take a match away from either Luminosity or Immortals. And out of the 2 of those, well, really, they're all pretty even at the moment, and both of them are top teams. It's a rough situation for Complexity, no doubt. This is a team I think a lot of us thought were going to be top 2, maybe even the best team in this tournament.
I certainly thought so coming into it. I mean, I thought Complexity had a good shot at winning, but apparently not the case. Some other teams came to play throughout the course of these qualifiers, that's for sure. But we are on Temple of Anubis, and this will be the first map in the best of 3 between Complexity and Luminosity. Of course, Complexity playing with Winghaven. They will be on the defensive side first. And we do have Torque on the 76 to make sure they have something to deal with that Ube Pharah, which it looks like they have broken out. And right away here, Ube is just looming in the back. He sees Torque there, trying to avoid him, playing some smart Pharah. But Luminosity have made their entrance. They've decided to go far right, speed boost in, and now they've gained control of this high ground area. And now Nicholas comes in, he dismantles them off of that high ground, forcing them to come down to the low ground. Heat in the back, just making sure his team stays healed. But Hard Blue is going to be up high, looking for those hooks, and he takes down Mineral to get us kicked off. Torque following up with a kill of his own as he's able to get Spree, and now Hard Blue in the thick of things is just dishing out the damage, and he will be making sure he gets healed up. But Winghaven comes in for a couple. Good hold for Complexity here to get things kicked off, and they'll have a few good ultimates to work with. I mean, you have Winghaven's up already, which is going to be a big impact ult to help stop Luminosity on this defense.
Yeah, as well, with no Zarya for Complexity, Winghaven is the big ult they really need if they want to shut down a push more than anything else. The way that Hard Blue wrapped around Luminosity, came up and took the high ground from them when they dropped down, putting a Roadhog in an elevated position was a huge part of why they were able to just absolutely crush Luminosity's offense at that point. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for Luminosity. They want to take this point as quickly as possible.
Winghaven with a big Earth Shatter right there. Torque comes in to follow up. They take down Super Pluke. Spree and Ube falling as well. Hard Blue with a couple in the middle of that fight. A good Earth Shatter from Winghaven, and that's all they used on the fight, which is great news for Complexity because you're going to need some of these other ultimates to help fight against what is coming from Luminosity. But well done from Complexity, taking advantage of a good Earth Shatter set off by Winghaven.
And holding on to every other ultimate they really already had ready, and now they've got 4, almost 5 on their side. A Nano Visor can come out from Torque. Joe Meister has a sound barrier to shut down some sort of barrage, perhaps. I mean, that's kind of a dicey situation, depends on the distance, but Luminosity taking the high ground again, looking for their angle to drop down, but gonna get booped off by D.Va.
And Super Pluke down now on the low ground. He has an Earth Shatter himself. That could change the tide in the fight. Ube with a barrage, but Hedan already going down to Hard Blue, and that will make things very difficult for Luminosity to try and come out on top of this fight. Yes, Ube finished off by Nicholas. They will use a nano boost onto Torque as he uses his tack visor as well, just for good measure, as he picks up 3. And that will shut down Luminosity yet again as they wipe them off of this point. Only a minute left.
Complexity doing a great job there. They isolated Super Pluke away, and as soon as they had his shield out of the fight, out came the Nano Visor, Complexity mopping up everybody else with Torque.
Now, a lot of ultimates online for Luminosity. This is their opportunity, but they're going to be, Complexity's going to be looking to Joe Meister and Winghaven here to make sure things get shut down. They have an Earth Shatter self-destruct combo, and Joe Meister's got the sound barrier. Here it comes. Earth Shatter from Winghaven is going to get Super Pluke's self-destruct down on the point from Nicholas. And so far, it's only 1 kill for Complexity. Luminosity are finding a whole lot of what they need to make this a one fight for them, and it looks like a complete team wipe across the board for Luminosity. They'll be able to hold on right there and give them a shot at the second point as Complexity now regroups.
It's burning a lot of time off of Luminosity, though, so a relative success for Complexity. Obviously not as great as a full hold, but burning off as much time as possible to really hold less on the second stage is obviously an advantage. The second stage is by far harder to assault than the first one, but as much time as you can take away from that, the better. I mean, with something like 6 minutes on the clock, there's a very good chance the team will cap it. With 4, that chance is obviously a lot less. Superfluke going for a charge, catching only the statue. It's Complexity getting into a rough situation.
They've traded 1 for 1 as Ube went down, and Torque is up on the May, but Hardblue is caught between a wall and a hard place right there. Couldn't get himself out and just got swarmed on. So Luminosity have managed to get a couple of kills on the point, but the thing is, every time they lose a player, it's going to make it harder and harder. Winghaven got the nano boost, but was just destroyed by a charge, and Luminosity are at least going to get 1 tick here. Nice Earth Shatter out from Superfluke. They use the Graviton along with it, and I think that may just be enough. Yes, it will, to grab both points with 3 minutes and 13 seconds left in the time bank. Well done from Luminosity, managing ultimates well and taking care of that final point, which can be so tough to cap sometimes.
Complexity certainly doing well on the first point, very organized, but as soon as they got onto the second point, Luminosity basically made 1 assault, just kept up the pressure. Complexity kind of individual errors one after another. Lucio coming a little bit too far forward. I hate to put Joe Meister on blast on that. I know what he's trying to do, keep the cap alive. A little bit of miscommunication, probably not understanding Windhaven was coming in from the back and was going to be able to contest on his own, just trying to make sure they didn't get the first tick, I think is what he was trying to do there. But all that ended up happening is one after another, different supports, different key players stepping up, getting isolated away by Luminosity. Luminosity just gradually cleaning it up, even with a little bit of an overuse of their ultimates. Just the stagger that Complexity let them get before that basically made it irrelevant. They could dump everything and they were still going to come out ahead. So 3 minutes and 13 seconds left for Luminosity. If this goes into a time-based situation, I'm comfortable calling that a great time.
Yeah, that's really good. In this day and age, in this meta of Overwatch, it can be just incredibly difficult to get
in Anubis 2017?
yeah. I mean, it's so tough to take that last point. I mean, if the other team comes out with like a Mei and a Diva and everything, I mean, no matter what you do, it just seems like you can never take the last point. It's just there's never enough kills coming your way, but Luminosity made it happen. 3:13 left. It's going to be tough for Complexity to match that time, I think.
You know, in hindsight, we really did not play off the 2017 meme enough. That should have been, you know, the best hook of 2017, the best. Everything should have been the best of 2017.
I know. We
just
missed opportunity.
Just
I'll tell
saw
you.
it. Just let it slip.
It was just easy money and not capitalized on.
Nope. Here comes Complexity. Nicholas going to play Pharah. Torque on Genji. Winghaven on Winston. Going into a dive situation as they're moving here into the first point against Luminosity on Anubis.
Torque on that Genji. Trying to get into it already. Hedan is really low. Torque able to secure that kill. Ube and Spree both get 1 for Luminosity. Torque even got a second, taking down Superfluke. And if Complexity can go for a real quick reset, just die here. They might be able to take a quick fight with respawns. Ooh, Ube. Very, very hurt.
Very good that he used a concussive to get out of that, because otherwise, inevitably, he's going to... Well, I guess he could have landed on the ground. I wouldn't have had a shot there, but either way, sketchy situation.
Yeah.
Complexity don't have a whole lot of momentum on the point yet. They're about the halfway point. They are getting positioning. Luminosity ahead in the ultimate game across the board, though.
Well, they've taken advantage some of this ground that they were able to take due to those respawns coming through from Luminosity, and Nicholas is getting some good rockets into the players of Luminosity, but still Luminosity are the ones that are finding the kills right here. Nicholas is the only one to pick up a frag for Complexity, taking down Ube, and Oh no, I think this is going to be a very late stagger coming out from Shake. Icefelt loves using that ice line, or that voice line from Diva. I'm a fan though. But here we go.
They're going to expand it so you can have multiples. I
That's
can't
right.
wait. People are going to be having
All sorts
full
of voice
conversations
lines.
in that.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be, oh, look at that Winghaven getting put to sleep right away as he came in. That's a good sleep dart. And now there will be a nano boost given off to Icefelt as he is trying to make something happen. Ube, what a shot onto Nicholas, the air shots. Oh, baby. That is what I'm talking about right there. And we will be seeing now just the reset out from Complexity as Luminosity taking the fight aggressively into them, nearly hitting another one. This guy can apparently play some Pharah.
Complexity getting very close to having a deadly offense ready, though. A Graviton, a Barrage, a Nano Boost, Primal Rage. If Winston gets in there and distracts like Winghaven is doing right now, it's going to open the field wide open for Nicholas.
Winghaven's got it. He's in there just... The sound barrier came out from Luminosity. Ube first to fall, but Harblue went down as well, and he had a Graviton. That's pretty crucial. Nicholas using that Barrage, but doesn't get a whole lot off the back of it. And now Complexity has a bit of an opportunity. Here we go. Now finally finding the kills. Should be able to secure that last one, as it is just Mineral coming back onto the point. And there we are. Complexity finally able to cap it with just 50 seconds left. And Harblue is going to have a Graviton for the next point. Nothing really to pair it with, but a Graviton nonetheless.
That cost them a lot, too. Granted, getting the first point at all is better than saving ultimates into a loss. Luminosity already reformed on the point, not in the same stagger situation as Complexity, but Complexity trying to play as far forward as possible. Both Reinhardt's missing charges. Super Block definitely going to go down in the back line along with Winghaven in the front. No, Fluke gets away.
Oh, never mind. Spree. Hello, the man is fully charged and ready to roll. That's 4 for him. Goodness me. Luminosity shutting him down right there. And that is going to be a... Oh, here we go. See, look, we've seen teams do this, play really aggressive with that Mei all the way up to the next choke point, walling out of players. They come in, and that'll just stall Complexity even longer. But now they do have combinations, at least, for Complexity. If they can get themselves in, they will have a bomb combo to work with.
We've seen Luminosity play forward on this part before. Ube is here on Mei to keep some of that advantage with the walls, cutting things off. Anubis, with the way it's structured, Mei is just so deadly. Even the run back to the point is like it's built for her. She doesn't have to go far, but that gets eaten too.
Oh, Harblue. Oh, Harblue. Here comes Luminosity just laying it into them. A full team wipe. Winghaven got a couple, but man, that is
not the opportunity.
No.
I just kept talking. I was like, nah, it's going to take a second before they really find the opening. Lets it fly.
I mean, he literally fired that right into, I mean...
At like eye level.
Yeah. That's rough. Hey, add that to the blooper reel.
Complexity, they do have an Earth Shatter, a Barrage, a Nano to work with. They're certainly not out of the fight yet. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, but a ton of ultimates on Luminosity's side. Both Delay, Survive, and Assault ultimates. A big CC for Super Pluck. Pluke, Nicholas getting pressed back. So far, just not finding the angles on Mei that he really needs to have a huge effect, but part of that is Luminosity absolutely shutting him out of the fight.
Torque and Harblue have switched it up, and Harblue now going to be playing the hog as here. Luminosity just playing so aggressive forward into them right now, but they have made some change-ups. They do have Torque now playing Zarya, Harblue on the hog. They're going to be looking to him to get some opening picks. Nicholas is still on the Pharah. He has a Rocket Barrage, but
I love the way Luminosity plays this map.
Oh yeah, I mean it's great. Right now they're, a lot of teams will play back a little bit more, but they're not afraid Luminosity. They will play aggressive. No. And they have a lot of ults to back up the aggression that they're bringing in. But now Complexity are looking to initiate a fight. As Winghaven has an Earth Shatter at the ready. He is so hurt though, easily taken care of by Super Pluke, and now they get caught inside of a Graviton. Complexity, 4 are down on their side. And Luminosity getting yet another full team wipe. Complexity are in a rough spot right now. Luminosity didn't really invest a whole lot there either, just a few ultimates. They still have 3 for another fight, and Complexity got to get it together right now, David. Not much time to work with.
Yeah, fortunately for Complexity, they didn't let anything loose there, soaking some of the ultimates out of Luminosity. So the economy is now definitely on their side. They have a number of things. If Winghay can find the right angle to get that Earth Shatter, that is all they need, along with with Nicholas's barrage. That combination. Oh, but the sleep!
Oh my! He was just about to go for that Earth Shatter. He had a good opportunity as well. There was a Rocket Barrage used. Winghaven going for the Earth Shatter, but there's not a whole lot of follow-up. Nicholas is able to get one off the back of it, but between Icefelt, Spree, and Super Pluke, it is just all Luminosity in the kill feed at the moment. Complexity cannot get anything rolling. Torque is just about to be up on that Graviton, but that's really what they're going to be looking to even potentially win this next fight.
Luminosity, Spree has a Graviton in just about the same amount of time, and Icefelt with a self-destruct after that. Luminosity looks like they're going to hold this point the entire way and take Anubis here, and we're going to find out. Complexity has one chance left, but with how Luminosity's been playing, I can't see them finding it.
This is do or die for Complexity. 15 seconds left, or they will go down 1 map to 0. These are very crucial games. There is a wall going up, and no, now they're going to get walled in. Torque has a Graviton. He needs to get through there and use it. 2 players down from Complexity. Make it 3 and 4. It's only Harblue left, and that is going to be Luminosity taking map number 1 against Complexity in a good full hold on that final point.
Complexity trying to break out their own Mei to shut down the ice wall, put it sideways in that gap so they couldn't be blocked off, completely whiffed it, canceled it early, and then Luminosity finds their own and dices everything in half, and it's all over from that point forward.
This is Luminosity taking the win on Anubis. They are the only team who has ever actually picked Anubis, and I believe they are now 2-1 on it, as they got beat by Immortals on it when they picked it. But the other time we saw them was against Citizen 7 in the very, very first day when they just completely wiped and just had an amazing showing.
Yeah, and see why. They play it quite well. I think the Immortals match in particular, I think that was one of the matches that stood out to me as one that Luminosity probably should have taken. Not the whole match, but that map on Anubis. And made a couple key mistakes. Obviously, Immortals playing up. I think it was mostly Agility's hook show, shutting down everything for Luminosity and getting scattered by it. But in this match right there, Complexity started out looking good on defense, and after that, basically everything crumbled, and it turned into Luminosity full control from beginning to end for the next, I don't know, offense and a half, basically, round and a half.
Yeah, they had a tough time there, and I mean now Complexity will at least get their map pick, but still, they just seem to be not there fully on this coordination. The coordination for Complexity, it's just not there at the moment. And granted, it is extremely tough to take that last point. Luminosity had a hell of a push for them to be able to take that last point when they were on the offense. So I mean, it's a tough map in general. Anubis, and a lot of teams don't get loads of practice on it. It's not one that you religiously practice like you do some of the other payload maps. So, you know, they'll have another shot here going into another map I'm sure they'll feel more comfortable with. Wouldn't be surprised if it's King's Row for Complexity.
We'll take another look at Luminosity's final defense there. It's just everything was clicking for him here as they're able to completely hold him off and take this 1-2-1.
And this is where they tried to go for that wall, but then let it go early and just Ube walling off the 2 that already made entrance, and from there it was just clean up city for Luminosity. You know, there was really nothing Complexity could do there.
No, and they were already grasping for things once Nicholas switched back to Mei to try and interrupt all of that. At that point, you're already on your back foot. You're trying to punch out of it. That just wasn't going to happen. It looked pretty obvious after the first minute or 2 of that second point.
No, and you had Luminosity, who usually likes to run the dive comp on that first point, decides not to, works out for them after a little bit of a hold there at the beginning, and then we see Complexity breaking out the dive comp, and it takes them just about as long. Interesting. Do you think maybe they were watching the Luminosity games and kind of like in studying for this match?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure they had done some of their research. Either way, Complexity going for the dive comp. I mean, I like the idea behind it, and it was just execution for a little while. They couldn't find a lot of the kills, but eventually it worked, and you can't really take that comp going into a last fight, and that's why you saw some change-ups. But I think Luminosity, when they did run a dive comp like that, pulled it off a little bit better when we saw it on Anubis the one time, I think last week or something.
Ube's Pharah play for Luminosity's defense, I felt really shut down a lot of what Complexity was trying to do. Nicholas certainly spent an inordinate amount of time either trying to fend off Ube or in some cases looking for him when Ube pulled some kind of slippery tactics. See Nicholas kind of pan all over the place looking for him. I think we've all been there at some point. But Ube certainly getting a much better return. So you've got an unequal Pharah situation going on. You're running so many light people trying to run fast, and with Pharah flying around able to fire into that, that's just going to be hard to play.
Well, one thing we saw Luminosity doing really well was shutting down the ults of Complexity. This is, I think, we've seen the second Graviton Surge eaten today. This happened twice already.
And this one from Harblu, unless I missed something, he just, he literally just threw it right in to Icefeld. I mean, he knows better than that, than to just toss it from long range like that. You're not going to Kobe a Graviton in this meta. Like, there's very few instances where you can do it. If you're going to try that, you need to know that there is no diva, like, even within any range of you. Because, I mean, he saw diva and literally just threw it out there. He thought she was looking the other way, but, I mean, turned last second and, you know, got it. But still, it's a very risky thing to go for. And, you know, you got to go and just initiate the whole way and just plop it into the ground.
I see a lot of people kind of right-click jump to keep a lot of momentum moving forward to propel themselves a little bit forward so they can drop that closer. I don't think he was in a position to really pull that off effectively, but either way, I agree. Graviton was poorly placed, but overall, don't think that was the absolute pivotal moment. Luminosity just looked like they had control.
Yeah. There was much more going on to that entirety, like the entirety of that match than just, you know, that wasn't the only problem. As you said, there was a lot more to it than that. But we'll see what they can do going into our second map here, which, hey, what do you know?
Kings Road is.
Yep. It's been one that Complexity has very much enjoyed playing. It's pretty much been their go-to for any time they lose the first map or whatever. Whenever they lose, they like going to Kings Row right after that. They've had good success here recently, for the most part, at least within the past month or so. It's been a pretty good map for them, so it's probably one of their best chances at taking a win here.
Yeah, probably see, well, I don't know about probably. Say we might at this point. It's not as reliable to see Sombra every time on this map like we've seen out of Complexity in the past. It's possible we'll see Sombra. I believe they abandoned it the last time. Last time we saw them play.
Thanks.
I'm just gonna let him do it.
Yeah,
just let him talk
I'm
for a
just
second.
gonna listen in. He didn't really want to attack the objective. Man, he really wants to go. Well, so far Luminosity is showing. They're really having a great time inside of Spawn.
Like I said, I can't wait until they can just program a bunch of different voice lines in there and run everything. Honestly, like the entire early stage of us could just be silent and let them do everything from that point
we don't
forward.
need to say anything.
I would be absolutely ecstatic. I would love that. It'd be great.
Well, Luminosity going for the Ana and the Zenyatta on attack. No Lucio for them on the attacking side, but Torque will be running Tracer on defense as Luminosity trying to work their way in at the moment. Torque in their back line just harassing for the time being, and Winghaven is the first one to go down. Luminosity with a great opening as they get this initial pick, and Spree is quite charged up at the moment as well. Well, people in the area, beware of this man because he will melt you, as Nicholas is actually going to get ejected from his mech and taken care of by Ube. Winghaven is back into the fight, but still Complexity is down one player in this initial fight here. And there will be a nano boost used, given off to Harblu as he's trying to chase Ube down, and Ube will get finished off, him and Torque. Harblu and Torque take care of that one, and Harblu throws the Graviton down onto the point. Spree is able to find a couple for himself. He's caught in the corner. Harblu finishes him off, though. Super Fluke and a couple more are on the point. Harblu really needs to get some heals, but Nicholas dropped on the point by Super Fluke. He'll be kept alive quite well, and now Transcendence comes out from Mineral. I don't know if he needed to necessarily use that right there. Could have just gone for a reset on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, all along with the Earth Shatter from Super Fluke. That could have been a 4 ultimate, all borderline guaranteed take for Luminosity, burning 2 of them. Mineral changing over to Lucio.
I like
at
the
least,
Lucio more here, to be honest. I think you need that speed. to help on the attack, personally. But here we go, Spree right in through the hotel, and he will drop the Graviton, looking for follow-up. Nicholas just about to get demeched, finally will by Spree, and now Hardblue is going to get the nano boost yet again, as he's already able to take out Spree. He's looking for a little bit more, but he's low on health over on this hotel side. Luminosity's gotten good positioning over on the point. Ube somehow didn't convert onto Joe Meister. I think he didn't have the ammo in the clip, but still Luminosity will get the first point in pretty good time. 4:15 for them to work their way through the streets phase here, as Icefeld is going to switch back over to the Diva rather than 76.
Complexity going to be looking to take the fight to Luminosity very early on here in the streets phase. A Graviton, an Earth Shatter, a Sound Barrier, a Self-Destruct. Two different variations of bomb combos, depending on how you want to look at it. Just an absolute arsenal to work with on Complexity's side. So they want to get in there early and shut down Luminosity and bleed as much time out of them as possible.
Ube is on that Pharah. Here comes Winghaven in on the charge. They use Sound Barrier to initiate Complexity, and Mineral was taken out by Nicholas. So it is a one-player advantage with Complexity at the moment, and Winghaven still playing back because he is quite hurt. Gets Earth Shattered. He's being kept alive for the time being, Winghaven, but the Biotic landed on him, and Spree gets the final blow, and Nicholas is now getting demeched. Not the best of news for Complexity at the time being, and Joe Meister caught out by Ube in the back, and now Luminosity, it's just Ube raining hell on them from above in the streets, and it's Complexity getting wiped through.
Complexity fumbling that streets phase.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. In that situation, we saw Winghaven throw a Fire Strike into a double Zarya bubble. Not always a bad idea, but when both enemy Reinhardt and Zarya are inches away from your face and there's a lot of ultimate economy on your side, that's a questionable decision. Ube dropping a barrage in the backline, only picking up one.
Quickly taken care of, and Complexity are able to find some kills for themselves. 4 players down for Luminosity. Super Plug did get a nano boost, but I don't know if there will be enough Luminosity players here. Yeah, Super Plug easily focused down by Winghaven and company. That will be a hold for Complexity on that second point. They do have some ults, a nice bomb combo on the next fight to be had here. Ube sticking to that Pharah, though. He has been pretty effective for Luminosity so far in the streets phase.
Complexity able to make up for the middle streets phase mistake by holding strong near the end of the second point. Luminosity has a Graviton to work with. You're going to have to place that in the right location. They do have a number of other things following it up, and Hardblue dropping the Graviton already. The Pulse Bomb combo coming out.
Wasn't letting that one get eaten. Here we go. Torque using the Pulse Bomb. That's 2 for him. And Shake able to get Super Pluke. So they're making sure there was no eating of the Graviton that time. Hardblue wasn't going to let it happen. And Nicholas has made his way onto Pharah, in case you guys missed that one. But now Luminosity is going to come back with, they do have Graviton for themselves, which, yeah, we'll be looking to for the next fight in Luminosity.
Luminosity, even though they lost that last offense, certainly looking better to cap the second point out in this next one. They have a bomb combo and a sound barrier. Those two things together are enough to both assault and respond to anything Complexity is able to drop. But if Winghaven can find a nasty Earth Shatter, they might just hold this.
Winghaven does have it ready. Here comes the Graviton. Icefeld's going to lay that self-destruct right on top of him. Doesn't find anything directly off the self-destruct, but Luminosity still gets 2 kills. Ube ends up ending his own life right there with a rocket, but Torque will be running around for the time being with pretty low health himself, just trying to stall it out, but Winghaven and Torque are both going down. That is definitely a cap for Luminosity, and now they'll be looking to regroup on this next fight. 2:15 to get to the final point.
Oh, but Complexity, almost 6 ultimates online for this last leg. I could list the different ways you can pair this together, but you just take a look at the characters. You got bomb combos, nano barrages, all sorts of things that Complexity can string together.
They have a lot of different options, that's for sure. And now they're looking to take a fight. They don't want to delay. Oh, goodness. Winghaven nearly knocked down
nano
the
barrage.
pit. And here we go,
Oh, no.
Just a regular barrage. He will get 1. They take down Ube. Nicholas is able to keep himself alive too, which was pretty key. Winghaven charges though and ends up going down. I think it'll still be a 1 fight for Complexity. They're forcing Luminosity to back up at the moment, and they just want to make sure they don't overextend here and lose any players, but I think they're in good hands for the time being. And now Luminosity looking to regroup and get themselves back in. They almost have some pretty good combinations up themselves.
Yeah, Luminosity certainly looking like they're going to be able to round this corner with their combo, but Winghaven landing an Earth Shatter.
Winghaven lands the Earth Shatter. Torque goes down at the beginning of the fight, though. Icefeld trying to pressure Nicholas, and a sound barrier comes out from Complexity, and they are the ones who are finding kills at the moment. Spree got nano boosted, but he was only able to get Winghaven in the middle of that fight, and the Luminosity are still going to get a little bit of ground off of this cart. And Complexity doesn't have any shield to stand behind at the moment. There is no Winghaven currently up in the mix, and they need him to get his respawn, get back up and meet with the team so he can front line, and you have Hard Blue just about to have this this Graviton, which is going to be huge for Complexity. They initiate with it, going in with the Graviton. Torque is able to pick up heat, and Hard Blue ends up going down. They trade 1 for 1 so far, but being able to get the support like that is a very big pick, and here we go. Complexity cleaning up on the rest of the Luminosity
That was a very,
players.
very big hold for Complexity. Only one offense left for Luminosity. Complexity, they have an Earth Shatter. They have a Barrage just moments away. A Pulse Bomb from Torque. Meanwhile, Luminosity, they have 3 ultimates of their own, but they're missing the big 2, the Graviton and the Earth Shatter. They're going to have to string them together in the Raw and just get the natural kills and expand on it from there. Luminosity, they have to contest the cart in the next 5 seconds.
Not much time left. 5 seconds, 3 now, and Luminosity's coming in. Nicholas in the back is going to get a barrage off and a lot of damage off it. Luminosity finding 2 kills, shake Nicholas fall, but Winghaven and Hard Blue responding with a couple for Complexity Gaming as Super Fluke and Ube are taken out, but Spree with that nano boost finishes off Winghaven. He will send in a Graviton of his own. Spree with 2 on this fight. Minerals finishes off Joe Meister. Luminosity looking to bring this card home as Complexity players are dropping like flies at the moment, but the respawns will be coming momentarily, so they need to keep on steady with this card. And Winghaven coming back into the fight right now as Nicholas is going to get a nano boost himself. He's in the back line, can't quite land the rockets, finally finishing off Icefeld. And he's looking to take out Hedan as well. That's 2 for him. Mineral and Spree are still landing around on this card, but I don't know if they'll have enough gusto here, Luminosity, to finish off the map. Spree is still alive. Icefeld is coming back as Sombra. Spree ends up going down, and that was one of their last big hopes. Ube is up on Tracer, but finished off. Nobody else around for Luminosity, and they will get stopped just before the end. But still, good on Complexity not letting them cap it off. And now they will try their hand at the offense.
Nicholas coming in huge there at the end, cleaning up both supports, a lot of the people coming back, all those kind of rush characters. Tracer, you mentioned Sombra was on their way. I thought Complexity for sure was going to be losing that match after that very second to last fight, I should say. A number of the ultimates not landing where they needed to, and with Winghaven stepping so far forward, it looked like Luminosity thought as soon as he came out of the gate that there would be a number of other Complexity members behind him, but in fact there was a moment for them to step forward and just pound him out of the fight almost immediately. But other than that, I don't know exactly how they were going to get Nicholas out of the air. And it looked like, as long as somebody was standing on cart and contesting the actual cart itself, Nicholas was eventually going to clean up all of Luminosity. So, a pretty decent hold for Complexity.
Well, they at least prevent them from capping all the way. So Complexity, all they need to do is just finish off the map, and they are good. Doesn't matter in what time they do it, as long as they finish off the map. They will take it and tie the series up at 1-1. The question is, can they do that? And now Luminosity on their defense. So far pretty standard, and Ube will be on the defensive Pharah. A lot of teams liking to run the defensive Pharahs. I mean, you had Renegades doing that with Mangachu on defense, and it's really making its way back into the meta a little bit more each time, it seems.
I mean, Pharah just makes so much sense lately. For as long as people aren't running as much Zen, or they're running so many tanks, it really opens up the sky. Especially McCree being gone makes Pharah a lot more versatile. But with Shake on Zenyatta in this instance, Torque, he can definitely get up to a level to do damage to Ube. Ube might not have the free skies he thinks he's going to have.
And Torque will be on the Sombra, as you can tell. Complexity very well known for their Sombra strategy, so we'll be looking to Torque for the EMP once he's able to build it up, which he can do so quickly. Oh, going for the hack. Right away, couldn't quite get it.
He's getting shut down so far compared to the norm.
Yeah, he has been dealt with pretty well. He's trying to get that hack onto somebody, at least give him an advantage in this fight. Super Pluke charged in, but wasn't able to sustain himself, keep himself alive, and Torque was quite hurt. And he's going to get back with the rest of his team and then takes a rocket to the face from Ube, but Complexity has been able to grab up a couple of kills here, a few kills indeed, and they've got themselves on the point. They will at least get one tick down. And Mineral is still in here, just, I mean, he's kind of caught by himself. He's going to die pretty late. He stayed alive for a while, but he did die late. That's not good news for Luminosity. He could have kept himself alive to fight with his team on this point here. Winghaven using the Earth Shatter, though, going to put some bodies down. Ube gets the Nano Boost, and Transcendence is used from Shake to make sure his team stays healthy, and Ube flying around up top. Shake takes care of him, though, with a Discord, and a few orbs will take care of Ube. So good time from Complexity. They didn't even need to use an EMP to take the first point. Torque will have that online in just a moment, as well as the Graviton. That is a good combination that they'll be able to use in the next fight.
Yeah, absolutely, and you don't even really need any follow-up other than that, unless Luminosity had a sound barrier, which they don't. Perhaps they could fire back with an Earth Shatter or a Graviton of their own and try and equalize, but if Torque gets in there the way we've seen him do in the past and lands that EMP, wouldn't be, I think Harblue, yeah, you're right, it's going to land the Graviton right in the middle of him. Complexity should be able to make it through the Streets phase rather easily here, but be careful of that defense matrix.
Well, he has not used Graviton yet, now laying it out there. A few people will get caught up in it. Super Pluke went down. Ube was able to get a couple with his barrage. Shake and Joe Meister, both supports out for Complexity, and Ube ends up killing himself in the end, but it is a trade-off back and forth. Torque gets Ice Felt, and Luminosity is down too, so once Complexity regroups, they should definitely be able to get some pretty easy ground off of this cart. And Spree's trying to back himself up at the moment. Indeed, he will get all the way back there, but he's being harassed.
Ube getting a big return out of that barrage for the situation, too. At just the right time, Complexity going to have an Earth Shatter as they move into the final part of the Streets phase. Luminosity, though, they've got 3 online. Hold that thought. Super Pluke is already stepping up and looking for an Earth Shatter of his own, back into this relative shield war. As Complexity looking for the right angle, still building some of that ult charge on their side.
Winghaven starting to get pressure. They lost Nicholas, so Winghaven just coming all the way back.
Time to back off. That's smart. They're very close to going down there, even with how much ground they gave up.
And now, well, Winghaven's going to have an Earth Shatter. That'll be the big ultimate that Complexity will be looking to in the next fight. And now starting to work their way back up. And Nicholas has made a switch over to Farah himself. And now Super Pluke using an Earth Shatter down is going to connect with Winghaven. Winghaven with a pretty big Earth Shatter himself here, looking to follow up. Transcendence used by Complexity. Now Nicholas takes down Mineral, and Nicholas is just in the back, able to dish out damage left and right. No congestion anywhere. That was a big Earth Shatter from Winghaven to kick off that fight.
I looked for a second there like Pluke was actually going to counter and shut down that Earth Shatter. He almost had it with his shield, missed it, or rather it got around him, but then the way he charged Complexity out of that fight was pretty interesting, but the rest of Complexity getting around him, Nicholas paying out dividends on Farah, firing in from behind. Luminosity looking to take it, but no, just in time. Complexity caps the second point. Luminosity's going to have to back off. It's already lost, but at this point, they need to step forward again and start challenging, drain some of the ultimates out of Complexity. Graviton landing.
Ooh, baby, here it comes from Luminosity. 3 kills for them. Ube got taken out by Nicholas, but still kills, obviously, in Luminosity's favor. And that will have to be a reset for Complexity. They're in pretty good shape at the moment. 3 minutes to finish off the map. That's all Complexity needs to do, and they will send it to a third and final map. So, not the easiest of tasks, but they have a good bit of time to work with.
Got about 3 minutes.
Earth Shatter that came out from Super Pluke. Only got a couple caught up, and a Torque went down. Spree was traded out, though, thanks to Harblue. So it is a 5 versus 5 fight. Now Winghaven looking to come forward. He uses an Earth Shatter of his own, gets a few down in it. He did among them, but Winghaven quickly traded out there as well. Super Pluke might end up going down. He is up just barely. They're looking to finally focus him down, and Nicholas snags up 2 for himself between Nicholas and Torque. They just plowed through Luminosity, and they're looking pretty good here. 220 to cap.
As they're stretching around the final bend, they will have a Nano Barrage or a Nano Visor ready to go. Either one of those can utterly shred the backline of Luminosity. In this situation, the backline is going to be forced into a very tough fight if they actually aren't hanging around the backline, or the backsides along these ledges. Complexity already starting to look for those angles. Winghaven really far forward.
Self-destruct from Ice Felt. And that did nothing. Here comes Nicholas with the barrage. That should seal the deal just about for Complexity. I know Icefeld's got to get out there very quickly, and I don't know if he's going to be able to. Gets charged by Winghaven to help secure it for Complexity, and that will send this match to a third and final map here.
Oh, that barrage from Nicholas there at the end, just wrapping everything up with a nice little bow. You know, they were getting angles on both sides with Torque on Soldier 76 and Nicholas from the air on the other side, and that puts the defense in a really weird position where you can't really bring all the supports close to defend from these two areas, or you press into an offense that's sitting right there and around a cart getting a little bit extra heals. But at the same time, you can't leave the opening because either one of those, attack visor or barrage, are going to shred your backline. You can't have a shield facing both ways, so Complexity capping that one.
Complexity with the win will send us to game number 3. Now let's rewind. Take me back to that final defensive hold for Complexity, because that was the kicker here. Both teams pushed it basically the same distance, but that final meter, the whole difference here. What did Complexity do on that final point to give them the win?
Well, I think one of the things, not necessarily the Complexity did, but even Luminosity, I think it was Spree had used a Graviton in a situation that maybe he didn't necessarily need to use it. He just used it on 2 supports that were kind of sitting out in the open anyway, whereas if he would have saved the Graviton when they were on their offensive side, they could have used it for the returning players to maybe find some kills. Either way, it was just a matter of a few small things like that. I think at least on Luminosity's end as to why they didn't finish off the card. I'm not sure about necessarily Complexity's defense, but the offense from Complexity was very, very strong there.
I think a lot of it for them really started unraveling a bit in the streets phase. I mean, Luminosity. That's where they probably gave up a whole lot of time. The last phase as well. I mean, really, the only really solid defense we saw out of them at all was kind of on the first point. Really, just in general, and even now that I say it, I kind of got to back out of it a little bit. Just overall Complexity, getting through each stage with a little bit more time than Luminosity, adding all that time up, and certainly not holding the last point as well as Luminosity did. Luminosity not being as aggressive with their ults as Complexity was when they were on defense to keep Luminosity on their back foot. They just didn't have some of it in the economy either way. Complexity also a little bit messy with some of their ults on offense, but I don't know if it was kind of an organized mess that allowed them to keep pushing forward, because it caused some strange situations for Luminosity, them firing off ultimates to try and stay alive that they might not need to. So perhaps you could call that coaxing them out of them, but I'd have to really go back and look very carefully at all that with how much was going on at the time.
Sure, and that final hold from Complexity, or the final push for Complexity rather, did see that team coming together, working together as a solid unit, as we'll see here on another look at that final touch.
And this is it right here. There's a barrage and attack visor in this scenario. Luminosity, as soon as that shield's down, there's nothing they can do.
There was such separation from Luminosity right there, too. They seemed to be scattered in a lot of different areas, but it was a good job from Torque to position himself well for that attack visor. I mean, he came out from the left-hand side and just there wasn't really anything there to contest him as he went for that attack visor. Had pretty much free range. Only got 1 kill, but had a lot of damage overall with the attack visor. So good positioning, good, putting himself in an opportune situation to get maximum effectiveness out of his attack visor. And of course, that barrage just, crushed from Nicholas. So that allowed them to cap it in the end. And now we see a third map.
Third map, we'll be going to Nepal, which I believe we've had 2 matches today go to round number 3, and Nepal was the defining factor. Actually, Nepal's been the last map in every match so far today. So this is where the final stand will happen. Who's taking it here, Complexity or Luminosity?
I think going in this one, honestly, I feel good with Luminosity here. To be honest, I feel good with Luminosity to take this. Complexity, they have tools to play on control point, but I just feel a little bit better about Luminosity here, I think.
I feel like it's going to be Complexity. they're both so evenly matched right now with how they're playing back and forth, but Complexity coming off a win. And also, I keep expecting to see the impact of Nicholas's May on this stage of Nepal. Every time they play it, I haven't seen it so far, but I'm not giving up hope yet. Not necessarily that I even have a stake in who wins this. I mean, I like both teams. There's been moments throughout the tournament where both of them have been very fun to watch and impressive.
Oh, absolutely.
Just mostly all I care about.
Yeah, hey, man,
Are you fun to watch?
Exactly.
Great.
That is what matters, for sure. And now, let's see if this one is just as fun as what we've seen in this match. And Icefelt on the Tracer, as one might expect him to be, as he can be very, very deadly on that. And Torque is just going to be playing 76 for Complexity. Harblue on the Zarya. No May for either side in this, which is it is a good stage for May. Kembe. Nicholas very hurt here. Got a biotic set on himself. Winghaven is totally caught in by himself. He should be focused down here. I'd imagine he's so hurt. Oh, someone just needs to press forward and take care of him. There it is. Luminosity starting it off. 2 kills for Spree. Super Pluke gets Winghaven. They will be able to cap the point first here, cementing themselves in good control of that high ground over on the left-hand side, pressing Complexity back, and then cleaning up on all the damage they laid out.
Yeah, both characters that I would, or both players that I would expect to actually break out May in this situation, both on D.Va, but hold that thought, Luminosity. Got 2 ultimates, and there's a fight on point. Luminosity defending so far, Complexity a little bit scattered.
Super Pluke has that Earth Shatter at the ready. He's able to get 2 in it. Super Pluke, Harblue with a couple of kills himself. Spree also had a couple, so it's a little bit back and forth on the point here, but you do have a good bit of presence from Luminosity, as well, there is going to be Gravitons on both sides. Spree and gets a little bit better value out of his, it seems, though, as Harblue, he does take down, actually, Super Pluke in the end. Reinforcements of Complexity are coming back to the point to help them most likely retake the point. You still have Ube stalling for the time being, and might as well get as much percentage off of this one as you can. Just have the rest of your team sit back. They are going to at least get 51% there. Luminosity's Complexity now gets themselves on the board.
Luminosity giving up a lot of their ultimate advantage in that fight as well, especially for a loss of possession. Complexity, they've got a Nano Visor and an Earth Shatter, almost a sound barrier for reactionary one, and Nicholas closing in on a self-destruct. Complexity looks like they should be able to hold 1 or 2 out of this. Nano Visor already landing.
Torque is going to just be shredding through people, dealing damage, and the rest of Complexity cleaning up on it. Nicholas and Winghaven a couple apiece for them. And they will continue to hold on here as Luminosity didn't invest anything right there. It's a good thing they didn't, and they'll just be able to reset. Icefelt, Pulse Bomb ready, but Spree nowhere near the Graviton to combo with that, so
expect him to just let it loose on a tank or a backline support.
Yeah, just look for a pick with it.
For as long as there isn't a Graviton up, you just let those things fly. You get them all the time.
See, Joe Meister wants to take a speed boost and push into Luminosity as they come in through main, and they were able to grab Super Pluke off of it. Now Graviton is going to come out from Harblue. Nicholas with 3. There is a self-destruct laid out from Ube, but it did absolutely nothing. Complexity continue to hang on to the point right here. They've mounted a solid defense so far. They don't really have too much to hold with when Luminosity comes back in. But it's not like Luminosity really has a whole lot themselves.
Yep. You've got Torque with the Tac Visor. Biggest thing is both sides holding on to sound barriers. Interesting to see who forces out who's first. Probably going to be Luminosity dropping it right now. Complexity still has theirs in the bag. Complexity looking good.
Luminosity hasn't done anything with their sound barrier as of yet. Now Complexity is going to lay theirs out there. Super Pluke uses an Earth Shatter, and Torque going in for the Tac Visor. Gets Mineral. Hedan goes down. Now he gets the Nano Boost on top of that. Don't even know if he needed it, but whatever. Take out a good insurance policy on the fight and call it done. Complexity are able to stop Luminosity yet again, getting the full team wipe. And that should seal the deal on stage number 1 here of Nepal. Complexity going up 1-0.
And Complexity looking good so far.
Oh yeah.
Luminosity a bit scattered in some of those fights. Certainly that first possession loss probably should have stayed in theirs, maybe even taking it all the way up to 80–90% out of that. But Complexity, as soon as they took it back, just walked straight up.
Yeah, they looked really good once they retook it. Luminosity good off the start, but I just couldn't really seem to get any effectiveness, any utility out of the ultimates on the side of Luminosity. They just, anytime they laid like Super Pluke's Earth Shatter, pretty much no follow-up, no kills off of it. Even Spree's Gravitons, there just wasn't a whole lot of effectiveness from it, and that'll allow Complexity to take a 1-0 lead here as we head on to the next stage. Onto Shrine. And Icefeld continuing to stay on that Tracer. Torque will continue to go on the 76. Mineral getting bounced all the way off the point, and Winghaven will go down for his aggressive charge play. So the one pick advantage immediately going to Luminosity, and they have themselves better positioning on top of this point right now, just standing here. The rest of Complexity will have to reset, wait for Winghaven. That's good positioning immediately from Luminosity here, and Spree did a lot of damage in that fight. He is already sitting at 90%. Actually, he's got the Graviton. That is a quick Graviton.
That's really fast. I expect Luminosity to use that very offensively, perhaps taking Complexity off guard.
Oh, we got to pause. So we'll have to wait to see that Graviton. Not quite yet. Not quite yet, but soon. Hopefully.
We'll get it. We'll get it. It'll be waiting for us afterwards. Nothing's going to change.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to change at all. As Complexity able to take point number 1 convincingly. Very well done. Good team cohesion on that side. That is not a verb in that situation. That is the proper use of that word.
Good job.
There we go.
You got it today.
That's right.
Yeah, well, Complexity, they did get it done, which is odd because Luminosity, they looked much better. I mean, they looked great off the start. They took a good commanding team fight in the beginning and played it well, and then after that, like we were saying, just really got nothing done with ults. I mean, it was Earth Shatters and Gravitons. There wasn't massive amounts of follow-up for them, but now we head on to Phase 2. They have an early Graviton from Spree. Like you said, I think they're going to want to use that quickly because there's really, I mean, he knows how quick he got that, and he knows that Complexity's got like nothing up at the moment, so he's going to want to take it aggressively, I would assume.
We're going to get right back into it and find out.
Let's take a look. We're right back into it. Spree does have it ready. He'll be waiting for his opportunity to strike with it as he goes straight into them, lays the Graviton out there, and he is fully charged to deal maximum damage. Luminosity are going to crush Complexity with that Graviton. Essentially a full team wipe. It's good offensive use.
Just one ultimate as well.
Yep.
Which brings online 3 more for Luminosity. Complexity getting 2 of their own in that last exchange. Almost 3 with Joe Meister working on his sound barrier. Nothing that really pairs together naturally right off the bat, though. Torque is getting very close to attack visor. Winghaven, I mean, you don't really even need to pair an Earth Shatter with anything else. You make the right one. Icefeld letting loose a Pulse Bomb. Doesn't look like he got anything out of it.
Super Pluke lays out an Earth Shatter. Not a whole lot of bodies caught in it, and he will now get a Nano Boost, but he's so hurt that he can't afford to really put his shield down too much, and he barely stays alive. Mineral using the sound barrier just in time to make sure his Reinhardt lives, and he will continue to get heals from Heat, and now a Tac Visor comes out from Torque, but he gets shut down by Super Pluke. Icefeld gets traded out by Joe Meister, but Luminosity seeming to come out on top of this one. Hardblue using that Graviton, gets a couple for himself, but Spree is still there to shut him down, and that will be Luminosity still holding on here, and they want to stagger old Nicholas a little bit as well, but Luminosity, that might be it.
Pluke going nuts in the middle of that fight, already up to 76% on his Earth Shatter. We're already in overtime here. Luminosity looks like they're going to be able to hold this point. Complexity scattered, scraping, trying to keep it alive, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it.
There's still in here. Torque's trying to keep himself alive. Here comes a self-destruct, but yes, Luminosity getting the kills. Ube with that Nano Boost on himself will be able to clean up a lot of these players, and that is Luminosity coming back strong, tied up at 1-1. Very strong response from them, though. Really
certainly
playing well.
A different Luminosity from what we saw in Stage 1 of Nepal.
Absolutely.
Here. They started slow against FaZe yesterday. Maybe now is another one of those days, and they're going to bring it back. We're going to find out pretty soon here, but it's already 1-1 in the overall series.
That was a big Graviton, though. He got it so early. He got it pretty much 5% into their first cap. He had a Graviton ready, and when you get your ult that fast, especially an ult like Graviton, you know, a Graviton or an Earth Shatter, you want to go quick with that kind of ult because you know Complexity has nothing to deal with it. And in that case, Luminosity they capitalized on the early Graviton, and it pretty much went from there. Luminosity's feeling good, tied up 1-1 on Nepal, 1-1 in the best of 3 series in general, and now we head on to the Sanctum phase. As right away, both Reinhardts are going to charge. They got the bubbles. Winghaven is the one to fall, though, on the side of Complexity. So will be Ube back to Pharah, this time on the Sanctum stage, and Torque will be playing 76 with maybe a chance to counter that Pharah play. But there are some sneaky ways you can do it on this map to really stay undercover and get that spam out there. Oh, just as I say that, oh, he's really getting pressured, but stays alive. And they will go forward. Super Pluke does go down to Hard Blue. They continue to fight over on this pillar side. An opening for Complexity as they were able to take down Super Pluke and Hedan. They should be able to capitalize off of this if Torque is able to stay alive at least. They'll still have numbers. Mineral is caught in at the moment and just about finished off. There it is, Hard Blue securing the frag. So that will be Complexity responding right away. And now a Graviton laid out there as well from Spree, and maybe not the best time or a Graviton for them, as Complexity are still taking the fight into Luminosity as Torque uses that attack visor. Doesn't get a whole lot off, but Complexity anyway have control of the point.
Lions now starting to stabilize for really the first time in this fight, as Luminosity and Complexity having quite a bit of a scrap there on the side. A lot of influence going back and forth. Now Luminosity now with a nano boost looking to take over the pillars, back away from Complexity. Complexity is in control of the point right now, but one thing at a time. Winghaven starting to countercharge back in, getting roped in. Ube's going to make him sit.
Good hook from Ube, getting a Reinhardt out of the fight. That's a big opening for Luminosity. Super Pluke, though, got taken out, finished off by Joe Meister. And now Ube down here is just looking to maybe get Torque if he can. Self-destruct on the point from Nicholas. Gets 2. Icefeld and Spree, see you later. And Ube will get focused down at the bottom of the point. That will be Complexity continuing. Well, actually, they will go and get the point back, I should say, from Luminosity. 50% and counting for the boys in red. And there is going to be a good combination up for Luminosity here, though. Graviton self-destruct. And they're going to be looking to get effectiveness. Winghaven with that Earth Shatter to defend as they come in here. But Hard Blue goes down early for Complexity. That's not good news for them, giving Luminosity an opening to get back into the fight now as Winghaven falls. It's 3 kills for Complexity. That should be all them as they try and get back onto this point. Really not difficult for them at all. They just got 1 kill and they didn't have to use anything.
Just sort of existed in the space and slowly took it back. They didn't even have to burn the bomb combo you called out, and now they're looking like they're going to have a very strong defense to try and get this score back to even. Complexity is at 80%. They're roughly 1 possession away from capping it out, but right now Luminosity's the one in control, and with so many ultimates on their side. Hold on, Graviton.
Graviton self-destruct to use Ube with 3 off of the whole hog. He's going to be shredding through Complexity right there as they're able to hang on. They had a lot of ults to work with. Yeah, that was beautiful combination from Luminosity. Spree going in, Graviton, Ube, whole hog, and just putting them into the meat grinder there, Luminosity. And now Complexity looking to respond.
Oh, a big pull on Hard Blue, getting yanked into the back. Hedon following up with a Biotic and making him sit down there. Luminosity still in control, 2 down for Complexity, but they're still pressing in.
They are going in for it. I mean, they almost have to because Luminosity's at 95%, and they still have a nano boost, Luminosity, to use to defend. There's only 2 guys up for Complexity, and I don't even know if they can get to the point in time. Winghaven was the only one in the vicinity, and Luminosity now taking a 2-1 lead with a chance to take the match right here. Match point as we head on to the next phase.
See what stage comes out this time. Yeah, but the random selection of stage is always mattering quite a bit. Back to Village.
Yeah. Well, here we go.
Oh, we might be looking at a tie game after this, but Luminosity I can't imagine that they're going to suffer some of the same problems they were having the first time around on this stage. They certainly look like they've got it back into the swing of things.
Yeah. Oh.
Started out strong on Anubis, suffered a little bit on King's Row. First stage here on Nepal was also a little bit of a work in progress, but that's the last stage was certainly in their favor. Last two stages certainly in their favor, and now they're looking for that third one to close everything out.
Match point for Luminosity. They have Icefeld on the Tracer still. This time Torque is going to be on Tracer for Complexity, and Winghaven's got the Biotic on himself. Quickly focused down by Super Fluke, and Torque with 2 for himself to get us kicked off in this fight. And he can be certainly a presence on Tracer, very, very deadly. And he'll be duking it out with Icefeld. What a battle, the Tracer v Tracer. It's gotta be tough as Shake is trying to take a fight with Mineral at the moment, but it is all Complexity in the kill feed, all red. It will take the point first here.
Complexity also ahead by just enough in the ultimate economy. A bomb combo pretty far away. Harblu still working on his Graviton spree as well. Both teams actually now in a fairly equal situation, with the exception that Winghaven is 20% or more above Super Fluke, and if he gets that out drastically in advance, that's going to turn the tides.
Oh, Pulse Bomb narrowly, actually it did connect on the Winghaven. He finished him off. Icefeld finished him off with just a little bit of focus fire. And now Nicholas has a self-destruct. Complexity looking to hang on to the point here, but they did lose Winghaven early. And Luminosity's got all sorts of bodies on this point, and they will just waltz themselves onto the point, and they will actually go a little bit further than that and just clean house of Complexity. Super Fluke with 3 for himself, and he will get the point back here.
It's a good play by Luminosity, not losing too much, just 2 ultimates out of their bank right there. Complexity, however, they're going to have 6 in this next fight. They should be able to take this back, and from there, if they budget them correctly, they could hold the whole thing.
They certainly can. Oh, so many ults for them, so there's going to be a Graviton out from Complexity. Pulse Bomb didn't quite connect, and Luminosity are the ones that win the fight, regardless of it. Now, the Graviton came out there from Harblu. It just wasn't much after that. Luminosity holding on strong right here.
That was very, very important for Luminosity, whether they saw it or not. The Graviton being gone for Complexity really opens things up. It's a lot harder, even if Complexity takes it, to camp on the point the way they would in the past. We'll get back to that. Complexity moving on for their second assault. They still have a lot of offense here.
Coming right back in, self-destruct laid out. Winghaven is going to get the nano boost, has an Earth Shatter, gets Hedan in it, and Super Fluke over there has taken quite a bit of damage himself. Just a little bit of focus fire on the point will do. Torque is there to help out the cause, and that is Complexity back on it with authority. And they will be able to cap this point back as Luminosity sitting at 75%. And Complexity finally getting back in control here, but they need to win here.
Absolutely. They did burn a lot of ultimates to take it back, which is good for Luminosity. Both teams now relatively even, though Torque holding on to a Pulse Bomb. If he can find the tank, really, he just needs to get in behind Super Fluke or one of the supports and drop that, especially if it's Hedan in the middle of this fight. That's going to be huge for Complexity, trying to prevent him from getting the nano boost out ahead of time if they know he's got it. Right now, Complexity, Luminosity on point again.
There we go, Complexity looking to hold on here. It's just about evened up. Super Fluke has the nano boost. He's so hurt though. Nicholas just focused him down. He got Torque before he fell, but Complexity absolutely needs to win this fight here to make sure they can hang on. Luminosity goes for the Graviton. There is no follow-up to be had though, and that's bad news for Luminosity. Super Fluke is going to have, I mean, he's got it. Earth Shatter to come in with, but can he even make it to the point in time? That's really the question. He just needs to go, go, go right now. But he won't even be able to make it there in time. And Ube got Shake. In the end, doesn't matter because Complexity hangs out. We're tied up at 2-2, baby.
Now you said it. We're all tied up. Complexity taking the same stage twice. I want to go back to one of the stages that Luminosity took, though. So Luminosity Their own fate is in their hands. I guess that's true for both sides. We're even right down the line, 1-1 on a score line for the series. 2-2 is a score line for the control point series. Man, the nomenclature for this, the terminology gets so confusing so quickly.
Yeah, it certainly can, but we got to figure it out at least. We're tied 2-2.
You get it. Everything's tied up. This is the last game.
Like, this is the very last one. There ain't nothing else after this. You got to do it right here, right now. Both of these teams, Luminosity versus Complexity. This is really a must-win for Complexity in terms of standings in the group stages. They got to pull one out right here.
Luminosity was dominant on this before, though. Here we go, meeting in the middle.
Both Reinhardts charging immediately. Spree gets the better of the Zarya battle. Spree with 2 for himself. Icefelt gets Winghaven. That is already 3 kills for Luminosity. And between Spree and Icefelt, they're just mopping up the floor with them. And that is going to be point control going to Luminosity to kick us off here.
That's familiar from last time. However, last time also Spree is already ready to go with a Graviton pretty quickly in that fight. He still has an advantage over Harblue by roughly 40%. If he can rip that out very quickly again, or Superpluke is already at 76% of his Earth Shatter.
Building those ults quickly as they take the point first. Winghaven very low on health. Spree is low as well. Nicholas finished him off. So that's a good opening for Complexity to get in here. Oh, the Earth Shatter gets botched by Superpluke. He had that shield up, Winghaven, and now Superpluke gets taken down as well as Heat, and Complexity with a quick response to come back onto the point and find all these frags, and now they will be able to convert the point. Once Icefelt dies, there he goes. And 40% for Luminosity, but Complexity doing a good job of getting back in.
Not bad for a first possession. Complexity now starting to put their points on the board. Luminosity has, let's call it 4 ultimates to put everything back into their control. They will have a small bomb combo, perhaps the big one. Going to this next fight probably about halfway through. Complexity, though, they'll have bomb combo of their own answer with a nano boost and a sound barrier reactively. Both teams actually fairly close, so it's going to be whoever starts first.
Spree's got the nano boost. Let's see what he can do with it. Earth Shatters out from Winghaven. Harblue going down, and there is a Graviton on the middle of the point. A lot of Complexity players caught up in it. They've traded 2 for 2, so 4v4 fight over off to the side here, and Icefelt is still doing work as he takes down Shake. So he's looking for a little bit more. Winghaven taking Diva into the wall. There is a self-destruct on the point, and Spree getting Nicholas as he was outside of the mech. So Torque still just zipping around on the point, getting a pulse bomb off, couldn't quite connect, and Complexity's holding on for the time being. Luminosity has got a lot of bodies on this point. Superpluke actually getting Joe Meister, but Icefelt traded out, so they're trading back and forth kills. Harblue actually able to get a couple for himself. He's coming very close to a Graviton Surge, and he should be able to have it in just a moment here, but it's the never-ending fight. Complexity is okay with this because they are just ticking up time on the counter for themselves, and that much closer to a win. 80%. Luminosity is going to have one more shot at this.
Remember, Complexity is possibly controlling their access, or gaining their access to the round of 6 in this fight. Or if they're able to win it, it might put them just ahead of FaZe in the rankings. This matters so much for Complexity. 10% left, 3 ultimates on their side, already letting it go.
And they got a big Graviton right there. Pulse Bomb is going to land on Harblue. Actually, and now that is going to be 2 for Icefelt. This could be disastrous for Complexity. They come back. Luminosity just standing on the point. Winghaven with 3 himself, though, off of an Earth Shatter. 4 for Winghaven on this fight, and that could be a quick flip-flop of the point right back to Complexity, and they could seal the deal on this match. There's no one else from Luminosity within earshot, and that could be just about it. They're trying to get there, just about to make it. Mineral using that, or excuse me, Joe Meister using the sound barrier on the side of Complexity. And now players from Luminosity dropping like flies. Complexity really needs this one. Icefelt desperately trying to make himself back to the point no matter how long he stalls. And that should seal the deal as he gets taken out by Nicholas. Torque finishing off Ube, and that should be Complexity. Yes, it is. Complexity taking this match against Luminosity 2-1. Very exciting fashion.
Just like that, it came down to the wire. Game 3, round 5. Complexity holds on, gets the win when they needed it the most. Well done by Complexity.
Oh man, it was a hard-fought game. Complexity needed that so badly in terms of standings and the points, making it into the round of 6. They did it. So good props to them to finally start to get it together. They're playing a little bit better as time goes on here. I think Winghaven's fitting into the team. He's starting to get more cohesive with the rest of them here as time goes on, and I would imagine it'll only get better and better for Complexity as they continue to play with this lineup.
And they really saw a lot of it come together for them in particular on Nepal. Just the way that they're able to work together in kind of a chaotic environment like Control Point can be was something we didn't see out of them yesterday, so that's a big improvement.
We have some replays here of this match from Complexity as they're able to get the win. It was a close one. They are able to finish it off here back-to-back.
It was a big finish there. The pulse bomb from Icefeld actually getting hard right there, but Winghaven is just huge off of that Earth Shatter to get 3. I think he even gets 4 as he gets Ube, as he gets popped out of the mech. That was a key for Complexity taking that fight off the back of that Earth Shatter, getting all those kills. Well done by Winghaven and the rest of the boys to take that match in extremely exciting fashion.
This is one of the things I love about round-robin tournaments. When you get in kind of a single elimination bracket, a lot of times you have these evolving storylines that just seem so clear-cut. You know, this team is better than that team, they beat them. This team is better than that team, they beat them. You get a round-robin, you see teams are often a lot closer than they look. Although some teams play up and down live. Who would have thought coming into this match that Complexity was going to turn it on today? Now, if we were talking about the very beginning of the tournament, then I would have said Complexity might be top 2. Perhaps they are clawing their way back to that.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see the way that the teams evolve over time. Winghaven gets picked up before this week, struggles in the first few days, but then comes together, is able to play with the team very well today. And that win, very important for Complexity, as we'll take a look at the standings and where that puts them here.
Bad news
see
for
them right
FaZe.
there, just above FaZe. Yeah, that's going to be a big one.
Yeah, this is this match coming up in just a moment for FaZe will be very, very important to win if they want to have a shot. But Complexity at least keeping themselves in contention for the time being. It'll really come down to some matches tomorrow as well between a lot of these guys. But Complexity has another match later today against Immortals. That will also be incredibly important for them. But for the time being, Complexity's got themselves in the top 6. But not a lot of room to breathe there. They need to keep playing and winning matches to make sure that they stay in that top 6.
Yeah, well, they'll certainly get that chance today. They're going to have to play against Immortals as our final match. I don't know. I'm not going to make any assumptions there. We'll talk about that when we get to that match. This next one, though, that's going to be Citizen 7 and FaZe.
Citizen 7 and FaZe, yep, you can see there on the schedule. That is what is coming up next, and then it will be, as we said, Complexity Gaming versus Immortals. Immortals dropping their first match today. Can Complexity do it? We'll find out. But first, FaZe, Citizen 7. Citizen 7 has yet to win. It's been a story the entire group stage. When will they find a win? Will they find a win? And this is probably the best opportunity they have had yet.
I mean, if you're looking at the standings, according to all the play that's happened thus far, this is, I suppose, the best opportunity for Citizen 7 to pick up a win, but will they be able to do it? I still can't imagine FaZe losing here.
Citizen 7's beaten FaZe in the past as well, though.
They have, that's true.
Day 3 of the qualifiers, they beat them 2-1. This, however, is the most important match for FaZe.
This is like a must-win.
They have to win this.
Yep.
If they do not win this, I haven't run all the math right off the top of my head after that last result, which kind of skewed things a little bit from what I expected. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure it makes it virtually impossible for them to make it on to the round of 6.
Yeah, so this is really huge for FaZe. I mean, Citizen 7, we've been wondering if they will pull out a win. I still don't think it'll be here. I just can't imagine, even with the change-ups that FaZe has made, the one change-up, bringing in Mike and not having too easy anymore. I think overall just the skill of FaZe is on just another level compared to Citizen 7. I don't think Citizen 7 can match the skill level of them. But, you know, FaZe all around struggling a little bit throughout this tournament. So, hey, who knows? They could pull it out. I don't suspect it to happen, though.
Well, let's talk about the FaZe lineup. You mentioned Mikey, who gets brought in place of Too Easy. How is this roster feeling right now as they're having to work with a new player?
I mean, Mike seemed to fit in pretty well with them yesterday. Overall, he brought some good play to the board. He can play a variety of different heroes. I mean, whether it be on Hog or he play Tracer, McCree. He has a pretty wide range of heroes that he can play and play them well. So I think he can fit into the FaZe roster in a variety of ways. It's just the thing of do they feel comfortable with him at the moment? I mean, you bring him in on short notice like this, and you try and incorporate a crucial part of your team. Incorporate someone new like that on short notice can be very tough. But overall, I like him in this lineup. He's a very talented player, and I think they should be just fine going up against Citizen 7 today.
They're trying to exchange basically too easy out for somebody who is very similar, potentially equal. So far, I haven't seen anything I would say is definitively better in just a head-to-head person or a player comparison. But I will say that I thought FaZe played better than 2 days ago or their previous game yesterday. Once they had made that substitution. I don't know if it's connected, perhaps a communication thing or just the day or their opponent, but all I saw, they made a change, they played better. Whether that's related yet or not, I guess we'll find out today a little bit more definitively.
Now, Citizen 7 on the other side of the battlefield has a substitute player. I have been told PB Mitsu is out and Spacer will be here. Now, you have talked about the impact of working with a new player. They're going to be doing it today as well.
This is interesting. I was not aware of it. PB Mitsu is actually a guy who's been playing pretty well for Citizen 7.
Yes.
Yeah, he was doing some really good stuff for them on Roadhog at times. So I'm honestly not sure how this is going to work out for Citizen 7. I mean, who knows? Maybe Spacer is going to be the key for Citizen 7 to turn things around. I don't suspect that to be the case because PB Mitsu was playing really well, I think, yesterday for Citizen 7. But I suppose we'll see as we get into the actual matches. But in terms of what Citizen 7 brings to the table, you have Saipei, who can play quite a variety of DPS heroes and can play them quite well, as this is just a small showcase of it on Genji. And, you know, Protege is not a bad tank himself, but even with change-ups, I would say more than anything, it's going to hurt Citizen 7 switching things up at this point. Try and go up against FaZe, but who knows?
Yeah, especially when you're talking about replacing someone like PB Mitsu, who we saw making amazing plays on D.Va and Roadhog yesterday. And him and Saipei definitely kind of being the big stars of the team, being the players who are bringing the most. But this is a team game. This is a 6-player game. You can't just have the one star do it all. And so Citizen 7 got their backs up against the wall here, but FaZe also in a really tough spot right now.
That's the thing. I mean, Citizen 7 doesn't really have anything to lose here. I mean, they're so they can just go out and play their game and play really however they want. If they want to try something crazy, they can, because I don't think at this point they're really going to get themselves back into this and be able to land themselves into the top 6. I think it would take some crazy scenario for that to happen. So, I mean, they have nothing to lose. FaZe does. They have a lot of pressure, I think, right here, FaZe. They pretty much have to win, and sometimes that pressure can, you know, fall heavy on your shoulders, and, you know, they could, I mean, maybe it'll affect them. These guys are, for the most part, pretty experienced gamers, so I don't expect something like that to happen to them where the pressure just gets to them and they crack. But they definitely have more pressure than Citizen 7 does here in this match.
I think he covered a lot of the different angles, so I'll really just summarize this. I see a ton of similarity between Citizen 7 and FaZe. I think the most obvious one is Genji, right?
Sure.
Relying a lot on Genji. But FaZe is a more tenured team. Probably has better players, has more experience as a team, so it should be FaZe 2-0. I can see this being a 2-1, but FaZe should win either way.
Yeah, I do think so. So while we're waiting for the server just to get all figured out, actually, it's ready to go, guys. I was going to ask you for predictions. You can give them to me if you want. Yeah. Otherwise,
2-0 FaZe. 2-0 FaZe, I'm calling. I feel good about them in this one. Can't imagine it being too difficult for them, but
look after yourselves out there.
We'll see. Citizen 7, maybe they'll surprise us today. They do have Spacer in.
Starting out on Route 66.
Citizen 7 on the offense. So
You know, yesterday one of the things I noticed was Zoms really, really shining.
Yeah.
We know that he's a great hitscan player. We know he's got fantastic aim. That's probably why he plays Zarya so much lately, because there's a lot of similarity between those two, right? The tracking capabilities. And occasionally in matches he really stands out. I felt yesterday he stood out quite a bit, pretty much throughout the entire day, which isn't something I've seen out of him in the Winter Premiere, at least. I've seen it in the past.
Well, it will be Citizen 7 to start us off on the offense. Very important match for FaZe. Keep in mind, folks, very, very important match for FaZe. They are currently sitting in 7th place in the standings. There's only a couple days left of matches. I mean, you have today and tomorrow for FaZe, and that's, you know, they got to pull out some wins here and hope they maybe even get a little bit of help along the way in terms of other teams and their placements. So it will be Shadowburn playing Genji on the defensive side, and Mike will be on the Roadhog. We saw a lot of that play from him yesterday for FaZe. Of course, him being the new substitution for Too Easy, but right away you already have these Citizen 7 members getting up onto this high ground. Spacer really trying to dismantle the C7 guys who are on top here, and Kayun taking quite a bit of damage from Mike, and Mike actually getting the finishing blow onto him. So one player advantage for FaZe right out of the gate here. Citizen 7 has moved the car, managed to move the cart quite a bit. Proteges was separated all the way on the cart by himself. The rest of Citizen 7 was nowhere to be found. Yeah, and FaZe will be able to hold on for now as Citizen 7 goes for the regroup.
FaZe, well, actually both on us ready with nano boosts. That's pretty standard these days. Saipei actually getting a Dragon Blade faster than Shadowburn. Probably more damage for there to be had, but hold that thought. Citizen 7 Nano Blade coming out.
Saipei's got it. He's going to pop it off, looking for some guys in the backline here. Finds Forsaken. Will take down Raucus as well. The Nano Blade paying off for Citizen 7 right there as they pretty much get a full wipe. Shadowburn quickly taken care of as he comes back into the fight. So Citizen 7 so far rolling in pretty good time. It only took them 2 fights to actually move through to the first checkpoint. They have 3 minutes and 40 seconds to move through those streets phase.
Saipei contributing to the 1,000 Celsius knife thing that's been going on lately.
Oh, hey, yeah, that's the thing on YouTube. I saw that on YouTube. But, didn't you see that on YouTube?
Okay, stop. Already another fight. Here, FaZe holding on to 4. Ultimate Shadowburn letting loose with his Dragon Blade in the back. Doesn't look like he's really picking anything up for it at the moment. Mikey A already made Saipei go home. Zom's picking up Proteges in the mix. And he's just gonna track down D.Va here. And looks like so far FaZe holding strong just after the gate of the first point. That's gonna make a pretty rough situation for FaZe to come, or for Citizen 7 to come back through.
Yeah, they still have a lot of decent bit ults to work with. 2 really big ones for FaZe as well. I mean, you have Graviton and Earthshatter, which I would like to see them only use one to start with. I don't know if they need to use both. It'll be Gravitons on both sides. Self-destructs going up as well. And Kayun does get Fact Fiction on the side of FaZe, and Zoms, who has that, yeah, he's got the anti-heals on him. Citizen 7 are finding all the kills right now, and good stuff from Saipei to get Zoms and Raucus. Citizen 7 continuing to move along here, 2 minutes and 20 now. As they press, and they're going to have a Nano Blade for the next fight too, which is going to be really big for C7.
Saipei came up big with it last time. FaZe does have an Earthshatter though. A Factor Fiction just looks to shut down Saipei. Solo ulting with the Earthshatter, he can put an end to that. Probably bring a lot of momentum. There it is right there.
Oh, Nano Blade is out. Saipei with 2. Both of the supports of FaZe getting dropped like it's hot by Saipei, though. Dragon Blade, or actually not even a Dragon Blade, Shadowburn just comes back out and got a couple of his own. Saipei getting the better of the Genji battle in the end as Shadowburn was quite hurt. Citizen 7 seemed to be, well, somewhat. They were getting the better of the fight, but between Fact Fiction and Zoms, they came out and just held them off. So FaZe are able to put an end to C7's reign of terror. It is 1 minute and 30 left for C7, and they used pretty much anything that they had in the bank right there to try and win that fight.
Real important hold for FaZe in that last engagement. Shadowburn now is a Dragon Blade on defense. It's going to be a Nano Blade, actually. Citizen 7, like you said, burning pretty much everything to try and get past that. It's going to be a rough situation here for Citizen 7 to cap into the second point.
Citizen 7, you gotta try and make it happen. Just about here, Shadowburn with the Nano Blade as he comes out. Protege's first one to get taken down. He's looking to maybe get another one. Very, very hurt is going to be Kayun. In fact, Fiction helps out his Russian friend Shadowburn a little bit to secure that kill. And now Shadowburn pressing very far forward. He wants to take it to side pay, but
all the time, Shadowburn loves to take his Nano Blade at Zarya's, and I keep trying to wrap my head around why. She's going to be one of the ones that lasts the longest. You don't do double damage to the bubble anymore. Plus, she can cut right through the reflect. Maybe it's just whoever's in the next range, and it always happens to be a Zarya, but it makes me scratch my head every time.
He just hates Zarya.
Yeah, maybe.
Here comes an Earth Shatter out from Fact Fiction. There'll be a Graviton on top of that phase with 2 kills. Kayun and Proteges both going down. Both of them had ultimates on top of that. Saipei using that Dragon Blade. He's going to get 2-3 for Saipei right here as he tries to turn the tide for Citizen 7. There's only 5 seconds left, so he's got to make something happen. FaZe comes back out. They get a couple of kills of their own here, but still Citizen 7's keeping themselves in it. Proteges using the Earth Shatter, and now things really not looking good for C7 as Proteges and Kayun are the only ones up at the card at the moment. They are going to use a Graviton and might be able to secure a couple of frags off the back of that, almost letting the overtime slip away from them. Citizen 7, but touching the card just in time. This is going to come down to the final seconds. Zombs, who is quite hurt, is trying to keep himself alive to help out his team. He's at very high charge. Rocket's taken out by Kayun as they continue to duke it out on the card here. Spacer getting sent out of his mech, and here comes Citizen 7. They have 3 kills, and Shadowburn will have yet another Dragon Blade, and he has a sound barrier to go along with it, taking down Kayun first. Didn't get any of those squishies, though. Shadowburn finished off quickly after that one. Forsaken on the cart, just stalling as long as he can, but no one else from FaZe will be here to try and stall this one out, so they will have to take another fight. Citizen 7 hangs on just barely, 1:25 for them to get to the last point.
Some tricky things by Citizen 7 to stay alive there. Kayun hiding in the initial stages of that last fight that they were in on the cart in the overtime. That's what I was looking for, trying to keep it alive, but FaZe fumbling so many of the advantages they had and allowing Citizen 7 to get back in. Citizen 7 now working on the 3rd point, and Earthshatter coming out of Proteges.
Oh, gets put to sleep though on the charge as he was just about to take out Forsaken, and he is quite hurt himself. Shadowburn, Saipei, both finding kills here. Saipei had used his Dragon Blade, and he will clean up on a couple of remaining players there. Shadowburn amongst them, but Saipei with very forward presence on the cart at the moment. FaZe holding strong around this corner, but now it's time for them to back up. Oh, Kayun getting hooked in. And he will use his bubble. Very hurt himself, though. But Citizen 7 holding strong on the cart. 30 seconds left for them, and they do have a Graviton to work with here. They are going to use it. Kayun gets pulled back in. He's very, very hurt himself. Biotics landing all over the place. Forsaken's the first to go down. 3 kills for Citizen 7 here. As Spacer, Kayun, Saipei all pick up on some. Kayun falling at the end, and Saipei is very close to a Dragon Blade. Shadowburn has that Dragon Blade himself. It will be a Nano Blade, taking down Dogman and Align, looking for a little bit more on top of that one. Now Saipei using his Dragon Blade. Can he find the value out of it is the question. Mikey A taking down Saipei. Nothing, no return off that Dragon Blade. Mikey A with 2 for himself to try and shut down Citizen 7 here. It looks as if they are going to be able to do so. 3 players down. They have no one else around the cart. Mike using that whole hog just to make sure that he blasts anybody back that tries to come to the cart, and FaZe will be able to hold Citizen 7 before they cap all 3 points.
A couple times of messy defense for FaZe. Citizen 7 looking scrappy throughout, though. Especially the first point was just a vicious, crushing offense from them. Yeah. Just took it in style. Second point, however, was a completely different story. A lot of mistakes by FaZe to allow Citizen 7 back into it. And for a moment there, I honestly thought Citizen 7 might actually cap 3.
Oh yeah, I thought they were going to. Certainly they had the potential to do so. They were managing ults pretty well for the most part. Kayun had a big Graviton there to kick things off on that final push into last, and I just couldn't quite get it in the end. But nonetheless, a pretty solid offense from Citizen 7. This is another point where it can be really tough to go through and cap all the way to last. It's a pretty tough task, especially rounding that last corner. So Citizen 7, all things considered, a pretty good offense from them. it's very doable to shut down FaZe here. But will they be able to is the question. Shadowburn, I would expect to continue to stay on Genji. They do not have the defensive Genji, Citizen 7. They liked Saipei on the offensive Genji, not on defense, though. They're electing for a quad tank. So,
All right.
So
He
nothing.
chased down, I don't know if he can even really truly shut down Shadowburn. A lot of times it seems like the guy who shuts down Shadowburn more often than not is Shadowburn.
Yeah.
But other than that, it pretty much just
Honestly.
reigns supreme.
Yeah, and you know, whenever he gets that Dragon Blade, although a lot of times he goes for Kayun for some reason. I mean, if he just goes into the back, and he knows to do it, if he goes into that back line, man, when he's got the Dragon Blade, he can just get both those supports, and you know, it's pretty much a fight from there on out. One for FaZe. So, switching sides now, FaZe will have to take it most of the way. Not quite to the end, though. So, Shadowburn on that offensive Genji. Mike will be on the hog for the FaZe offense. As they're both just poking back and forth.
Shadowburn just loitering in the background, getting some shurikens in to build that ultimate. You see he's already at 41%, 42%. FaZe now actually taking away the top of Big Girls. That's going to start pivoting things back into their favor.
Now Mike starts it off as he gets Proteges. He gets Proteges, fell down off of Big Girls, and FaZe just full steam ahead for them on this card. Not having a Reinhardt is crucial in this situation, though. Shadowburn got hooked by Spacer, and then Saipei was able to get the final blow onto him, though Kayun taken out of the fight by Mike. So they are trading back and forth. FaZe will be able to get respawns quickly. Saipei getting the nano boost as he tries to go in and battle it out with Forsaken, getting lots of damage, but Forsaken able to skate away from that fight. Now Saipei going to send his mech on in. Actually was able to grab Shadowburn off of it, but still Citizen 7 lost a couple of players here, and FaZe has loads of ultimates to work with if they really need them, but I'm sure they would love to just get this first point without having to use these ults, as they have a clear player advantage here, and they will cap the first point in pretty good time there, FaZe.
Certainly holding on to him and blowing through the street space is an advantage. A lot of time lost in the streets phase for Citizen 7 that a FaZe clan makes through naturally will give them a huge advantage, pushing into the third point, probably a full 3-point cap if that's the case. FaZe clan 6 online, Citizen 7 with just 2. However, Protege is closing on an Earthshatter.
Oh man, huge ult advantage here though for FaZe. And they should be able to capitalize off this. Dragon Blade, Nano Blade, I would assume incoming. Though Kayun playing aggressively with his Graviton. They've already managed to pick up a couple as Proteges goes in there and just between him and Saipei snag up 4 frags in total, and yeah, even the hook at the end by Spacer to get Shadowburn. But FaZe didn't invest anything into that fight. They just let Citizen 7 use their ults, and now FaZe should have a very clear chance to just wipe Citizen 7 off the face of this map and blow through at least till pretty much the second point just before him, before C7 can take another fight.
Yeah, Dogman getting pretty close to a sound barrier, which might be able to shut down Shadowburn, and Earthshatter from Proteges definitely will. Self-destruct, not connecting with anything. Shadowburn finding Saipei.
Shadowburn was in with the Nano Blade, and they've already gotten that 1 pick, make it 2 as Mike using the whole hog to get Proteges here. Yeah, and Citizen 7 are down a couple. At the moment, Forsaken was killed by Dogman, and now Kayun is going to get the nano boost. Not really in a prime position to capitalize off of it at all, and he could have held on to that one, I think, for a bit longer. Saipei even finished off by Shadowburn, and Kayun's not in the best of positions at the moment. He's at 70%. He really is just trying to get this Graviton to be able to use in their second point defense, but the Graviton comes out instead from Zoms as FaZe clan just running into Citizen 7 and getting all sorts of kills, 4 in total. They will get the second point, and ultimates coming online again for FaZe. Another Nano Blade soon to be up along with the Earthshatter. Very impactful for FaZe to take another fight.
Those two aren't necessarily always paired together, but if they were, FaZe absolutely going to bring Citizen 7 to their knees, both literally and metaphorically. Raucus with a nano. Will look to connect that with Shadowburn as they move into the final point here. Shadowburn with a nano blade. Garbage Man going to clean up the backline of Citizen 7, but Citizen 7 launching out a Graviton and trying to shut that down early.
Oh, Shadowburn
Successfully.
Yeah, I mean, he got aligned off of that, Protege's ending up going down, but Citizen 7 very much so keeping themselves in the fight for right now. But just as I say that, FaZe strike back with 4 kills and make that a 5th as Kayun goes down. So FaZe will continue to get ground on this card. 2 minutes and 30 for them, and they are very, very close to where Citizen 7 made it to. It's going to be a tall order for C7 to hold on here.
FaZe with an Earth Shatter still, and a whole hog. A lot to shut down Citizen 7's defense or push them off the cart to cap it all the way through. Citizen 7 got a whole hog in their own and an Earth Shatter. They might try and return that. Protege really needs to make that Earth Shatter land, but he's going to get pushed down by Factor Fiction first and sent back to spawn.
Man, that is... Oh, he's still alive for the time being, though. He's ailing. He got a sound barrier in time to keep himself alive, and Citizen 7 actually are holding on for the time being. They are going to stop FaZe, but still they need to do that probably a few more times. 1:50 on this clock, and Saipei might actually be a very late pick for them right here. So hurt. Just barely gets out.
Bamboozled by the spectator change.
Bamboozled indeed. Yeah, but FaZe soon to have Dragon Blade, Nano Blade, and that could seal the deal for FaZe, but C7's got some ults to defend with. I mean, that Earth Shatter is going to be huge for C7 on this next fight. And here we go. 2 ultimates already, or 2 kills for them already. C7 and Fact Fiction could be a pretty late kill for them. And C7 doing a good job of defending so far. They'll have a Nano Blade of their own.
A minute left right now. FaZe perhaps not looking nearly as likely to take this point as we would have said a minute ago. They do still have a Graviton from Zoms on the table. It's very close. Factor Fiction, a good chance he can generate his Earth Shatter in this next fight, but it's going to be the story of the Nano Blade again. Shadowburn's got to really make it work as Citizen 7. They're going to have a Nano Blade of their own and an Earth Shatter to try and counter, but here it all comes.
And bold of oh my goodness, Saipei getting shut down in the middle of his ultimate. Here comes FaZe Clan as Shadowburn gets 2. They've gotten 4 kills right now. FaZe definitely looking as if they are going to cap this one off. A full team wipe. Will someone from Citizen 7 get back out onto the card? It'll be down to the final seconds. If anything, Fact Fiction has an Earth Shatter as well. He'll send that one down. I don't know if he got anybody in it, but here comes more kills from FaZe. Shutting down Citizen 7. They nearly pull it off, C7, but it will be FaZe getting Route 66 going up 1-0 in this series.
Man, just when it looked like Citizen 7 was going to be able to pull off the win, they just they cannot push through it. Shadowburn shuts them down. They get the sleep on the Saipei.
That was huge.
And oh my goodness, what a match. This match did really feel like I enjoyed watching this. It seemed like this kind of showdown of Genji, Saipei versus Shadowburn, which usually, you know, if you just said Shadowburn versus anybody with Genji, you'd be like, oh, clearly Shadowburn, right? But Saipei made a case for himself, made a case for Citizen 7.
He made some pretty big plays with his own Nano Blades and Dragon Blades. Kept C7 in a lot of fights, to be honest. It didn't even need the Dragon Blade in some cases, but right at the end there, that was such a huge sleep. I mean, that could have totally changed the tide of how that fight went if he could have gotten that Nano Blade off, because he was going straight into the back line for the supports. Despite the sound barrier that was out on FaZe at the time, he could have shredded through that, and it could have been a much different scenario if he would have got it, but clutch sleep.
Or if you traded shutting down Genji's, it still might have been in Citizen 7's possession at that point. Protege's not landing the Earth Shatter on Shadowburn in particular. If Shadowburn comes into the back line with a Nano Boost and you've got an Earth Shatter, just put him on the ground. It's definitely worth it. It's a 1-for-2 exchange, and plus it's Shadowburn. And so much of FaZe's offense gets put together by that distraction that it's totally worth shutting it down. I didn't see exactly where Protege's last Earth Shatter landed, but that could have been it right there. Shadowburn, okay, he's all the way in the back. Yeah, that's a little different. There's no real chance. He only cleaned up 1.
Yeah, and the sleep was missed by a line. He was very close. Just missed the sleep onto Shadowburn as he came into the back. It was very, very close. But honestly, the big story of that one there is Saipei getting shut down. That was a big difference maker in the fight and in how the match turned out there in the final seconds.
And we've had some really good showdowns today of like kind of, you know, final push moments, who uses their ults correctly, what happens, you know, sleep darts being a big thing, shutting people down. And we're going to be moving on to King's Row for map number 2, where Citizen 7, do or die, got to do it here. If you want to get a win, FaZe has got to be feeling okay as well. If you want to move forward, they can put it away right now. Thoughts about King's Row?
mean, it's still a must-win for FaZe, and I think they're playing good overall, fairly well. Mike is playing quite well himself. He seems to be coming up with some big plays in the end for FaZe. But, I mean, C7's hanging in there with them decently well. Yeah. So I think there's a chance. I don't think it'll happen still. I think FaZe should be able to move through this and shut it down right here. But overall, C7's looking pretty good today.
The law of today, Wednesday, is demanding Nepal to be the final match. So if that holds true, then then FaZe is going to drop one to C7. Realistically, no, I don't think FaZe is going to drop Kings Row to C7, but there's a lot of similarities back and forth, and it was pretty close in that last round, so it's certainly not impossible. It's certainly not, I wouldn't even call it unlikely at this point. I wouldn't say it's likely either, just sort of in a nice, uncomfortable gray area. I do want to follow up something I was bringing up in the last match. I was talking about something I've observed over the entirety of the Winter Premiere, where Shadowburn going after Zarya's a lot of the time, whenever he's already kind of dusted off. And there was 1 or 2 times when it really stood out to me because it didn't seem to be the best. Apparently we're
this just in. We're coming back to camera.
Back to camera. Okay, well, we'll continue with what I was talking about anyways.
Go for it.
So there were a couple of those nanoblades in particular. He was going after a Zarya that didn't seem to be the best target selection at the time. But in that last match in particular, in the last match specifically, after I was watching, it made a lot more sense. I mean, his other options after he cleans off supports are going to be a Roadhog or a Reinhardt. Certainly Reinhardt is not a necessarily better option, as he can fight back even better than Zarya can. Simply swinging the hammer is going to make connections and probably send you back to spawn on your own. And Roadhog, maybe he can still heal himself, and if you get a hook, you're pretty done. So I guess Zarya is the best option out of what's left. I mean, I should know better than to question Shadowburn. It's just
the thing. He's there for a reason.
That is what he does best, right?
It's just a trend. And I will say, in my defense a little bit here, once or twice, she certainly was not the best target that was around. But, I mean, who's perfect?
There was times where I definitely saw him go for Zarya rather than, like, supports.
Maybe Internet Hulk. He might be perfect.
Yeah.
Just as a human.
It's pretty good. Pretty good player and a human in general. But here we go. FaZe up 1-0. This here, Kings Row is going to be Citizen 7's map choice. Now you're laughing at me on the desk here.
I was just thinking of chiming in there as well that he also retains more mass than Flame. I'm just gonna let that one sit. I know Flame's out there listening to that. I didn't mean it. Don't crush my skull with your biceps.
Please say something mean about him in your next video. Say something mean about him on Twitter. I don't know. Tear into him. Well, here we go. While you're doing that, we'll talk about video games a little bit. FaZe Clan against Citizen 7, map number 2 in the best of 3. A very big must-win for FaZe. And they are looking to start on the offense phase. Nothing too crazy out from them. Quad tank. And C7's also got the quad tank on the defense. I believe we have mirror matchups across the board, so nothing too crazy to come out. But Dogman is going to go down immediately for C7. Fact Fiction getting traded out. All right, Citizen 7 getting kills. Proteges able to get a couple, so C7 will hold on here. Dogman will be able to get back to the point quickly, which is good news for C7. And FaZe, it's just time to head off for the reset.
Citizen 7 aligned. Already ready with a nano boost, though. Rock is a little bit behind, but I mean, he's going to make that up very quickly in this next fight. Citizen 7 find a target to put that nano boost on early. They might be able to control the pace of this fight, but FaZe Clan not going to give him an inch. They're moving in right now.
They do use that nano boost pretty early. Proteges getting the Earth Shatter. They use a couple of vaults, but they are going to win the fight off of it. Fact Fiction and Raucus both go down, but FaZe are getting themselves back into the economy here. Shadowburn was a late stagger, but that's all right. No harm done.
Burning
2 minutes
2 for D.Va. Kind of a questionable exchange there. FaZe Clan now definitely ahead in the ultimate game. And they're on offense, so with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, If they can keep that economy on their side, Kayun actually getting roped into the background, but he will survive, and Earthshatter coming out from FaZe Clan.
Gets Earthshattered. Fact Fiction and Raucus both get kills, and that's looking very good for FaZe to take the point right now. There is going to be a counter. Graviton out, Shadowburn with 2. And now FaZe looking to be in a very good spot. It is going to be a nano boost used onto Saipei, but I don't know if he can really get himself anything here. Lion trading out. Support Saipei's self-destruct takes out Mikey. I mean, this is just going to buy C7 more and more time to get players back to the point and try and win this fight, maybe cement themselves in it. But there will be another, yes, look at this, Graviton from C7. They are going to be able to hold on, I believe. Still have Fact Fiction in there, but Shadowburn in the fight should be taken care of quite shortly. Thanks to Saipei a lot in this fight to really be able to hold Citizen 7 there and stall, buy enough time to get people back to take a fight with FaZe.
FaZe Clan with 1 minute and 15 left on their offense on Kings Row. Citizen 7 full holds them. That's going to be a big problem. Probably tie things up, honestly. Citizen 7, I can't imagine either team not taking this first point with how either one plays against each other. But Citizen 7, they have a sound barrier and a whole hog to put this in. Mikey A going to come in with his own whole hog, and a sound barrier coming out of Citizen 7.
And sending him to the back. Raucus, though, going down. That is very bad news for FaZe. But here comes Fact Fiction, Mikey A, and Shadowburn. A kill for each of them, and that's 3 players down for Citizen 7. Saipei is having a seizure on the point, and there we go. He should get taken care of in just a second. There he goes. FaZe getting it together, and they will be able to cap the first point in the end. It's looking a little scary for them for a second, but they get it together. They're doing FaZe things.
It dumped pretty much everything and just took it back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Kings Row with these two teams. Neither one is necessarily a team I would call like a heroic defense team. They're both very offensively oriented, so it seemed pretty inevitable to me, but C7 getting dangerously close. C7, however, here in the streets phase, going to step up and try and take control back of the fight. They do have an Earthshatter and a Self-Destruct, land those together, trying to look forward right now. Protege is looking for a charge. He's not going to take the enemy Reinhardt out of the fight. He's coming in from behind now.
He had him, and then Saipei's Self-Destruct just managed to pick up 2 of them, and then he cleans up onto Mikey, and good response from Citizen 7 at least. Much thanks to Saipei's Self-Destruct, which initiated for C7, but now FaZe are going to have the big Graviton surge to maybe do something with here. But with an Earthshatter on the side of C7, they can certainly hold this. It's enough for them to hold. Oh, he goes for the Earthshatter, finds 0 with it. Now the Graviton comes out from Zom. So far, not a whole lot of cleanup. Here we go. Something for FaZe as the Earthshatter comes out from Fact Fiction. 3 kills for FaZe, 4 now as C7 getting demolished through the streets. And they'll have to regroup, but they might be able to hold just before the end with that Graviton that Kayun's got in his back pocket.
That's certainly an odd assembly of ultimates for FaZe, a nano boost, a self-destruct, a sound barrier. There's a number of tools they can use there to win the fight. Do they naturally synergize? Not necessarily, however, a nano boost on D.Va right now is off the hook, so as long as C7 can't shut it down, that's a different story. C7, Kayun already dropping a nano, or is the Graviton here in the backline. That's really it of that fight so far.
Shadowburn was the first to get taken out of the fight. Now Mike goes down, but FaZe for the time being, I mean, they're still somewhat in it, but as they continue to lose a few more, that will force them to go back.
That started off real hot, and I thought that was going to be a crazy fight, and then kind of just dissipated.
Well, I mean, C7 actually managed to buy a lot of time in the middle of these couple of fights, and they've got FaZe down to 40 seconds. FaZe really has to win on this next fight. It's pretty much going to be the last one for them, or they will get stopped by C7 in a pretty good position. So
yeah, but FaZe down on the economy, either a nano or a late Graviton is really going to bring it together for them. Citizen 7, though, Earthshatter or a nano of their own, if they can get aggressive with it, they will defend.
And Protege is going in for a charge. He'll take care of Fact Fiction. Saipei with 3 off of the Self-Destruct, and that should seal the deal for C7 on this defense. So Shadowburn and Zombs are actually getting themselves back into the fight. If Mike can stay alive, no, he's unable to. Zombs has got to come up huge. Him and Shadowburn need to make something happen on this right here, and I don't think that's going to happen. Saipei going absolutely off on this final point. Fact Fiction gets charged in the end. As C7 with one heck of a defense right there. As FaZe getting stopped in not the ideal positions. FaZe are going to have themselves.
C7
Big
burning
defense.
a ton of time off of FaZe in the streets. FaZe in the early portion of it and the latter portion of it. FaZe being held to 1 point and some distance on the offensive Kings Row. Not something I would usually expect out of FaZe. So Citizen 7, I think they can take this next match, or this map. I think they're looking good to do it. They just have to get through the first point with enough time to burn, and they're an offensively oriented team. Just throw that nano on to Saipei and let him work. Seen him do it even yesterday.
Yeah, he really pulled it together for C7 there in the end. Help him take that point. Or help them defend, I should say, against FaZe. So now, FaZe is going to have a heck of a defense against C7, because if not, they will be going to a third and final map, and I'm sure FaZe doesn't want to do that.
I'm telling you, Wednesday demands Nepal.
It must be Nepal. There's no other option. Well, we'll see if that holds true, though, because first it's going to have to be C7 that sends it there, if that's what FaZe wants for their third and final map. But so far, Saipei, he's showing Farah. I wouldn't be surprised if he stays on that, to be honest.
I've seen him do it
yeah,
a number of times in the past. Gets a pretty good return out of it as well. Now, if Aligned were to stay May, that would be the really surprising thing.
That
I don't
would
think
be
that's likely
wacky.
to happen at all. FaZe Clan, possibly 4 tanks, pretty normal for them on defense here on this side of Kings Row. Citizen 7, 4 minutes on the clock. Time to beat, not even a question. All they have to do is push it to where FaZe Clan push it, and this is Citizen 7's game to win.
it absolutely is. Saipei on the far, just getting all that spam out there. FaZe are positioning themselves around the hotel. Shadowburn gets, he's going to get hooked in initially, but easy cleanup on the Saipei. So the 1-player advantage goes to FaZe immediately. And now it's, well, C7's just going to have to back up. And, oh, good hook in from Mike. Gets Proteges there, but able to stay alive. They are going to have Saipei back up. And in the fight, C7's got that nano boost locked and loaded. They're looking to take another fight here in just a moment. Wrapping around.
Both teams kind of feeling each other out here. Shadowburn taking a lot of the action out of Saipei. Saipei readjusting targets, starting to look into the backline. He may come up with a pick out of that. Citizen 7 pressing forward. They are on the point. A little bit of a scattered fight right now. Raucus has a nano boost lined up. Aligned already let his loose.
Oh, Saipei was so hurt. They had to finish off that kill there. Mike takes care of it this time. Zombs gets Dogman, and they did use that nano boost. Raucus did, and it'll help them hold on right here. Oh no, Mike could go down late. Was kept alive, just barely. He was down to 100-some health. Was definitely one shot. That Spacer could have finished him off, but FaZe will continue to hold right here. 2:25 Citizen 7 is going to have. Still plenty of time for them to work with, especially with some of the combinations that they have coming up in the arsenal. They can certainly make this first point happen.
Yeah, for FaZe, missing the Graviton is a big point of control for them, though. Factor Fiction, he can make that Earth Shatter work to hold this time around. However, Citizen 7, they've got a barrage combo, I guess, looming here in just any second now, and there comes the Graviton out of Kayun.
Mike got himself in a really bad position. There comes a self-destruct. Shadowburn able to take care of Saipei. They trade out 1 for 1. And now the Earth Shatter, well, actually has not come through from Fact Fiction yet. Spacer gets Shadowburn. Fact Fiction wants to come back in. He's got the Earth Shatter. Oh, the bubble from Kayun, able to keep himself up, was huge. And a big hook from Spacer. Takes down Forsaken. Those Spacer getting charged into the back for the time being, staying alive because Fact Fiction couldn't quite seal the deal on the kill, but FaZe, regardless, the reinforcements come through. They find all the kills they need in the end. Zombs is going to have that Graviton yet again, and we could be seeing full hold from FaZe, potentially. Minute 20 left.
After how many ultimates were burned out of Citizen 7 to no avail there, and FaZe still holding strong. Yeah, it's certainly looking like FaZe may close this out with another defense. And the Graviton coming out from FaZe lands right in the middle of Citizen 7.
Oh, what a hook from Mike. Takes down Saipei, lets him know what is up, bringing him out of the skies. No aerial superiority at all for Saipei, and FaZe shutting it down yet again. That Graviton came out from Zombs,
Ready to deploy.
and they still have an Earthshatter FaZe, so it's a big impact ult that they can continue to work with. C7's, they don't have much time left here.
There will be a nano boost on both sides going into this fight, but unless Kayun is able to generate quite a bit, actually they got to throw that nano boost onto Saipei, and let's see if Saipei can make the good old Reaper work for him. FaZe Clan trying to hold on in the last 30 seconds here, and Citizen 7, here they come. Nano boost, but he's going to get Earthshattered.
Earthshatter out from Fact Fiction is going to shut down Saipei. That might just seal the deal, as there is only 25 seconds. FaZe are getting so many kills right here. Citizen 7, maybe one last shot. 15 seconds, they'll at least be able to put someone on the point, I'd imagine, but it's going to be very, very tough for them to actually make a solid, cohesive fight here for Citizen 7. This could be FaZe finally getting their win. The full hold on first point. Shadowburn is going to send that self-destruct high into the sky, takes out Dogman, and that might just be it. That might be all they need. Protege's using that Earth Shatter, but gets killed immediately after that by a Shadowburn, though. C7 is responding with a couple of kills. Shadowburn is keeping FaZe in the fight. Mike goes down to Kayun, though. It'll be down to the last couple seconds.
Big shatter
with a big Earth Shatter. He's got to convert on these kills, and indeed he will. Takes down Kayun and Align. Saipei is trying to keep this one alive. Gets a good pulse bomb off to kill Raucus, and now the reinforcements come back in from C7, but no, they shut it down. FaZe are keeping C7 off the point. They kept C7 off the point, and that will finish her off 2-1 or 2-0 for FaZe.
And even when they put up quite the defense, they're not able to finally push through and get that first point. FaZe able to hold on and get the win here over Citizen 7.
And C7 looked really good there for a little while. I mean, their defense was solid, stopping FaZe at a good point in the map, and thought they had a shot there. I honestly did. They were looking great, but in the end, FaZe, that defense was very strong. They managed ultimates beautifully right there. Again, it was one of those scenarios. They always seem to have either Graviton or Earthshatter.
Yeah.
Something to deal, like one of those huge ultimates to deal with the incoming pushes. They always had one of those on every fight, and they made them count.
That's all there is to it. They said it right
true.
there.
Big part of that win there for FaZe was Fact Fiction on the Reinhardt. You can see his Earth Shatter into a nano boost here as we get this replay rolling. There it is, as they're able to take this first point.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good idea that they tried to switch. Saipei over to that Reaper to take the nano boost, because it can be super effective. You see teams like Envious, they've tried that as well. They can switch one over to a Reaper to take the nano boost, and you can do, I mean, beautiful things. You don't even need Death Blossom, but great Earth Shatter that came out from Fact Fiction there to shut that down completely. Didn't give him a chance to do anything with the nano boost, and then from there it was just cleanup time, mopping the floor for FaZe, and we're able to hold on.
I did feel like Saipei was just doing everything in his power to try and give Citizen 7 the win. His play on D.Va on that first point, the way that he stalled when just by himself, using his ult and everything, doing anything he could to give his teammates time to get back, worked out well. They were able to get that first point. They were able to push through. He was able to get the stop with the D.Va right there before the second point as well. Saipei having quite the game, but just wasn't enough to get the win.
Wasn't enough in the end, but as you said, he did have quite a game himself. He really kept C7 in it, I mean, as much as he possibly could. He's, time and time again, he made big plays like this to stall that point long enough. I mean, and they burn so much time by doing this, but
I noticed a few big plays out of Proteges as well. Certainly coming along from some of the past kind of burn shatters that we've seen, probably getting a little bit more comfortable in the role as well. I mean, we did talk to, I talked to Dogman earlier in the week, and he had mentioned that they're trying to adjust from a single caller scenario into everybody communicating more fluidly and kind of negotiating with themselves exactly how they're going to find things. And that's something that takes time. That change is one of the hardest changes to make as a team.
Any observations or takeaways about Spacer and his role in this particular match? We hadn't seen him before, got to see him here. How'd you feel about him?
I mean, he seemed to be pulling his weight pretty well. He was getting, I saw some good kills on Roadhog. He was getting some opening picks for them and picks throughout fights. He didn't seem to be a hindrance to C7 at all by any means. Of course, I didn't get to focus on him specifically throughout a lot of the match. So, but just general takeaways, he seemed to be playing pretty well with them. He was, making some impact plays, but to really analyze it fully, I'd have to go back and really look at the gameplay. But not bad by any means.
So both FaZe and Complexity getting wins here on day number 3 or day number 4, day number 5. This is day number 5. Man, they just keep on going. Guys, look at this. FaZe able to move up above Complexity for now because they have that head-to-head tiebreaker, but Complexity has one more game to play today.
That's right. Complexity really needs to get that other win today. That is so big for them. That's the next match, them going up against Immortals. So they so need that win right there to get themselves back above FaZe. And, of course, we have another day of matches tomorrow. But, I mean, between this last match today for Complexity and tomorrow, every match they have left for them and FaZe are just very crucial. And
it's been good to see Citizen 7 play. They've gotten a lot of great experience here, but with that loss, they only have one more match left. Everyone has at least 2 wins. They have mathematically completely eliminated themselves. There's no way for any sort of tiebreaker situation to put them into the top 6. So, well done by Citizen 7. We're going to see one more game out of them tomorrow, and maybe I'd love to see them pull some crazy stuff out. Like, just do something fun, you know?
The big thing is they have the capacity to really, really mess with everybody else's results. So, I mean, I know your opinion on this. You want to see something different. For me, I just want them to play the regular game, play to the best of their ability, because there's something super frustrating when you're a competitor. Granted, nobody's given up games to them yet, but if they had, for example, if they had beaten one team or even 2 teams, but still were somehow very likely to get cut, and you start messing around there, you give up wins to other people, that messes with the brackets. It's just not fair. It's not truly in the spirit of competition, although it's always fun to see meme teams.
Well, FaZe able to get that win. Big part of that was Mikey A, and we've got him on the line here. Mikey, how you doing, man? How was that win feel?
Yeah, it's great. It's a special win, so can't complain. But and we knew we needed to win this like 2-0 to have a chance to stay in the tournament, so we did what we needed to do.
I gotta ask, how satisfying is it to be hooking Saipei out of the air on fire? Like, is that just the coolest thing ever?
It's my job, man. Like, I missed the hook even, and I still right-clicked in. So, like, I'm getting used to Roadhog, and it's pretty fun. But I don't know why he didn't switch off. But yeah, it was. I was happy with the hooks. Can't complain.
That's awesome. So you're a new person, new part of the lineup here for FaZe. How do you feel like you're fitting in with them? What is kind of the dynamic in comms with you guys right now?
Well, the dynamic in comms is good. Like, I feel like we've got really high energy at the moment. I think like making a roster change, that always kind of is a reset for the team mentally, because it gives everyone a bit of new energy and motivation in a way. And yeah, like I'm just super happy to be playing.
That's awesome. It's great to see you here, man. You got anything you want to say to any fans or friends? I know you and Gex have a relationship here.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Hey, man. My twin.
Yeah, that's right.
No, it's just like, I know Tweezy had a lot of fans, and I know FaZe have a lot of fans, so I just want to say to people, like, I'm here to try and do a good job, and I want to, you know, like, I don't want to let the fans down. I want to show them that we made this change to be a good team. So, yeah, thanks for everyone for the support.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Mikey A. Great to see you. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
See you, Mike.
Absolutely. There we go. That is Mikey A., who, yes, he is the spitting image of you, clearly. Clearly twins.
That's what people had always said. So it's good to talk to him, man. I haven't actually got to talk to him for a while. Not that I said much, but I got to say hi. That's what matters. So
Cast your bias, man. Calling it right now.
Cast your bias.
Flag on the play.
Get him out of here. Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have gone through 4 matches so far, and we've got one more in store for you. Complexity Gaming's going to take on the #1 Immortals. And, oh, man, Complexity, they need this win.
Yeah, they certainly do. We've said it time and time again. This is a huge match for them. They absolutely have to win. I mean, they have one more tomorrow, but this is a granddaddy match for them. They really need to pull it out, you know, because if not, they're going to be teetering on the edge, and you don't want that if you're a Complexity fan or player.
It's a rough situation overall for sure.
Absolutely, and they will be facing off against Immortals, #1 team. They've got their work cut out for them, and we'll see if they're up to the task. When we come back from the break, don't go anywhere. It'll be just a moment. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere. We're here in day 5. We've got one more match in store for you today. I'm Caleb Simmons, and joining me here is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino. We are excited for this match. We'll take a look at the standings as they stand right now before we get into the final match. It is Immortals versus Complexity that is coming up here. Immortals sitting there at the top. Complexity looking to give them their second loss of the day.
Complexity really needs it, too. They need the win, and because, you know, they are sitting in 7th place at the moment. Only the top 6 will move on to the next phase of the group stage, which, of course, you need to make it to make it to the finals. So Complexity really, really need this match. They have one more tomorrow, but they need every point that they can get at this stage of the group stage. So.
Yeah, it could be a pretty tight situation between them and FaZe. However, that last victory for them should, if everything goes as predicted, start evening things out. But we'll definitely have to delve into that tomorrow. But this match, who cares, honestly, what's going to happen tomorrow? They need this one now. You want to follow Liquid's advice. Play this one like it's your last game here on Earth, because you're going up in a definite uphill battle against Immortals if both teams are playing the way they've been playing over the past few days. However, if Complexity plays as well as they played earlier today, and Immortals maybe doesn't put it together in time.
I mean, if at the beginning of the day you had told me who's gonna win Immortals versus Complexity, I'd be like Immortals easily. But then they get 2-0'd by Congarna, and Complexity bounces back against Luminosity to win in 3 games. And at this point, one team has won today and one team has lost, and it's not the 2 teams you'd think.
Yeah, that's very true. And Complexity, you know, sometimes guys, when they have their backs up against the wall, they'll play even better. Complexity, certainly, they feel that sense of urgency, I believe, to get it together and start playing well. They, pulled out the win earlier today, and hopefully they can keep themselves playing at the same level they were earlier. And of course, as you were saying, Immortals not quite up to what we've seen them play at in the past. So this is definitely Complexity's opportunity to take a win.
So, let's talk about Complexity off the bat here. We've seen this team once already today, and they were looking good. They were in great form. We're going to see them one more time here.
Yeah, but, I mean, not too much else new that we can bring to the table. But in case you are just kind of seeing this for the first time, you'll notice that Winghaven is in rather than JKW, which is a change-up that was just made over the past couple days for Complexity. I think it's still some sort of a trial basis. I don't know if this is permanent for them, but Winghaven is playing in place of JKW for now, and they struggled initially with him in the lineup. I think just trying to get the flow of him in their lineup. But as of late, today specifically, they seem to be a lot more comfortable having Winghaven in this lineup, and of course, Complexity also very well known for their Sombra strategies. We only saw them break it out once, I believe it was today, but it's something certainly to look for them when you get into those hybrid maps.
And this, I know this comes across as blasphemy to many, but I'm going to do it anyways. I've been preferring Harblue on Zarya throughout the Winter Premiere.
I mean, he has been playing a fantastic Zarya for sure, and I think that's maybe, I don't know, fitting better into their lineup at this moment. I think we know him as the Roadhog player for sure, and we all love to watch him play that. But he's great at Zarya.
Well, the big thing with Harblue, man, I'm really putting myself out there with this one. The big thing with Harblue is that I feel he knows how impactful he can be with Roadhog, obviously, and I think he starts feeling pressure to get those picks, and sometimes goes a bit too far outside to try and get those picks and doesn't contribute to a shield war and some of the other things that happen, and occasionally that gets him into hot water and the enemy team recognizes he's split, gets a biotic on him and takes him down. But whereas when he plays with Zarya, he really synergizes the rest of the team, or with the rest of the team, the way that we know that he can. I don't think his Roadhog is bad at all. Obviously, it's fantastic. I just think he feels too much pressure on it and relaxes a bit when he plays Zarya, and that raises his potential. So perhaps if he can find that same kind of place of zen with Roadhog, it'll really get back to the big hooks and team contribution that I've seen from him in the past.
Will he play Zarya? Will he play Roadhog? We'll find out. But first, we got to talk about Immortals. This team still up at number 1. They had their first loss today. It was Congarna who was able to bring it. So, Immortals, do they bounce back here?
Despite the loss earlier today, I think they had that warm-up game. I think they've had time to go back, identify some of the problems that they had in that match, because there certainly were some issues, but they still, this is still Immortals. They're still a good team. They have a lot of talent here, and I think this could absolutely be a bounce-back game for them, obviously. But with the way Complexity, they're playing, they're starting to get themselves together a little bit more with Winghaven in the lineup, and just based on the fact that Immortals did struggle a little bit more earlier today, I can see a world where Complexity takes this match.
So can I. I mean, Complexity, like I said, coming into this, coming out of the qualifiers, I would have thought that they would beat Immortals no matter what. Maybe a 2-1, but I would have thought I would have given that match to Complexity, but Complexity changing around so much over the past week or so, and now Immortals also maybe, we're shedding a lot of doubt on it here, but maybe playing down. That was one match they have had several hours to relax, scrim a little bit, warm back up, correct their mistakes. So I still think Immortals is going to rally on this one. I think it's going to be a good match. It's probably going to be a 2-1, but I think it's going to be a 2-1 for Immortals. I think this is their time to really show off what they can do again today.
All right, he's picking Immortals. Who are you picking?
I'd take 2-1 Complexity. I think just based off of the way they're playing earlier, I think they're feeling a little bit better as time goes on. So I'll take them in that. Though I don't think Complexity is going to take Nepal per se. I think they will lose Nepal and then take 2 more after that. But
oh, we're starting off with Nepal. That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
We broke the trend of ending with Nepal last game, and we're just going to obliterate that trend now by starting with Nepal. So, yeah, he thinks that Immortals is going to take Nepal. You predicted a 2-1. Which map is Complexity winning? Is it this one or another one?
I think I usually give Nepal to Complexity because I've loved how they played it in the past.
And they just won it a second ago.
But Immortals. I think this is going to be Immortals map to start things out. And if they don't, then I think Complexity is going to win.
I think one of my favorite moments earlier during the Complexity match was Hard Blue, right as they won, emoting with Winston, doing just like a little victory dance. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, you got to get your victory emotes in there. Hey, soon we'll have a whole assortment of emotes that we can use. Even better, we can choose which way we would like to celebrate in every instance. You can't beat that, folks. You cannot beat it.
Emotes, different sprays. Do you know how many of them they're going to allow to exist at the same time? It's still only one?
It's 4 in total.
No. But how many can you spray on the wall as one person? Because if you have your one spray, it moves, right? But can you spray all 4 on the wall?
Good question.
Wait. What did we just see?
Just ult twice and spawn. Someone explain that?
I feel like we're being bamboozled again, but okay. Complexity Immortals heading out onto Nepal. It's going to meet here in the middle. Looks like from our angle, Complexity is interested in taking some of the high ground. Immortals not going to play that game. They're going to take the low, straight through main, straight onto the point. Complexity now coming down to meet them here on the point as it unlocks. Roughly 6 seconds.
And here we are, just a little bit of poke back and forth on the point. As now they're looking to initiate. Winghaven quite hurt. Hyped was trying to get himself out of there if possible, but he is not able to make it. He'll get ejected from his suit. Still alive, but Nami goes down as the first kill in this fight. So you're going to see a bit of initial back and forth here. And Agilities is on that Genji. As you can see, not playing any sort of Hog or anything. Of course, Hog not the big pick on this stage of Nepal, but Agilities has a Dragon Blade at the ready if he needs it. A prolonged fight will end up with Immortals taking it in the end. They will strike
Have we
first.
Seen Agilities play Genji on Village in the Winter Premiere? I don't think so. It's not. It's kind of an atypical pick for this stage.
Yeah, I don't know if we have seen him play here or not, but they have double DPS. Agility's going in with the Nano Blade. 2 for himself, hunting down both supports. That's exactly what you like to see. 3 for Agility's Grim Reality, cleaning up with some other ones nearly getting Torque at the very end of that as well.
Speaking of atypical, this is also the first time we're seeing Agilities in the Winter Premiere come out with Genji instead of bringing it out in the final moments. So
yeah,
you're starting off with Nepal. We're basically dividing by 0 here. Everything's upside down. This is like Connor J and Agilities hooking each other at the same time. What happens?
Yeah, what do you do at that point? Yeah, well, here comes a Graviton out from Hard Blue. He will get a couple of guys snagged up inside of that. Agility is among the players to go down, but Nami swinging away with his hammer is going to do a hell of a lot of damage. Folks, and now Immortals are starting to get the kills to re-engage on this point, though. Torque, who's quite hurt, was down to 1 HP. Finally finished off by Hyped, who is out of his suit, out of his mech. And Complexity still struggling to get kills on this point, and it's turning into some trouble for them.
Immortals already up to 72% self-destruct, which you can buy some time in the front or at least clear out the point. 8th, and also with a nano boost. Throw the nano boost on agilities, whether we got Dragon Blade or not. I'll probably throw some shurikens and be right there back with it. But who knows? Grim Reality, Tracer getting closing in on a Pulse Bomb. Complexity, though, they've got a big Earth Shatter lying in wait from Winghaven, or perhaps not that big, as he just whips it straight into the wall.
Oh, Winghaven needed to connect on that so badly and did not. 3 players down for Complexity. Now there's only 2 up, Torque and Shake. And now it's just Shake, and I don't think he's even near the point. So Immortals, and just full flow on the village stage here of Nepal. And Complexity just not getting a whole lot of value out of the ultimates that they're bringing to the table. And that will be very unfortunate, but still a lot of game left.
Mostly completely in control from Immortals the whole time. Agility's putting on a show throughout all of that stage, honestly.
The target selection there off of the Nano Blade is just very good from Agilities. He going straight for the supports. He knows he can kill them quickly. And those are, I mean, assured kills for him pretty much. So it's good target selection. He goes straight in for him. And now we head to Sanctum, as Agilities is going to be switching back over to the Hog, which is much better on this stage. Torque will be playing the 76 we've seen him do throughout today.
Keep an eye on some of the little details of where people position, what order they use the abilities. A lot of this is not an accident. This is a very rehearsed fight that is very predictable on Sanctum.
Hardblue already using self-bubble, and now they're just waiting for these Reinhardts to charge. Winghaven gets his bubble, still none out yet. Actually, Immortal's not running a Zarya, which is not something you see too often. Winghaven gets booped by Verbo, though, into the pit. And Immortals with 2 quick kills, 3 in fact. That is immediately going to shut down Complexity. And that is a very easy first point take for Immortals.
Nami already at 60% on his Earth Shatter. We spoke a bit yesterday about how other Reinhardts have cited Nami and Mezer as Reinhardts they really struggle against. Agilities and the rest of Immortals pressing into Complexity. Complexity a little bit on the back foot, even though Joe Meister and Winghaven are down for Complexity. Immortals starting to keep them. Actually, I got that all backwards, honestly. That was Immortals control the whole time. Man, when something about red and blue sometimes just throws me off. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know. I think any caster knows what you're talking about. So, you boys know how it goes. But it's now Immortals still in full control here. Complexity looking to come back in. They are going to have a Graviton to work with. That is the one you want to look to. Nami with an Earth Shatter could be big for them. And Hardblue's gotten himself quite a bit of charge. It's really only getting Verbo inside of that. It's just not really much follow-up. Verbo did get taken out, but Nicholas falls right after that, and Hardblue focused down by Hyped as he got a nano boost, and Immortals are just, I mean, they get all the kills. There's just not much follow-up coming through from Complexity on some of the ultimates they're leading with. And it's now 70% for Immortals and counting.
It's a pretty ingenious tactic there that you touched on. Get all the kills, hold the point, keep all your ultimates in the bank.
And that's what it is in a very simple way, right? I guess. Now Winghaven though getting crushed. I mean, it's just they might be seeing a full wipe. I don't know what else to say. I mean,
it's certainly not the Complexity we saw play against Luminosity, and not the Immortals that we saw start off today.
Blow my mind a little bit, and here is a nano boosted whole hog. He's going to keep anybody from even coming close to touching the point. Nicholas couldn't get there in time. It's just disastrous for Complexity right now. 2 full sweeps pretty much for Immortals, and they're 1 away from taking a 1-map lead off of Complexity, and this is not what we were hoping to see out of Complexity off the start here. And Grim Reality in the back, Hyped to put that self-destruct up. The shield was not in position from Complexity because Winghaven had charged in, He can't protect his teammates. He gets, I mean, mulched by Grim Reality from behind, just grinded him down, and then it's,
yeah,
you know,
complexity.
3 quick kills.
Something's got to give. The closest they came to retaking that point last match was when I confused them for Immortals.
Yeah, that it's been a struggle.
It's late in the day, man.
It's a struggle for us and for Complexity at the moment. But this might be all Immortals here. They've had I believe two complete sweeps of these so far. Complexity have not gotten a percentage point, and Verbo will fall right away. So maybe Complexity with an opportunity to get back into the game a little bit. Grim Reality on the Tracer, quad tank for Complexity at the moment, but Nami swinging away is able to demech Nicholas and find the kill. So both divas are down here, and Complexity gets themselves on the board, folks. And they will start to get some percentage points. Immortals looking to re-push, though, right away. Just charging. Pulse Bomb was down from Grim Reality. Didn't get any kills. Nami actually will fall to Winghaven in winning that Rhine battle. And now a good hook from Hardblue is able to take down, Grim Reality. And that is 3 kills straight back for Complexity. So starting to find the rhythm maybe a little bit more now.
Certainly ahead in the economy at the moment. They have a number. All of their ultimates are roughly 20% away. Meanwhile, Immortals, I guess it's really only Hyped and Verbo that are down. They will have 4 probably to work with in the next fight if Nami can get a good fire strike to start things off. But Complexity, they've got everything on their favor now and get an early Graviton in the right place, follow it up, hopefully not burn too many ults for them, and they might get a leg back into this fight.
Torque on the Zarya actually is going to lay down the Graviton, and here comes Complexity, 3 kills. Well, for them, there is, I think, one on the point here from Immortals.
That's
but
it. That's it right there. What they need to get a foot back. No, I think I'm going to stick with what I said first. Get a leg back into this series.
Yeah.
In this fight in particular, they've already got it. Right now, Winghaven holding on to an Earth Shatter. Nicholas with a self-destruct. We've seen some teams pair those together with great effect, and I think this portion of Nepal certainly has the open areas in some places to get that done if they can find the Earth Shatter. Joe Meister can get a sound barrier to try and block from at least the Graviton that coming out of Agilities. It's going to have him down. Agility's landing the Graviton in the back.
Pulse Bomb landed back there. Joe Meister goes down. There's the self-destruct. Hype gets a couple off the back of that. So Immortals should be able to retake now as they've got themselves some kills. Nicholas might get staggered out as they do take care of him, and then they will cap the point. So at 99%, Immortals put themselves on the board for this stage at least. And Winghaven has yet to use the Earth Shatter, which could be huge.
Both still holding on to Earth Shatters. Nami, if he can use his aggressively, will buy Immortals more time. That's going to be a very important part of this fight. If Winghaven gets his in before Immortals, Complexity can take it back and wrap up this stage.
Here we go, Winghaven leading the charge. He's going to have an opportunity here in just a moment for that Earth Shatter. He knows Winghaven has his, and he's looking for that Earth Shatter opportunity, or he knows that Nami has his charge all the way into a back on Agilities, was actually able to take down Winghaven. Immortals are still holding on right here. Nami uses the Earth Shatter, and that will allow Immortals to keep strong on this point. And the stagger onto Nicholas should be coming through momentarily. He's trying to make his way over to the side and jump off the cliff for the reset. But Immortals so far holding on. And will now be Hardblue and Shake. That's
strange situation. I mean, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but strange situation to be firing off a few shots into a diva that's basically impossible to take down in that situation. Just kind of feeding ultimate over to Athan. And right now, Immortals can use every bit of ultimate charge they can get. They're holding on to the point. This might be, if it lasts as long as the last one, it might be the last fight of this stage.
Oh no, Athan goes down though before he's able to get the nano boost. He would have been crucial to have up in this fight, and that is very unfortunate for Immortals now as Complexity comes back in with 3 kills. Very good opportunity to retake the point right now as Immortals are looking to get him. What a hook from Hardblue to take down Verbo as well. Oh, Grim Reality is going to have to hold on for dear life on this point as long as he possibly can, but he's taken care of. Now Complexity comes back, they get the point. Someone needs to go and touch it. Nami's making his way up there in time. They do have bodies on it, but here comes a self-destruct flying down. Nami's able to guard it. Oh, just in time, but he gets put to sleep, waking right back up. He has an Earth Shatter too. This is crucial for him to hit. And he is going to put some bodies on the floor, sending Torque into the wall, does take him down. Immortals with one fight here could come out on top of this map, and now the Earth Shatter out from Winghaven, but is the follow-up going to be around? Him and Hardblue able to pick up a couple. Sound Barrier out from Immortals, as it's really just Verbo and Agilities around on the point, and there it is. It is going to be Complexity holding on just barely. Oh my. It was very, very close. But they put one up on the board, and that's what matters for Complexity.
It wasn't as dominant as it looked like it was going to be for a second there. I was starting to think the reverse sweep might be the dream and it might be alive, but Immortals contesting that quite a bit. They're probably going to close it out on the next stage, I think, but Complexity certainly starting to round out some of those problems and bring back the Complexity we saw earlier today.
Yeah, they're starting to get it together a little bit more here, but we are going back to a village, which was all Immortals earlier, so this is a big, big game for Complexity, as Agilities will be back on that Genji. Grim Reality on the Tracer, as they elect to just go through on the low ground and head straight to the point and cement themselves right there.
The same positions to start out as last time, though. Looks like Hardblue is starting to work his way around and look for that flanking hook. If he can find the right one, that's going to be a big impact.
Already 3 kills, Complexity going their way.
Want to join me?
And they will take the point first here. Very easy. It all just started off. Hardblue, I mean, getting that hook on Verbo, killing him, that was where it all started for Complexity, and it just snowballed from there.
Certainly a lot of mistakes coming out of Immortals' side in that last engagement, but Immortals got their foot back in the fight last stage. Got a speed boost, starting to actually getting interrupted by all of Complexity here as they're starting to pour it on and really scramble Immortals.
Ooh, Winghaven goes down. Nami taking the charge on in immediately, and Torque is just grinding away at Hype's mech. At the moment now, here's Agilities with that Dragon Blade, is able to melt Torque, and he's got some friends to come through to clean up on this damage. Hardblue finished off on the point, and Nicholas goes down here. So Immortals come right back and get a cap. They got 41% though, Complexity.
Immortals certainly reigning supreme in that somewhat chaotic situation there. Complexity not necessarily engaging them in a kind of a line fashion or anything, with a whole lot of organizations sort of breaking out into a multitude of smaller fights. The biggest one, Complexity losing Winghaven very early in that fight, and now Nami's starting to look for an Earth Shatter. Oh, he tried to perhaps break it down, or is that just a shield? There it is right there. Nicholas gonna get caught.
He's still really hurt though. He needs those heals. Nami, quickly. Oh, goodness.
Oh.
Nicholas getting D-macked. Nami playing his shield beautifully to make sure he stays alive. He's a key guy to have in this next fight. Then taking Winghaven into the wall. Well played by Nami.
Where did Verbo even come from?
I have no
I
idea.
didn't see him at all, and all of a sudden he's just getting charged.
Poor guy. He just, Winghaven takes the charge all the way across the point. Verbo was unfortunate to land in the middle.
Immortals has now eclipsed Complexity's score on the third stage. Immortals on match point in the first map here. Complexity with 4 ultimates. And Sound Barrier trying to shut down Agility's Dragon Blade. Agility's so far not getting much out of it. And Graviton coming out from Complexity.
Ooh, Agility so hurt, finally finished off. He did take down Nicholas just beforehand, and Nami is continuing to do what he does best. Winghaven, though, with that nano boost, looking to go forward using Earth Shatter. And it's going to be Winghaven put to sleep, though, in the middle of it. Hardblue was there to help with the cleanup, though, as Verbo and Athan, somehow stays alive, but quickly finished off by Winghaven. I think Complexity should have a good look to take this point back from Immortals, as Immortals do get up to 90+% right now. They're really just stalling for as long as they possibly can. It should be about 99 before they can really go ahead and reverse this point. Grim Reality starting to even bring it back for Immortals. He got a couple of kills, but that will eventually settle down, and Complexity will get the point back, but 99% now for Immortals with match point.
And Immortals filling out some of their 4, almost 6 ultimates in that last engagement. That engagement served every purpose they could have wanted it to. I mean, aside from completing the actual match, all they have to do is come back and dump all of those. Some of them can be individual, it doesn't matter. Right now, Complexity, the only thing they can really do to answer is get Winghaven's Earthshatter out as quickly as possible in an impactful way, but here it all goes.
Here we go, Agility's looking to kick it off and take this first map against Complexity. 2 for Agilities right now, make it 3 for Agilities, and that is Immortals looking to retake this whole point. A team wipe across the board. That is going to do it, as Immortals will take map 1 here against Complexity at full alt push. There's nothing they can do against it.
That will do it for them there, as Immortals is able to clean that one up. Looked like they were almost going to have the 3-0, but Complexity able to hold on there and get that 3rd point. Nami, oh my goodness, when he got back on the point and was able to hold on and just survive for a bit, I was like, oh, he was my hero at that point. That was amazing.
I mean, the guys say he's one of the hardest Reinhardts to play against for a reason. Some of these top guys, very talented, and you got to see some of that skill throughout the stages of Nepal there, especially on that last village stage. The way he was just managing his abilities and his shield usage to make sure that he stayed alive in that fight and helped keep his team on the point. It's just some small things that really set Reinhardt players above others. Nami, a big part of the Immortals win right there.
The other big part of that, I felt like, was Agilities on Genji. We talked about that at the beginning. Like, oh, he doesn't usually start with that, but it's a big part of what he was able to play that into it here.
He's obviously comfortable on it.
Oh, he without a doubt. I mean, this Nano Blade right here, he even gets hooked in. You're not going to do enough damage off of that, off the shot. And I just blowing through them 3 big picks. And that's the thing. In this situation, Immortals had so many ultimates to work with that, I mean, from when you're on the side of Complexity in that situation, you're facing 6 ults and you really have nothing yourselves. You're just like, well, I hope they botch something or they, you know, just miss time coordination, whatever. Because in there, it's very tough to mess up a huge ult advantage like that.
And I think it's going to be frustrating from Complexity's side, where Wingshaven had really stepped up in their match earlier today, but then had some difficulties today, some whiffed ults. We saw him charging Agilities over to the side. I mean, like, surely he's got a kill here, and then Agilities actually manages to kill him on point number 3 when he was playing Zarya. So as we move on to King's Row, any adjustments, anything you think that Complexity needs to change against Immortals here?
So it is King's Row.
It is King's Row, yes.
Okay,
of course.
They
always
probably would pick King's Row, yeah.
Yeah, I figured as much. For them, I think just continuing to make sure they're playing around Winghaven well and make sure that he is well protected. And also for Winghaven to make sure that he's charging in at appropriate times too, when they have Biotic up, when they have Shield up, things like that. Because if you just charge in and you really have nothing to protect yourself, then you know you're probably not going to last too long. But the King's Row is a good map for Complexity. We've said that time and time again. It is a good map for them. This is where they have the opportunity to change the tides, turn the tables, and get a map and tie it up at 1-1.
It's also a good map for Immortals, historically.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Immortals. I really hope they lock that in. How fitting would it be to see Sombra played against Complexity?
I hope
That'd
so.
probably make my night.
Oh, I would love it. I would very much like to see this come out and to get the counter Sombra, or the Sombra themselves. Not you don't normally see too many other teams doing it. So we'll see if they stick with it though. So far, Complexity's defense looking as though we have the triple tank torque on the 76. Pretty normal stuff for Complexity. Across the board, Hard Blue, though, is going to be playing Zarya rather than the Hog, as he has been much so most of the time
on
lately.
King's Row, yeah.
Look at this, Grim Reality on the McCree. That's what I like to see. This man is a monster on the hit scan, or he can be. So here we go. Immortals not sticking with the Sombra pick, but Grim Reality on the McCree, and I do very much so like to see it. So out of the gate, he's Going to be looking through this hotel side. It looks as though all of Immortals wants to come through here. They've actually isolated Joe Meister right here. Very easy picky. Not the best positioning out from Joe Meister. I think he wasn't sure exactly what was going to happen. 2 kills for Grim Reality. And that is just such a strong take from Immortals. Complexity mispositioning themselves throughout the point, and that will be, well, very easy.
Immortals certainly did their homework on the retreat tactic.
Yeah.
Took it out. Complexity. How long was that?
A minute, maybe, if that. Oh,
fast.
Yeah,
that's the ruling I'm going to give on it.
Fast.
Real fast.
And Winghaven
disturbingly
now.
fast.
Oh, man. Ethan with 2. What is this? They're crushing it. They brought Nicholas back on the May, but, I mean, who cares?
The Immortals pain train, man. No breaks right now. They're
Full
taking
speed
it all
ahead.
the way. That cart, however, not on the same page. The little engine that could finally getting out of the garage, dusting off some rust and rolling through the streets here. I mean, honestly, you might as well put hype behind it and let him push. This thing takes forever. Trying to push it on cobblestones, too. I just got to question the entire logistics of this path. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah,
but
I'm sure they could find a smoother surface to be sending this along. Here we go, looking to take another fight. Nicholas the first to go down. Man, Immortals, this cart just does not stop for them. Grim Reality did get killed by Torque, and here comes Torque with the tack visor. That shield is up, though. He's going to get a nano boost. I don't know about that one. He's not really getting a whole lot out of it. He's still got the nano boost, but Complexity do hold on. Now, Hardblue had to use a Graviton alongside of that. So it is going to be finally Complexity stopping that momentum that Immortals were building, but
Agility's Genji.
Yep. And that's going to be fun for Complexity to deal with.
Nicholas on May getting pretty close to a blizzard. Complexity now definitely wanting to play forward and take some of the steam out of Immortals, especially bleeding some of these ultimates. They are a little bit ahead in the economy, debatable, but if they can get a solid advantage in it, Complexity certainly needs to bleed a ton of time out of Immortals.
Yeah, they are going to have to bleed a heck of a lot of time. 341 still for Immortals to even just get this next checkpoint. They're so close already, and they're really bringing it all the way around. Some interesting strategies coming out, though. The wall up, and Nami's going to use that Earth Shatter to try and keep himself alive. Bionic lands on to Nami. Grim Reality with 2 for himself off the Deadeye. Torque and Winghaven taken out, and this is a good opportunity for Immortals to send this cart on through to the second point, and that is a good take from them. Nami was kept alive.
It's a pretty great example. I mean, that could have gone the other way, right? But a pretty great example of how great of a tank Nami is. Kind of breaking the rules there with a single shatter just to defend himself when he's kind of isolated like that. But it obviously worked out. Grim Reality's following it up very quickly. And Immortals still rolling it here in the third point. 4 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock, Anthony.
That is... Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Immortals cruising at the moment. Soon to have a Dragon Blade. And even maybe a Nano Blade in just a bit if he doesn't use it before then. But Complexity has got some good tools in the kit to be able to defend right here. Agility's going forward, trying to take down Shake if he can. He does do that. And somehow Immortals comes out on top of that fight when they use a Graviton. Complexity does going into it. And this is just absurd. Immortals are having no troubles here whatsoever. Moving through. Agility's finally finished off.
Torque's now running into position. He's going to be looking for a nanovisor, trying to equalize this fight as quickly as possible, but Immortals already backing off. That whole opportunity diminishing for Complexity, but they will get a brief moment of reprieve as Immortals reassembling their offense. Very close to what they do have 4, and High Noon coming out of Grim.
Self-destruct is going to come in over top as well. Agility is just getting a couple shurikens into the back that finishes off Winghaven. Nami now has even gotten Earth Shatter, a bigger shatter at that from Nami. He should be able to find a lot of kills off of the back of that. Torque, Hardblue, both going down. And on top of that will be Nicholas. I would suspect he's about 1 health behind him. Grim Reality will take care of that. So Nami now trying to come in and join the fight. He's got to be careful, though, because he is quite hurt. Agility's leading the charge. Torque comes out on Winston to make sure he deals with that Genji threat, though. And they might be able to hold on here. Complexity. Torque has found 2 kills for himself. Gets put to sleep, but they will be able to hold it in the end. Complexity, and at least stall out a little bit more And Hyped may even actually be a staggered kill here, is trying to get himself off the edge. But Immortal's still 230 to send this card home, and Complexity's at least got some tools to hold on.
And they did burn the Nano Visor and came up empty-handed with it, but Shake already back with a Nano, Hardblue with a Graviton. He's going to want to get offensive with that, shut down Immortals, but Immortals, they're looming here with a Nano Blade and a Deadeye.
Nano Blade is the one to definitely keep an eye out on as they go in for it. Agility's got to try and find those supports. In the back, there is Grim Reality with that Deadeye, takes down Hardblue. But Agility's pretty ineffective with that Nano Blade, and Torque actually shuts him down in the end. So maybe time to switch off that Genji now that Torque is on Winston. But it is going to have to be a reset yet again.
Hardblue, this Graviton got eaten in that last fight as well. Just barely off. Just awful news for Hardblue in that situation.
He's lucky they came out on top of the fight.
Grim Reality, yeah. Grim Reality layering down the Deadeye in the middle of the Nano Blade, trying to find, I don't know, maybe some gap in the noise to break it out. Or sorry, a moment with a ton of noise to break it out and not necessarily let the enemy see it coming. Hardblue falling to in a situation I don't usually see people die to Deadeyes when there's still a Reinhardt up like that.
Self-destruct from Nicholas is going to come in. Nami is so hurt. Torque, who has switched to Tracer, finished him off, but Agilities, who is on his beloved Roadhog, took care of the Tracer threat, and Hyped is just on the cart as Baby Diva. And it is Complexity. They're continuing to hold on here. They've really found themselves on this third-point defense. Immortals have slowed down significantly.
They bled 3 minutes out of Immortals' push, and right now, not looking too bad. Winghaven get offensive with an Earth Shatter and take a lot of the momentum out of Immortals, whatever Immortals tries to put together, but Immortals also has their own Earth Shatter and a Nano. Probably going to come somewhat in mid-fight with a sound barrier, but either way, Immortals looking to try and close this out. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Pretty much going to have to do it right here as they do take a sound barrier in. Winghaven off the charge, and here it comes. Beautifully played by Winghaven. Had his shield up, outplayed in the Rhine battle, but Immortals are still the ones finding the kills. Winghaven and Torque are both taken down right here, as well as Nicholas. So this is going to be the final fight for Immortals, trying to bring this card home at the moment. Agility's coming very close to a whole hog, maybe to keep everybody off of the point. Pulls Torque in. He will get that whole hog and just try and put some guys into the meat grinder here, as they were caught inside of a Graviton, and there will be a self-destruct in the back. Immortals really need to win this fight, though, if they want to seal the deal on the round and get all 3 points. Winghaven was taken out by Nami in the Ryan v. Ryan battle, and now, here it comes. Actually, the Earth Shatter to shut down that the Primal Rage that was out from Torque, but Complexity has just gotten so many kills here. That should do it for Immortals, as it's only Hyped who's left in at the moment, and really just trying to delay. I don't think he'll be able to do so for long enough. There's so many Complexity bodies that are around, so Complexity able to stop Immortals before the final checkpoint, just barely. I mean, they essentially pushed it the whole way, but it will be now Complexity's turn to move to the offense, and but this is so good off the start. They come through Hotel, and Joe Meister getting himself out of position. He backed up all the way by himself. Immortals see that opportunity. You take that all day. A player isolated like that, that's an easy pick and an easy take on the first point.
Complexity draining a ton of time off of Immortals in the final steps of the second point, and pretty much mid to final steps of the third point as well. Able to stay alive there. Immortals only getting 2. Did not expect that after the result of basically the first half of the map, but now it's going to be Complexity's turn on offense. Immortals, they're going to be looking to hold in the first point or immediately thereafter. Certainly don't want to let it get around that third bend. Immortals, if they can close out this match and hold, they will close out the series and defeat Complexity to win their second match of the day.
This is a very, very big second half for Complexity. Big match in general for them. A lot of question marks. If they don't win this one, it'll be a must-win tomorrow, and they're probably going to be relying on teams to have certain performances.
Wouldn't count them out yet.
Yeah, they certainly need to. Every win will help them. So
And they need him.
Need it. Yeah, they absolutely do. So on the defense, Immortals showing Grim Reality on McCree. Agility's on that Roadhog, which you gotta love to see on the first point, at least the Agility's Roadhog. Grim Reality, though, was playing quite well on McCree. And Complexity, yes, Sombra offense. That is what you'd expect to see from them.
Well, if they get that snowballing, it'll certainly make up or save them a ton of time on their offense. And they're known to pull that off. Last time it didn't necessarily work out for them today, but Immortals beginning their defense. Grim Reality staying on McCree.
Is up there. And Torque. Ooh.
That was close. It's already at 50% though. Sorry, 69%, closing on 70. This is much more familiar Sombra territory.
And Ethan went down for Immortals. That's bad news. So they're going to go ahead back off through the archway and just try and stall for a little bit. And now start to come back in. They've already given up 2 ticks. They'll have to come in, but Torque will have an EMP if they decide to come back in onto the point. Grim Reality did take down Shake. Torque nearly dying. He did get that EMP off. Let's get trading kills back and forth. Nicholas still on this point here, but Immortals have a lot of presence on it, and Ethan is able to keep the team healed up, so they do stop Complexity.
Whoa, Immortals
just barely.
Backing off almost too much? I mean, maybe too much and still getting bailed out of it. Taking down Torque simultaneously with that EMP and really kind of messing with Complexity's expectation of when the EMP would be available, removing the capacity for Complexity to predict exactly when it was going to happen, really threw everything off. Complexity starting their second offense.
Nano boosted whole hog for Agilities. Much of it gets eaten. He actually gets hacked, hit in the middle of it by Torque, who's already at 50% on his ultimate yet again. And gotta be careful. Winghaven did go down, so that'll give Immortals a bit of a reprieve for the next attack coming through. But still, Nami's Earthshatter is about the only big ult that Immortals has to stop this incoming push from Complexity.
Yeah, and Complexity with an EMP, a Graviton, a Transcendence, an Earthshatter, a Self-Destruct.
So many big ults.
They've got everything, and they can use it in almost any order they want. But as long as they dump at least 2 of them, they should take this out.
Here comes EMP out. There is going to be a Graviton as well. There's a Transcendence, but Complexity have just blown through Immortals right here. It's only Hype left on the point as Grim Reality goes down. A full team wipe out on the side of Complexity. They will just crush Immortals on the point. And all those ults pay off, and it better when you have those big of ultimates. They had to use Transcendence, EMP, and Graviton in the fight, but they made it count, and they take the first point. As Complexity looks to begin their offense here through the streets.
Just a little bit, 4 minutes for Complexity street phase. They're still working with 3 ultimates. Shake actually generating Zenyatta's second Transcendence relatively quickly here. Immortals, they've got 3. They just let loose an Earthshatter from Winghaven as Complexity trying to stay alive. Hype finds 2.
Hyped, that is a big self-destruct to keep his team even relevant in this fight. And now Joe Meister is making the call to move forward. He's sending off at the sound barrier, but Immortals are doing a good job of just kiting as much as possible. They backed up, and they speed boosted away from that, so they didn't have to directly engage, and they're looking to maybe get some reinforcements for this next fight. The take Agilities has made a switch over to Genji. Grim Reality still on McCree. They have a sound barrier Immortals that they may want to go in with, but the nano boost is used onto Nami. Complexity themselves doing a good job of just backing up and avoiding much of that. Now Winghaven goes back in, but he is so hurt. They use Transcendence to follow up, making sure that Winghaven stays alive as he gets pinned into the wall. Immortals with a couple of kills right there. 4 for them, in fact. It's only Torque who's left alive, and he will get wiped off the map as well. Immortals responding with a big team wipe.
Immortals been rolling with the defensive Genji for a while now. Agilities just getting his Dragon Blade, and Ethan's going to follow up, make that a Nano Blade some part, and probably the next engagement here. Nami also with an Earthshatter. Judging how Agilities uses that Nano Blade anyways, you can almost call that 2 full holds back-to-back, or rather 2-1 engagements back-to-back, depending, but EMP coming out of Complexity.
EMP is out. That's going to prevent a few of these Immortals players from using any ultimates that they have. They have a Nano Blade at the ready, and they are going to send off with it. Let's see what Agilities can do. Oh no, completely shut down.
Or shattered.
Oh, something. One
Shattered.
of the two. He got shut down big time, and that is sad if you're an Immortals fan or player, to say the least. And Complexity just sending the cart forward.
Complexity spending a little bit, perhaps too many ults. Torque changing over to Winston here. Perhaps a little bit too many ults to get past that, but either way, they're still moving. That's what matters most.
Graviton self-destruct out on the side of Complexity. They traded 1-for-1, Hardblue and Nami. Both going down. Verbo, though, will get taken out for Immortals, so it is Agility's getting finished off. And I think this might be a one fight for Complexity right here. You just have a lot of Immortals players standing around the card, stalling it out as long as they can. There's a minute currently for Complexity left. Actually, the Earthshatter comes through from Nami. Is the cleanup there? They've already gotten two. Grim Reality finished off by Hardblue, who switches to Tracer to get back to this point quick, but that Earthshatter paying off for Immortals for the time being. The rest of Complexity is going to have to back themselves off. It's a riskier shatter to take if you're Nami, but it paid off right there for Immortals.
Complexity, 42 seconds left on the clock. Winghaven is going to be looking for a big shatter in order to introduce the rest of this fight. Joe Meister with the sound barrier, Shake with a nano, but also a nano blade on Immortals' side. That's going to be a huge thorn in Complexity as they move forward, and here it comes.
Going into the back line, trying to get onto Shake. He has a sound barrier on himself, and he has a health pack right there as well. He really needs to convert on this kill. Finally comes through to take down Shake, but will there be enough of Immortals players around to help him out in this fight? Gets Joe Meister, but Torque is there to clean up Agilities, and I think that might be Complexity grabbing that second checkpoint. Yes, it is. Final seconds. They hold on.
Shake there spending so much of Agility's nano blade.
Yep.
You're breaking out every trick in the book. Is biotic, going to a health pack, keeping himself alive and draining two ults essentially for a very long time, allowing Complexity to get some momentum out of that. Honestly, if Shake hadn't pulled that so far out of the fight, along with the sound barrier, I don't know if Complexity would still be playing right now, and Agility's changing over to Farm.
Let's see if that Farah pick pays off. Huge Earthshatter coming through from Nami. Let's see where the cleanup is for Immortals. They've only gotten one. Man, he got so many players in that Earthshatter, and he's going to use sound barrier as well. Verbo, I don't know if that was absolutely necessary for them. I'm sure he saw something that I didn't. I'm not sure if there was some very hurt players that they wanted to make sure they didn't lose for Immortals, but they're going to hold on. 40 seconds for Complexity. It's a big fight for them to be taking right now. They have to win this one going into it, because oh, baby.
Immortals probably looking to get a nano barrage in this next fight, or a self-destruct to zone and buy some time. Nami pretty far away from an Earthshatter, so I don't think you can expect that unless he's able to get in the mix with a whole lot, but a nano-boosted Winghaven's going to set that back.
Torque in the back as well. He's made a little bit of room for Torque. Winghaven has, and it'll give him some room to just fire away. 76, here comes Complexity. They're getting all sorts of kills. Nicholas with 3 for himself. It will keep Complexity alive for the time being, but Immortals now having Complexity in an overtime situation. They're going to get respawns. This is all down to this. If Immortals win a fight, and they have a lot of ultimates to win this next fight, this is going to be incredibly difficult for Complexity. Agility's taking on, oh no, I don't know if that was the time to go for the Rocket Barrage, and the Agilities might actually have himself in a rough position here. Immortals using a lot of ultimates. Torque is the first one to fall. Will there be more follow-up? And actually an Earthshatter from Winghaven is going to do quite a bit of damage and send a lot of Immortals players potentially back to the respawn. Only Verbo so far, but I don't know if Immortals are going to be able to come out on top of it. Shake does go down thanks to Hyped. Hardblue, though, may be able to get an exchange on this. The fight continues here. Ultimates are coming up for Complexity right now. Self-destruct comes in. Grim Reality did go down as well, and Torque shut down, and it will be Nami with another Earthshatter here. Here comes Agilities. He's able to get one as well. Nami takes down Hardblue. Nicholas needs to get back onto the card. He can't get there in time, and that is Immortals beating Complexity, holding them barely. at the end, I didn't think they were going to be able to hang on for a bit
man.
there.
The end of that match kind of reminding me of the end of the TV show Lost. I thought I had a handle of what was going on, and then all of a sudden it's the last episode, people are dead, and it's over, and I still don't really understand what happened.
Yeah, that's pretty much. You summed it up perfectly, because that's how the final fight went for me. Because Immortals, they had such big ult advantage going into that, and I mean,
and life advantage. They killed basically the entirety. Complexity killed almost the entirety of Immortals and still didn't get a whole lot of distance out of it. That's perplexing.
It was a weird.
He's just late in the
fight,
day, and
to
I'm
be
missing a
honest.
lot of details. But that took a turn.
It was weird.
That was quite impressive. There came down to the wire again. This is why we love Overwatch, right? Just because just the last line every time. Take another look at that final hold there from Immortals as they're able to get it 2-0 here over Complexity. Well done.
This was before this, Agilities had went for like a solo ult onto Hard Blue or something. And it was such a weird spot to do it. I thought he could have come out over top of the cart to go for the same thing, but that's good from Agilities dodging like that. And you see Complexity to pick up kills. But that Earth Shatter from Nami was just massive. It set Agilities up for a big barrage. Got Nicholas out of the mech. He couldn't touch the cart in time.
I mean, the big thing there, and we did see it in that moment as well, is Agilities generating an entire ultimate in the span of that last fight and dumping it directly onto Complexity and turning the tides.
They absolutely did. And one of the big things, man, I have this big word circled and written on my notes. It just says Nami. The plays that guy pulled out, the whole match, it was so much fun to watch him. You guys called it out like he gets isolated by a Mei wall. Doesn't matter. Goes for a solo ult. Knows exactly that if the wall will come down, his teammates will be there or whatever his decision-making was there. I was so impressed by this Reinhardt.
That's the thing. He knew he had his team behind him in that scenario. He went for the Earth Shatter. It's a risky play. Generally, you don't want to, you don't want to just solo ult and, waste your ult if you can't get your team to follow up. But he knew the timing of when that wall was going to be coming down. He knew his team was going to be there when it did come down, and that using that Earth Shatter was going to buy him enough time to get his team to help him out. He stayed alive. It was a good play, and it's good trust in his team to know that they've got his back when that wall comes down.
Yeah, if Nami is truly capable of keeping track of all those variables in his head and making that play,
I don't know. I could be overthinking it.
That right there is the difference. I mean, there's no reason to doubt it, but that right there is the difference between the people who kind of play a character like Reinhardt by the book or the people who write the book.
Yeah. Right, yeah, for sure. And I loved watching also in this match, we saw Agilities starting on Genji, and then we saw Torque pull out the Winston to counter him. So then he goes to Pharah to get back out of the range of the Winston. And like the situation of this is what Overwatch is, right? Continuously countering, bringing up new strategies, getting in the way of each other. And Agilities ended up getting the win for his team here. Yeah,
and it's good on Torque to actually make the switch to Winston, because when he did switch, he was really making Agilities pretty much ineffective for the most part. But when he made that switch to Pharah, obviously, as you could see in the replays you saw, the barrage at the end, he was really a big factor for Immortals. Agilities, it's good that he can play. That's the benefit to having somebody that can play so many different heroes, is just these swaps and keep the other team on their toes and continue to be effective.
I thought it was really interesting how we had very, very similar final scores as far as distance and as far as time, both kind of being in overtime situations and being right there near the end of the point, but very, very different paths that we got there, with Complexity kind of just steamroll, or having like moving slowly, and Immortals just steamrolling through all of the points, getting to the very end, and then Complexity having this like massive hold at the very end. So it was interesting that the way that like turned out the same, but the strategies were very different.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of seeing different teams play it out, and you could see some of these the different ways the games will play. But Nami, I think, at least in terms of the Immortals' defense, was a huge factor. Even just to hold them at that second point for a while. He went in on a risky Earth Shatter to stop Complexity before capping the second point, and it paid off for them. They were able to buy themselves, I mean, I think another minute or so off of that Earth Shatter, minute and a half maybe. And Nami is definitely one of the stars for me of the Immortals side for the match.
And we'll take a look at the standings after day 5. Immortals with the win here, improves to 5-1. Only team with a 5 in the win column right now. Looking very, very hot right now as we're coming close to the end of the first stage.
Immortals still as you said, they're sitting at the top, and Complexity on the precipice of getting knocked out after tomorrow. They will absolutely need to win tomorrow, and part of whether or not they make it into that top 6 is going to rely on somewhat of how FaZe plays out tomorrow, and how some of these other teams play, because you know, if they can't get the win tomorrow, then they definitely, I don't know the exact math, but they're probably not making it.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day.
Yep.
Absolutely. So, tomorrow, it all comes down. 2 teams will be eliminated and 6 will move on. I am excited to see who those people will be. It'll be at 3:30 PST or 8:30 PM GMT. Be sure to follow us on Twitter at Overwatch_NGE. That's follow us at Twitter. You know, that's how it works.
Yeah,
that symbol means Twitter, right? No. Anyways, use the hashtag Winter Premiere if you want to say anything about the show. We definitely check that out. We've really enjoyed our time here today, and we will see you tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting one. Be here.
Be here.
Making up new time zones while we're at it. A whole lot to work on. To work with on Renegades, and there comes Mangachu launching a barrage, picking up Dahang.
Good job on Dahang to be able to sleep him so he couldn't do even more to him. There is going to be the Graviton used onto the Liquid players, and Mangachu is still having just free reign right here. 3 kills on the fight for him. Rafa sends his self-destruct into the back of the point. Juvenile getting the nano boost. That's a massive Earth Shatter out from Juvenile. Just want to buy a little bit of time. Now the hook in onto Nami. He will get eaten alive by Remix and company, and now Baby Bay is taking it to Grim Reality on the backside here, and Connor J helping him out, and it is not looking good at the moment for Immortals. Now there will be a nano boost given off to Icefelt as he is trying to make something happen. Ube, what a shot onto Nicholas, the air shots. Oh, baby.
They're going to have a nano blade of their own and an Earth Shatter to try and counter, but here it all comes.
Bold of, oh my goodness, Saipei getting shut down in the middle of his ultimate. Here comes FaZe Clan as Shadowburn gets 2. They've gotten 4 kills right now. FaZe definitely looking as if they are going to cap this one off. A full team wipe. They have double DPS. Agility's going in with the Nano Blade. 2 for himself, hunting down both supports. That's exactly what you like to see. 3 for Agilities. So all of Immortals wants to come through here. They've actually isolated Joe Meister right here. Very easy picky. Not the best positioning out from Joe Meister.